I'll leave it for a few minutes, but I do want the hall as full as we can be so we can get started. So if people are outside, can they please come in and settle down?
Yeah. And do you know what? I'll tell you what I got from fact these tests. These are not so bad, right? But I caught my tights on before now, and they like moved all across the knees, you know. That's why I got out.
There's no roving mics, so Q&A is going to have to be like speaking.
No, I was going to bring them up here. I was going to bring them up here.
Yeah, yeah. But I ain't got mics.
Yeah. Do it off. Right, if everyone could take the seats and settle down. Good morning, everyone. Oh, not lively enough. Good morning, everyone. Hey, just checking you're all still alive after a night out. Hope you all enjoyed yourselves, whatever you were up to last night. The fringe meetings all went really well for those people who stayed in the fringe meetings. And just to say, there's still quite a few people coming in, and I don't want to start Equality Day till we've got more or less everyone in the room.
Well, there's the southwest and the northwest.
Before you start,
Oh, just wait. Right, there's a couple of lost and found. Right, there was a pair of glasses found. Has anyone lost the glasses that were left in the room? Yeah, Kevin, see the guy walking there with the white shirt? He's got them. Right, if you can see him.
It's their own regional secretary.
I hope there is glasses after all that. Right. Apparently a nice Parker pen got left on the rostrum. You sure? Otherwise I'll keep it. Oh, are you the pen? As well as finding someone else's glasses? Right, well done. It's not gold plated. Do not.
an excuse to come on. Already checked.
Right. That's all the lost and found done for this morning. Right, before I go on to my introduction, just a couple of things. Right, apparently the cash machine at Tesco Express, if anyone's been using it, it takes your card, but it's not giving you money out, and it's taking money off your accounts. So just be careful what cash machines you're using. Obviously, it's been reported to the Tesco people, but it's happened to a couple of delegates. So just make sure, you know what I mean, you're getting your money for house, otherwise you'll have to deal with your bank. Right? And everyone on there will work on notes. If anyone wants anything announced, long as it's sensible, send me up a note. So the first one I've got at the moment is birthday wishes to Simon Edwards. Happy birthday, Simon. Where is he? Is he here? Yay! 50 again. Right. If everyone's settled down, thank you in terms of being here prompt. Just a very brief introduction into Equality Day. I mean, equality issues have been on the agenda for as long as I've been in the union. But sometimes with separate conferences, we end up debating issues in different places without all of us in the same place. And as I said yesterday, equality is for everyone. If you're in a workplace and someone comes and asks you a question, you don't just go, oh, go the equality person. You need to be able to understand what's going on to help them and then to point people in the right direction. So it was planned in 2020 that we would have the Equality Day, and obviously with COVID and the lockdown that didn't happen. So as Kate will say, it's been 2 years in the making, but we have brought together motions, speakers that I think will be informative. We'll gauge how we're going along on the day in terms of times, and if I can, I will open up some of the speakers to questions if we've got time. But in terms of the agenda, it really is an informative agenda and really exciting. So I hope you enjoy what's being planned. And we're going to move on in terms of the agenda to the first Equality Day and the first Equality Occasion. And I'm going to ask Fevzi to introduce. We can give February a clap.
Good morning. Morning conference and welcome to Equality Day. It gives us a great pleasure to introduce the first act, if you like. We've got Potent Whisper who's going to put on a performance for you this morning. As Jane has alluded, it's been kind of 3 years in the making because Potent Whisper was going to address you all in 2020 and obviously the pandemic put paid to that. But we have made it here today in 2022. Potent Whisper is one of the most respected spoken word artists in his industry, and I'd be grateful if you could give him a warm welcome.
Welcome, Potent Whisper.
Good morning, family, pure love and respect. I want to start by saying how properly honoured I feel to be here with you all today, to share the space with you and to address you in this way. So given that it's Equality Day, I thought I'd start by asking, what is equality? Now, there's a lot of different ways to answer that question, but today there's a single point I'd like to raise, a common misconception which deserves our full attention, that equality means treating people all the same. Now, everybody here, I think, is clear about our policy. We will fight for equal rights at work with no apologies. We're anti-racist, anti-transphobic and misogyny. We're anti-every prejudice because we're pro-equality. For all ages and races, all colours of faces, all different religions, whatever their faith is, all genders, no gender, whatever their trade is, all people are equal, whatever the case is. But whenever bosses seem to talk about equality, I'm not always sure that they explored the issue properly. I mean, anyone who claims they care about a fair and just terrain also has to recognise and contemplate difference. Sometimes treating everybody all the same, in a way, contributes to an unjust system. For example, imagine you're an employer, and this year has been a winner. Your staff have worked so hard, and so you take them out for dinner. You consider yourself a fair boss, and fairness is the main thing, so you treat them equally and order them the same thing. You're all going to have pork, potatoes, and vegetables. Delectable. The problem is, of course, that every person there is different. They have different diets, allergies, and dispositions. John's a vegetarian, Michelle has health conditions, and Abdul simply can't eat pork because of his religion. Malik couldn't come at all because he had the kids at home. You presumed that he was free and didn't really think to phone. Ellen texts to say that she's outside. So why is she still there? Because the place she chose to eat can't seat her wheelchair. That's not an equal situation. You denied participation. The decisions that you made were indirect discrimination. You treated people equally, but what you didn't seem to see is every person's circumstance demands consideration. A diverse team is made up of many different people, and being the same is not the same thing as being equal. That's why it's so important we treat people individually, according to their own specific needs and their abilities. So how do we do that? Well, the first step is recognizing everyone is different. So don't decide what's best for them. Take time to listen. Invite your staff at every chance to share their own position. Involve them, consult them on every key decision. Ask them what they need from you and how they view equality. Take time to work with them. Let them shape policy. Equality is the process, not just the final aim. So treat people equally. Don't treat them all the same.
Well, thank you. Right, what a way to start and what a talent in terms of his ability to connect the poetry, the politics and the issue. I think it's fantastic and I've enjoyed all the work the Equality Department have been doing with artists and with other people who are creative, and that is really good because we have so many people who are in our workplaces who are creative, who do other stuff out of work, and why wouldn't we embrace that? So again, let's give Potent Whisper a really, really warm thank you. Right, it's with great pleasure and honour I'm going to ask Kate Hudson, National Officer, to address you. Kate Hudson, your Equality, Education and Development Officer.
Well, I know how George feels waiting 2 years to do your thing. So, President, Conference, good morning and welcome. Conference, when deciding what I wanted to speak on today, a number of things ran through my mind on how even where to start. And I got to thinking, today is a day of firsts. The first time our conference has a full day committed to all things equality, with keynote speakers, motions, and most importantly, where we will create policy. And a first for the CWU, that equality isn't being spoken about in side rooms or forums where only of a section of this union will listen to the debate, but in a main room as one union, debating and discussing equality and inequalities as we should, to bring solutions that will carry much needed change. Conference, change can only come from within, and only by us all working together can we make the CWU a more progressive and diverse union. Over the last 2 years or so, we have seen so many changes and been through so much. Never did we think it would be 2 years before we were back at conference and back in Bournemouth. Never did we anticipate the COVID pandemic that we initially watched across the world through our television screens like a movie before it hit us full force and ultimately reshaped our lives. Many of us have lost friends, loved ones, and we have all had our own personal challenges whilst working, living, and for some, fighting through COVID. The pandemic has left a long-term legacy that has changed lives forever, the world of work forever, whilst unfolding in its path, it has highlighted significant inequalities for many. People with disabilities have been 11 times more likely to die of COVID, and many have suffered at the hands of this Tory government and employers who refuse to enhance employment protections and social benefits. Black, Asian, and people of ethnicity were left overexposed, underprotected, and glaringly overlooked. More women than men lost their jobs, were made redundant, furloughed, or dropped out of the labour market because many were forced to take unpaid leave due to weak flexibility employment rights. And many in the LGBT+ community became isolated with negative impacts on their mental health, safety, and access to services. However, we can't forget conference. Even before the pandemic, our workplaces were, and still for some, remain horribly unequal. 4 in 10 people with disabilities who ask for reasonable adjustments at work fail to get any or only get some of the adjustments that are needed. Black people are more likely to be unemployed as white people, with over a third of black workers in work reported to have been bullied, abused, or experienced racial discrimination by their employer. Over half of working women in the UK experience sexual harassment at work, and 2 in 5 LGBT+ workers are the target of negative comments or conduct from colleagues at work. And 1 in 3 trans people face the same abuse and discrimination every day at work. And if that wasn't enough, we now are seeing this Tory government create another divisive law. The direct government attack on the trans community has been clearer in the very recent announcement on the outrageous practice of conversion therapy, which is going to be banned. But now they're saying there is an exemption in place, which allows this practice to still be targeting the trans community. I say to you today, conference, this trade union stands fully behind our trans members and the wider trans community. It's not good enough, and I could use the whole of my speech telling you what is wrong with the world and what needs to be changed. But I know I am in the right room when I say we need a more equal society, we have a lot more to do, and in building collectivism, we must fight for equality, protest, and demand a better world for all. And our demands are not a voice alone. They are a call for real change. We have seen public protests over the murder of George Floyd, the mobilisation of the Black Lives Matter movement, and the demands for racial equality and an end to institutional racism. We've seen the public outcry over the death of Sarah Everard, Nicole Smallman, Beba Henry, Sabiba Nessa, and so many, many more women who have fell victim to violence and abuse by men. We came together in London on the 19th of March with unions, workers and members of the public to condemn racism across the globe and say enough is enough. And we will see it again on June the 18th when we take to the streets and demand a new deal for working people. We have to make a difference for those who follow, for those who are being let down by their employers, and for those being let down by this Tory government. Because if we don't stand up, who will? Many CWU reps have been before us in this hall today, stood at this very rostrum and fought for better. And I say to all of you who have came before, thank you. And to those that are in the hall today, to all of our CWU representatives, I say to you, this is our time to shape the future. Our time is now. No matter how big or small, we make a difference. We must continue to stand up because equality for all matters. To deliver true change, we also need to be honest with ourselves as a union. And sometimes I get that's not easy. But if we truly want to learn about the culture of our union, we have to listen to our representatives and we have to listen to their experiences. To lift barriers, you've got to recognise them. And we have to be mentors and we have to be allies. In the past 2 years, the NEC has had many progressive discussions and debates. And I am really pleased and really proud to sit on an executive that is absolutely clear that we do have to look at ourselves and we do have to be open about what we can do better. And that's what is Key Conference, focusing on building the new within our own union rather than fighting the old. By bringing in a number of changes to our structures, we have set out new ways of working. Although I'm the first to admit, initially hampered by the pandemic, our NEC equality leads, regional equality leads, assistant regional secretaries are now meeting regularly, and over the last few months we have mapped out our priority work for the coming year. Following conference, another addition that's been brought in through redesign, we will start to organise our two-day equality event for 2023. Last year, we launched CWU Unlock, our first ever CWU website dedicated to CWU members who want to learn more, who want to know how to become active in the union. And it's the hardest thing to do, conference, to strip back everything you know about the CWU and put yourself back in that position of when you first became active or when you were a member and how to get involved and what you needed to know. But the website does give members advice, and since its launch, over 400 members have signed up to express an interest in becoming more involved in the CWU, some of whom I know are now representatives. But this work is by no means done, and we want you to work with us on building the foundations of Unlock and how we can build our union more. Following a review of the mentoring exchange scheme, we have last week relaunched. The renewed scheme has purposely been structured to allow mentors and mentees the ability to balance busy work schedules and properly plan for mentoring initiatives. In addition, all national officers, all heads of departments, national executive members, including TNFS and Postal, have been asked to join the scheme as mentors, so that we have a pool of mentors that can inspire the next generation and help new representatives come through our union. With the emerging evidence of the rise in violence against women and girls, and in the wake of the TUC's Just a Bit of Banter study on sexual harassment in the workplace, the CWU has been one of the first affiliated TUC unions to carry out an independent sexual harassment review. Our review has looked in depth at our internal complaints procedures, including any associated complaint reporting mechanisms. We have looked at training provisions and other initiatives, including our rulebook. We now have 9 recommendations that we are working through from that review, and we are also working with specialist sexual harassment legal experts. This work will change the way we set out our complaints in the future. This work will change the culture of this union and will strengthen and promote our position that anybody who suffers from sexual harassment can step forward, can be confident in the policies and procedures of this union. We will stamp out the silence surrounding such cases and strengthen and solidify there is no place for sexual harassment in any workplace where CWU reps are present and in the CWU. Focusing on our 4 key areas around our anti-racism strategy, our aim is to change the narrative around race and class, fight for racial equality through better black leadership and representation, and work better together within our union structures and empower communities. By building awareness and changing attitudes through education, and by improving our visual support internationally. We have built on this framework, and we have created a base for change that will work towards building a more inclusive union that delivers improved policies and outcomes for our members and a better society for all. We also know that in order to be an effective democratic union, we must be reflective of our membership. This is why, over the past 2 years, we have refocused our attention towards achieving proportional representation, producing annual data reports, which is looking at the makeup of our membership and activist rates, so we have been able to measure ourselves robustly year on year. I am pleased to report that we have now expanded on the data we publish, and in some areas we are changing the path of decline to one of growth. In 2021, we introduced rule changes to increase the representation of women, BAME and LGBT+ strands on our national executive. Our NEC has never been so diverse, and we are better for it. Conference, we may have had over 2 years of COVID. Believe me when I say this was not the start I anticipated in this role. However, I am still pleased of what we have achieved, but I am the first to stand here and tell you we haven't even scratched the surface, where I want and where we need to be as a union. There's too much to fight for, and we must. We all have a role to play in our communities, in the wider movement, and in the workplace. When we find a problem, we must continue to do what we do best, seek solutions. Never underestimate the work you do every day, because everything that you do matters. Equality matters. We have so many challenges ahead. Our remit is wide, but we all believe in the right to stand up and be counted, to be heard, because we believe in the power of a trade union. And there is power in the union. There's power in this union. There's power in the CWU. Never forget conference in your regions, your branches, and your workplaces. Whatever role you hold, the power of this union is you. Enjoy the day.
Thanks, Case. Right, I'm looking around the room and I'm going to ask someone for some assistance. Right, it seems to be the chairs that I put out yesterday for the speakers have been removed. Right, so can someone go and get me 5 chairs on that side and 2 on there? Right, for the speakers. I know I'm just looking at anyone, otherwise I'll go and get them myself. I can chair conference, but I can't do every single thing around conference. Right. We're on the motions, and we're on page 37, section 1F. Right, we'll just wait. Thanks everyone for that. And then, if someone, because we're having difficulty with people waiting to come up and walk up here, if someone on that side who's able to, can they just put me 2 chairs out on the row there? Right, okay. We're on motion 35. Standing in the name of Greater London Combined, can the mover and seconder come down? Maria? Thanks everyone for doing that for me. I tell you, we're not match fit. I just sat there and looked at my door. We haven't got any chairs. Okay, Maria, over to you.
Okay. Yeah, thanks, Jane. Chair, conference, Maria Exel from Greater London Combined branch, moving motion 35. The commitment to ban conversion therapy was made by the government over 4 years ago. And since then, there's been delay and delay. And worse, they have been using the discussion around the issue to create division amongst working people, using LGBT people, our lives, our rights, for their divide and rule tactics. But at last, after twists and turns, the government has published its proposals for legislation. However, there's a major flaw. It doesn't include trans people in the proposal. And there's also a concerted campaign from various powerful people to attack the proposed law as a whole, or at least create more exemptions. Conference, the use of such an important issue to create division, to pick on people who are some of the most marginalised in our society, is a low, even for the Tories. Our focus as a union and our focus as a movement should be to achieve the banning of conversion therapy. It's long overdue. It's a practice which grooms LGBT people to hate themselves. People who are at their most vulnerable are made to feel that they have shame and self-hatred. It can cause long-standing impact on people's happiness and their mental health. It can lead to suicide and self-harm. We are asking the NEC to support a ban that is inclusive. It's not enough for it just to be for LGBT people. It's got to include trans people as well. As a lesbian, I am proud to stand in total solidarity with our trans and non-binary siblings. We need a ban that is fair to all. There has been lobbying against the proposed law from anti-trans groups who have been in full cry, using many of the tropes that they used in the 1980s against gay people. It's a terrible thing that they're raising that again. But we've all moved on. TUC policy, CWU policy, as Kate has explained, is for civil rights for trans people, for trans trade unionists and trans people in our communities. Some religious groups have been lobbying against the conversion therapy ban, but they are outliers. The Synod of the Church of England, no less, supports a ban, as do the leaders of many of the other faith groups. And they support a ban because they recognise that conversion therapy is about fostering hate, and the better part of religious tradition is about love and not hate. We as LGBT people deserve a safe environment to grow up and live our lives in freedom and hope. There's still lots of homophobia, biphobia, as well as transphobia out there, and we need to challenge it, and we need to challenge it as a union. But conversion therapy is a big stumbling block. It's a big block to actually challenging that because it encourages homophobia, biphobia, and transphobia. Conversion therapy is a practice that has to be stopped. We have to play our part in it. Please support our motion.
Thanks, Maria. Seconder.
Thank you, Jane. John Monk, Capital Branch, seconding motion number 35. Those of you who have been regular attendees at the former LGBT conference will know quite a lot about this motion because it's been brought to that conference many, many times, similar motions, and likewise it's actually come to General Conference as well. So it's been going on for a long time, as Maria highlighted. And actually, we've also spoken about it at the TUC LGBT conference as well, both Maria and myself, and other delegates as well. Conversion therapy attempts to change and suppress a person's sexuality or gender identity. Back in 2017, the government announced that they were going to have a survey, which they did, and the results of the survey spoke about the different practices on conversion therapy and the difficulties people have afterwards. So they announced they'd have a ban of the practices in 2018. Oh, sorry. This process has been, the promises have been reiterated by Boris Johnson in July 2020, as he called the practices against, sorry of my writing, there's no place in the country for such practices, but of course we all know what a lie he is. In November last year, the government published proposals to ban conversion therapy yet again, and that was in the Queen's speech, and that reiterated the plans to ban. However, Liz Truss, who was the Women's and Equality Minister at the time, stated that although the government was committed to stamping out the practices, she added that any ban would have to take place following further consultation with the public and with other stakeholders. Last year, this year, they've retracted the ban, saying that they were looking at prevention in other forms, so not actually having new legislation on the issue. There was a backlash from LGBT groups, and they backtracked again, but this time they said that the ban would be for lesbian, gays and bisexuals. Our trans brothers and sisters weren't included. So it's just a mess. It's been going on for so long. We need to sort something out about it. And the government have been nobbled by far-right religious organisations in the UK, and also the religious right within the Tory party. I don't have time to actually talk about too much about the conversion practices, but if you Google the names of Jane Azane, Matthew Draper, have a look at their experiences. It's very, very scary what they've gone through with the conversion practices. The World Health Organization removed homosexuality from the International Classification of Diseases in 1990, but 32 years later, attempts to cure us still exist and are still legal. Please support the ban. Please support the motion.
Thanks, John. Motion 35 is open to debate. Would you like to come down? Yeah. I'll take yourself as the first speaker, seeing so you've come up so quick. Sorry. Right, and if the other people can come down. Is there anyone on this side? Yeah? Do you want to come down? There is 2 seats there, if that makes it easier for you onto the rostrum. Okay.
Hello everyone, I am Simon Carmichael, Deputy Secretary of the section of the Northern Ireland Telecoms branch. First time conference attendee, first time speaker. Pretty nervous, but if you can pick up the accent, you're probably nervous listening to it, so we'll get through together. I'm also the Regional LGBTQ Equality Officer for Northern Ireland and the Mental Health Lead for Telecoms in Northern Ireland. But outside of the CWU, I also work part-time as a psychotherapist at a community counselling agency. Being a non-binary trans person and a therapist, I have a particular gripe with the government's decision on flip-flopping on conversion therapy and then flip-flopping again to exclude trans and non-binary people from it. What I would like to share today is a very brief consensus of the clinical and the academic professionals and where they come on conversion therapy as a whole. And bluntly, it doesn't exist. There's no such thing as conversion therapy. The British Association of Counselling and Psychotherapy, the BACP, is the largest professional body for counsellors and psychotherapists in the United Kingdom. They issued a Memorandum of Understanding on conversion therapy, which was updated earlier this year in response to the government's decision. This memorandum outlines that the government's own research says that it's not possible to change a person's sexuality or gender identity through therapeutic means, and it is entirely unethical to do so because it violates many of the ethical principles in their framework, as well as the core conditions of counselling itself: empathy, non-judgmentality, and genuineness. This memorandum was countersigned by many of the other counselling agencies of the United Kingdom, including the National Counselling Society, the British Association of Behavioural and Cognitive Psychotherapists, and the Association of Christian Counsellors. It was also co-signed by the British Psychological Society and the Royal College of Psychiatrists. It's a very broad consensus, and it is agreed by fairly much everyone involved in the overseeing of the industry. It was also co-signed by the NHS in England, Wales, and Scotland. Northern Ireland is noticeably missing, but our mental health provisions are so bad, there's no danger of anyone getting any kind of therapy, never mind conversion therapy in Northern Ireland. The NHS themselves also have trans healthcare guidelines that specifically include extensive psychotherapy as part of the provision of trans healthcare to ensure that people are making the right decisions if they choose to undergo transition. Given all this, I would re-emphasize that there is no such thing as conversion therapy. It is a euphemism for abuse. And I would ask that the people at this conference listen to the consensus of professionals, both clinical and academic, and trans, non-binary, gay, lesbian, and bisexual people ourselves. Do not listen to right-wing propaganda. Do not listen to religious fundamentalists. And please accept this motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Simon. What an excellent first speech. Can people remember the speaking cards as well?
Chair Conference, Sheila Spiggins, North West Women's Lead and North West number 1, Branch Equality and Women's Officer. Conversion therapy is a global problem, practiced in more than 69 countries, that causes severe physical and psychological suffering to its victims. Imagine if you had to go to conversion therapy for supporting Man United or voting Tory. Actually, that's a bad example. Imagine if you had to go because of the colour of your skin or your eyes, or because you stopped growing before, like me, society deemed you adult size. It's unscientific and it violates the global ban on torture and ill treatment. You don't need to agree or understand the issues of the LGBT+ community, but everyone should have the right to be true to themselves and live in their own shell as they choose to live. Based on the extreme and often unimaginable human suffering caused by the conversion therapy, we must all support this motion. Conference, I support this motion.
Thanks, Sheila. Ross?
Madam Chair, conference, comrades, I'm going to go off script slightly to begin with and say thank you to Kate for a fabulous speech. I just lost a bet because of you and I couldn't be happier, so thank you. Right, here we go. This motion was eminently worthwhile and laudable even before the recent UK government U-turns and attempts to insert exemptions or caveats to the proposed ban. Instead of a blanket criminalisation of the abhorrent and damaging processes called conversion therapy, now if, like me, you are a trans person, you can still be subjected to this abomination. If these exemptions are allowed to stand, then in effect I, and those others of you in the hall who share my experience or something like it, can once again be legally considered mentally ill, curable, even by some possessed of the devil, and subjected to tortures, both mental and physical, in vain attempts to pray away the gay, or return us to normal. And rest assured, comrades, that if these exemptions are allowed to stand, they will, in the course of time, be expanded to include other groups. Immigrants. Has anyone checked yet to see what the official view of conversion therapy is in Rwanda? Bet you haven't. Socialists. After all, who in their right mind would subscribe to such a view of the world, eh? Trade unionists, for surely a desire to make the world in an image other than that of our glorious and benevolent government of whatever colour denotes some sort of mental aberration? Oh yes, conference, I urge you to pass this motion in its entirety and to send the message it contains in the strongest possible terms to the highest echelons of government we can reach. The practice of conversion therapy, however mild and well-meaning, represents a return of humanity to barbarity and the cruelty of bygone ages, and the past is exactly where such vile and egotistical thinking belongs. We are better than this, and now is the time to stand up and show that fact to those who would drag us down and make us criminals once again, just for being us. I urge you to support this motion. Thank you.
Right, I've got one other speaker over here. Is there anyone else who wants to enter the debate? Okay.
President, conference. Keith Tyrrell on behalf of South East Anglia branch, rising to fully support this motion 35, and thank you to GLC for bringing it to conference. Yes, totally agree with the mover. This is a hateful therapy, making people feel guilty about when all they have done is to fall in love with another human being. What's wrong with that? Any treatment that attempts to suppress, cure or change an individual's sexual orientation or gender identity is an abhorrent, it's an abuse, and it must be banned in every setting to everyone subjected to it. Without this ban, conversion practice will continue and put our communities at risk of lifelong psychological damage. Conference, please support. Thank you.
Damien? Is there anyone else? Right. I got the seat sorted, Damien. I need to get your card sorted. I'm trying my hardest.
I had to go that way because I can't bend down that far.
Yeah.
Chair Conference, I've recently been involved in LGBT issues. I've got the honour of representing London Region at the TUC and also on the MPC Working Party for the LGBT. I have a friend in that group called Fee, and she's trans. She had to spend 2 years proving that she was trans before she could have the operation and before she could get the treatment to complete her physical change. She's always been a female and in a male body, but she's always been a female and had to struggle with it all her life. One of the things that she went through was the religious issue to go and try and make her normal, if you like. And she was thrown in a swimming pool, and people around the swimming pool were praying for her to get the gay out of her. And you can't call it abuse. I don't think that's a strong enough word. I think it's torture, physical, mental. It's out and out torture, and it's legalised. It has to be stopped. People have to be what they are, and you can't help being what you are, nor should you apologise for being what you are. Right? You're people. You've got to be loved, liked, sometimes hated for what you are. Ros mentioned Rwanda. Priti Patel gets her way, asylum seekers will be sent to Rwanda. Now, if you happen to be LGBT and you get sent to Rwanda, that's a death sentence. It's got to stop. We've got to get it right for our trans people as well. It's taken years, and I hate to say this because the Tory was involved, but Theresa May was going to ban conversion therapy. And Boris and his mob got in, and they went back on it. Pressure has put them now on that position where they're going to ban it, but not for our trans. It's got to be stopped. To support this motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Damien. I'm going to call Jason Reynolds on behalf of the National Executive. Jason.
Good morning, Conference, President. Jason Reynolds, rising on behalf of the NEC to support Motion 35. I would like to thank the branch for putting this forward, plus everyone else that has come up and spoken so passionately on this. A recent Stonewall Health report found that 5% of people had been pressured to access services to question or change their sexual orientation while trying to get healthcare services. This number rises to 9% of people from a BAME background aged between 18 to 24. 8% of disabled people. 20% of trans people. These therapies can include corrective rape, pain-inducing aversion therapy, being induced to ingest purifying substances, and as we've heard, being prayed over. All of this leads people to self-harming, depression, and even contemplating suicide. This harmful practice, no one should be told that their identity is something that can be cured. This harmful practice, which will hopefully become illegal in the forthcoming Queen's speech. But, as we have heard, there is one group of people that have been missed. Again, our trans colleagues have been excluded from this very important legislation. We must campaign with the TUC to change this and make the government include everyone. This should be banned. Conference, please support.
There's been no opposition, so no right to reply. I'm going to put motion 35 to you. All those in favour, please show. Down. Those against? That's carried unanimously. Thank you, Conference. We move on to motion 36. Can I have the mover and seconder? Paul, if there's, sorry, not Paul. If there's a seconder, move on down.
President, before I start, hello Mary, hello Emma. I hope everyone's watching. Anyway, President, Conference, Willie Marshall, Scott number 2, to move composite motion 36. The name of my branch, Scott number 2. Conference, prostate cancer affects 1 in 8 men, with our black male colleagues 1 in 4. The older you are, the higher the risk, so early diagnosis can be life-changing. Every one of these men is a special father, grandfather, son, brother, husband, uncle, friend, comrade. Take you in my story. I got cancer of the larynx back in 1997. And in the words of Elton John, I'm still standing, and hopefully I'll get it. Although in the hospital they tell me I only had 25 years. Oh, you're doing well. So I don't know if what do you mean by that?
Great to see you, Willie.
Anyway, last year, sadly I was diagnosed with prostate cancer. Now, if I hadn't been for my daughter getting in touch with the doctor's surgery, because she was getting concerned with getting up at night quite a lot, I probably wouldn't have went. Anyway, I got checked out, got a PSA test, and it was extremely high. So then I went to the next part, checked out, and eventually a biopsy, and yeah, I had prostate cancer in my prostate. But hopefully, I'm after radiotherapy, I'm now on HRT, so if I'm sweating, it's no nerves, it's HRT, which I understand people want you to change. Anyway, colleagues, 28% of males admit not being comfortable asking medical professional questions. just for one who I slightly forgot. I've got one of my colleagues sitting in our delegation whose father went along with his wife about 20 years ago to a well women clinic, and just so happened there was a well man clinic going on, and they took part of it, and lo and behold, he was discovered to have prostate cancer. Anyway, 20 years later, he's still with us, thank God. Also, 49% of men admit burying their heads in the sand when it comes to health-related matters. A third of men, as happened to me, my daughter, admit their partner persuaded them to see the doctor. Conference, we have screening for bowel cancer, breast cancer, cervical cancer, so why not prostate cancer? A simple PSA test can detect early signs, and many men are unaware of this. You can actually ask your doctor, or try, you may not. When I was there a number of years ago, I was checked for it. They said, your prostate is enlarged, but that's as far as I went. So when I got diagnosed, they said, you probably had it for maybe 2 to 3 years. In East Anglia University, I've created a fine-tuned urine test, and seemingly it can identify men, which is taking a urine sample. It's with the media high risk, although I'm still on trial. Hopefully they'll come online sometime. They say the PSA blood test is not accurate enough. Well, it certainly was for me. And my biggest hope over the next number of years is saving men's lives by raising awareness. Please support the National Screening Programme, and please to help all men 50 and over. Conference, by carrying this motion, we could help save lives. Please carry unanimously. I move.
Thanks. Thanks, William. We wish you all the best.
Conference, Des Gibbons rises to second motion 36 on behalf of the Nottingham branch. Chair, Conference, as part of Equality Month in 2021, myself along with fellow disability lead Jeff Till took part in a prostate cancer webinar with a representative from Prostate Cancer UK, Liber Hughes. It became clear as the discussion developed that there was a certain course of action that needed to be taken. And we made it an action point to bring such a motion to conference. We noted that there was a need to create a more robust screening process to check for early signs of prostate cancer. We noted that there were already screening processes available for men for various life-threatening conditions. Conference, between the ages of 40 to 74, invitations are sent out by the NHS for a free health check, and then these are repeated for the following 5 years. This, for example, would be an ideal opportunity to provide and offer a simple PSA blood test. We also noted that men at the age 60 to 74 are tested for bowel cancer, and every 2 years are invited by new NHS to carry on that screening. Also, men aged 64 are invited by the NHS to be tested for abdominal aortic aneurysm. And of course, we are all aware of the tremendous success of the COVID vaccination, particularly where the most vulnerable were screened and vaccinated as a priority. Conference, in closing, as mentioned in the motion before you, we are all aware of the groups most at risk. This motion calls for a more proactive approach to best support those at greater risk from prostate cancer. Conference, please support.
Thanks, Des. Motion 36 is open to debate. Yeah, do you want to come down? Yourself? Yeah. If you all come over here, I'll take... Not you. The other guy behind. You're the first speaker. Yeah, and then you lot can all fight over each other. Anyone else? Yeah?
Chair Conference, Nigel Bailey, South East Anglia branch, should support the motion. It doesn't take very long to have a prostate test. In fact, it probably takes longer to say prostate test than it does to have it done. But there still seems to be some sort of a stigma that men seem to have against it. Please, it doesn't hurt. It takes seconds to get done, and it could save your life. There's also my little badge, Men United, which is a charity to do with prostate cancer. Please look into that. You get a nice badge, if nothing else, out of it. A few years ago, a good friend of mine, his daughter phoned me and said, Dad's in the hospice. I hadn't seen him for quite some time, sadly. And it turns out that Keith had prostate cancer. He had had a few problems and was so frightened he didn't go to his doctor. By the time he did actually go, it was too late to do anything. I then saw Keith in a hospice. He was so drugged up on painkillers, he was unconscious. But if he was conscious, I would have called him a bloody idiot for not going. We had that sort of relationship. Even on his deathbed, we could have taken the mickey out of him and he would have taken the mickey back. Keith didn't survive. I lost a good friend to prostate cancer. Please do not be one of those statistics ever again. Get yourself a test. Thank you for your time.
Morning, conference, Chair. First time speaker. I've been coming many years now. I always vowed I'd never, ever stand on this podium. And I can assure you this is the first time and the last time. But I felt so passionate about prostate cancer. Think that helps? Sorry, Jane.
I do try.
I sadly lost one of my friends many years ago, so I was quite aware of prostate cancer. And then quite recently, luckily, I've got a nagging wife who works as a paramedic, and she nags and nags and nags. But I've got to say, I'm quite pleased she did nag on this occasion. She encouraged me to go to the doctors, which was really, really embarrassing. But I've got to say, it's easier to go to the doctors than stand on here. So, any of you guys, please go to the doctors. It is embarrassing. It don't take 2 minutes to get done. And if you could save one bloke's life standing up, going to the doctors, I'd be chuffed to bits. So please support this motion wholeheartedly.
Thanks, Liam. I'm sure you'll be back on that rostrum now again, every year. Sorry, I need tissues.
Chair Conference, on behalf of the Plymouth and East Como branch, to support motion 36. It's called the silent killer. You don't realise you have it. Conference, I've seen this firsthand, this dreadful disease. Many of my friends have died through it. One recently has just had an operation. And he tells me now he has to get up every hour in the night. Why? Because there is no screening test, and so wasn't caught early enough. Unless you can see a doctor, which nowadays is hard enough as it is. You can have a PSA test, prostate-specific antigen test. And if the blood test shows above a 4 NGL, then you need further investigation. You can pay for this also private, colleagues, £85 and above. Why should you? It should be on NHS. Conference, this affects so many men from 50 onwards. If these tests were in place, it could save thousands of lives. So, Conference, let's get behind this excellent motion and save lives. Thank you, Conference.
Is there any more indications? Okay. I've got 3 more speakers after Chad.
Chair, Conference, Chair Croom, South Central Postal rising to support this composite motion. The previous speaker unfortunately stole some of my points, so I'm going to have to make a few up. But one thing I'm not going to make up is the fact that cervical screening has been a success, and it's been a success for many years. And there's hundreds and thousands, if not millions, of women that are still alive today because of screening. And although I'm aware, as I approach 50, a few years off, but not too many, but I'm aware of PSA testing, and I will be getting tested. But I know when this motion was put to the Retired Members Conference, and I said, because it didn't get it got carried, but not to come to the conference, I said to our branch that we need to be raising this issue. And within that discussion, there was reps within our branch that thought it was automatic, that GPs wrote out to men over 50 to invite them for PSA testing. So that's how important this is. We need to be driving it. We need to be leading it within the trade union movement to make sure that it becomes a matter of course that every man over the age of 50 and those at higher risk at 45 are tested and caught early so that they can be saved and be here in a few years' time as well. So with that, I support. Thank you.
Thanks, Chad.
President, Conference, Andy Morey, to support the motion. On the 5th of November 2019, I had a prostatectomy. Prior to that, 2 years before that, I had the symptoms of incontinence, especially late in the day, the urge to go to the bathroom every night, every couple of hours. Anyway, I ignored it. That's typical Morey, that is. You know, I'm all right, don't... But the reality was completely different, and I had prostate cancer. I had the operation, and I was very fortunate because the actual cancer was still contained within the sac that surrounds the prostate. And I would say, and I've seen people over many years, colleagues that we've known here, that have died of prostate cancer. It leaks out, and once it leaks out, it can infect the whole body and we lose great colleagues. Now, I think, I was listening to Ben, he seems the branch secretary of Bristol there. He's a statistics man, and I'm interested in statistics myself to a certain degree. And I worked out in my own branch that if you do a rough calculation that 60%, let's say 60% of my branch are males, the other 40% are females. And when you work the calculation out on that motion there, that 1 in 8 of us in this room, males, will get prostate cancer. And what that works out at, in my own branch, in a lifetime, 450 male members will get prostate cancer. Now, what this motion is saying, and we're all to blame, I think it's a generational thing in some respects, that we don't go to the doctor. We do feel embarrassed. But I tell you what, when you think about all the ones that love you, and the emotion of all of that, go to the GP, get these tests done, and we should mount a serious campaign to get that in place. Now, one of the things in the workplace that I've had, and I'm sorry if I go over, but one of the things in the workplace I've had 2 or 3 intense arguments with managers refusing to allow our members to go for the PSA test in work time. Sorted it all out, but I tell you this, it makes me very angry that we are in this situation. So what I'm saying really is that we should, and it's an ongoing thing as well, because once you've had the cancer and you have the PSA test, you've got to carry on having the PSA tests. Initially every 3 months, 6 months, and then after that, every year. And I would say, get it on the NHS. Let's have those tests. Let's save lives. Let's protect our people. I support. Thank you.
Thanks, Andy. Ryan.
Ryan Rochester, Secretary, Coventry. I'm actually coming up to speak about something I know about this time. I've got all 3 parts of this prop here. I'm black, my dad had prostate cancer, and I'm over bloody 50. I have to thank the NHS for saving my life. I have to thank the NHS for allowing them to know, so I could know my own grandchildren. I have to thank them for giving me the ability to be here today to talk to you all. Just a little bit of advice. Drink water, and drink some more water. After that, flush, flush, flush. Test, test, test. Men, invest in yourselves. Women, don't let the men hide. I think the campaign starts here today, in earnest, and it would be great if you could talk to the person next to you and say, have you been tested? You don't have to always get the answer, and people don't have to give their medical information, but you know what? It makes them think, makes somebody move. That's where the campaign is, from brother to sister, from sister to brother, from brother to brother, from sister to sister. We have to talk, we have to campaign, and we have to encourage people to save our lives. As I said today, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for understanding what happened to my father, if it wasn't to listen to members within this floor. So, just to finish, I'd like to say, men have the balls to get tested. It's a technical medical term. I'm a survivor and I'm a thriver. Thank you for listening.
Chair, Conference, Colin Bell. Give thanks and grand rising to you all today, and give thanks to all around us. Just to say thanks very much for Willie and also comrade who spoke earlier with the concerned wife. And we have many, concerned people for all of us, and let's see what we can do moving forward. And age is not the figure here to look at. This prostate cancer is a concern which has been for the CWU, and I'm really glad for the committees who have put this motion here today to move forward to get us all looked at as men, and it's ages, all ages. I was fortunate enough to remember Leicester Black Workers Conference, Linda Keats, may she rest in peace, and the concerns, what she always was standing up for, many things for all of us. And equality, very, very important, it affects all. And as you know, there's always that one person who always put their head above, and Linda was one of them, and we had the prostate there spoken at Black Workers Conference. And after that, I thought to myself, I must go back and be the example and ask, you're going to demand things, but it's such a shame, to be tested. And I don't know whether There's being of the colour I am with my lovely melanated skin, and I don't know about youthfulness, but maybe how I looked, went to GP, never saw her before, but but we don't normally do this. And, well, okay, but I want it because I've got to be an example to my colleagues and friends who I meet as I go about my life. And, okay, and there's no embarrassment, brothers, right, in this. It's got to be done because you don't want to leave your loved ones, right, with the concern and the life after, which is to be had. So I had it done, and that was nice. But as I say, that thing of you're not of age, right? So what is the age? There isn't any age. And as you know, with melanated people, it's 1 in 4, looking at the chances. So the 1 in 8 you had, my lovely comrade just spoke before, Ryan mentioned 1 in 8. But come back down to melanated people, it's 1 in 4, right? And even younger. So we've got to look at that being done. And when I've been out in the workplace and I speak to comrades and it's like, they're more interested in West Enders or Coronation Street, I'm thinking, are you serious? And not even aware. And we've got to be aware of this in all our health, from Ryan saying about drink water, just do the things, and this is what we've got to do. And the females that are among, you came from a man, be in touch with them, and we can speak to them more, right? All ages, just be concerned. And I'm going to end it there, conference, so thank you very much. I'm reminding you and remind me to go and have mine done. Thank you.
Rise. I know there's a couple of more hands up. Can you come down? I said I'd manage the day, and I will, but I will want to bring the next motion up as well so we complete the motion. So if we can just be mindful of that. David?
Hi, David James, South East Wales, and Mal, rising to support the motion. I'm up here really, I've had the operation and I've survived this, so, you know, I don't want to applaud, it was what it was. But equally, in Wales, we have a Labour government, and we've been going round with our colleagues from Gwentham, talking with Prostrate Cymru and going to our delivery offices. And I think there's 5 people who I know have had treatment after they've been informed about prostate cancer. Not by us, by the professionals. And I think that's the benefit of having a Labour government, is that they're proactive and assisting us in the best way we can. That's all I've come to say is, well, thank you.
Rob Howells, Branch Chair, Cheshire Number, rising to support the motion. It's just to appeal to my male colleagues out here. At the age of 32, I had prostate cancer, testicular cancer, which is an associated condition. We get this thing in our head that these kind of conditions are old men's problems. They're not. I was, believe it or not, I was fit and slim in those days, and a young man. My whole life ahead of me. And it was only because, again, my wife encouraged me to get it checked out and thought, well, something wasn't right. And I had testicular cancer, and had I not been treated at that point, it would have killed me. And I was 32. So it's never too early to get a test. And certain conditions, certain cultural background things will make you more susceptible to it. And it's sometimes, when you talk to people in your family, you find out that there were other relatives, but it was just things that men don't talk about. I think men have to get over themselves a bit and realise prostate cancer and testicular cancer are the male equivalent of breast cancer. And everybody knows somebody who's been through that. And it's just really sort of realising it's not mannish to run away from your health. You're not weak by admitting that there might be something wrong. Nobody's going to think less of you. They're going to be amazed that you had the guts to go and check it out. So I'd encourage people, no matter how young you are, if you think there's something wrong, get it checked.
call in Dave Joyce on behalf of the National Executive. Dave?
Thank you, Chair. Conference. Dave Joyce on behalf of the Executive to wholeheartedly support the motion. Prostate cancer is an important subject matter, and all the speakers that's come to the rostrum have underlined that particular feeling, which is quite clear within our union. And the Health, Safety and Environment Department has done a huge amount of work on campaigning on this over the years, and we want to do that again. Trying to raise awareness amongst regions, branches and members, producing LTBs, fact sheets, posters, leaflets, flyers. In fact, the first prostate cancer campaign we ran was back in 2003, which was the Waterworks campaign. We then ran the Movember Help Save Men's Lives campaign in 2016, and we repeated that in 2017. We then ran the 7 Health Checks for Men Must Do campaign, focusing on prostate cancer in 2018. And in 2019, we ran our Prostate Cancer and Your Risks campaign with a new CW leaflet and information for black workers following the CWU Conference Motion 47, and we launched that at the Black Workers Conference where it was exceptionally well received, I'm pleased to say. The Health and Safety Department, in partnership with the Education, Equalities and Development Department, do intend to run, I've got to speak slower, sorry about that, do intend to run another campaign later this year, and we want the help and the support of every region in making sure that it's effective, because it won't be effective otherwise. We've got to get everybody out there working to get the message across. Before conference, I was in discussions with Prostate Cancer UK to check the up-to-date medical research situation and ask them why is there not a screening programme in place. Prostate cancer is an issue that's dear to our hearts, and certainly for me. We've lost 2 former colleagues. Dave Wald, the former Education and Training Officer, lost his battle against prostate cancer and passed away in 2020. And then, of course, we had our dear friend, the former CW National ROMEC Rep and Chair of the London Postal Engineering Branch, Cyril Onyejekwe, who passed away in 2019 after a long battle with prostate cancer. There is no screening programme at the moment because the prostate cancer situation is the PSA test, according to all the experts, is not a reliable enough test to stand alone for screening. It's an excellent test used in combination with other diagnostics to actually find whether people have got prostate cancer or not, but to stand alone, all the experts in all the charities and the NHS say it's not suitable or reliable enough as a standalone national screening test. So we support the campaign to invest more money, and the charities are doing a fantastic job. They're investing millions to try to find this effective test. We hope that that improved test is not far off, but we do need, as Andy Morey said, we need to raise awareness amongst our members. We need men to be aware and to take care. They're terrible at looking after their own health. Get checked, and if they have the symptoms, then they can have the PSA test, they can have the other diagnostics, and then they can find out whether they've got the cancer or not. So we fully support national screening, we fully support the campaign to get a better test, and we fully support the raising of awareness amongst our members so that we can actually make sure that people find these cancers at an earlier stage and get them dealt with. So support the motion conference, and if those branches and regions are involved in this, meet me outside, I can share some information with you following on from my recent meeting with Prostate Cancer UK. Thank you very much, conference.
Thanks, Dave. I'm going to put motion 36 to you. All those in favour, please show. Down. Those against. That's carried unanimously. And I hope everyone takes the advice of your male colleagues as well. Right, we're on motion 37, Newcastle Amal to move. We'll show the video clip on mainstreaming later.
Chair, conference, is the mic on? Yeah. Chair, conference, Mark Hugel, Newcastle Amal, to move motion 37. Conference, equal pay day fell on the 18th of November last year. According to women's rights campaigning group, the Fawcett Society, the 18th of November marked the point in the year where effectively, on average, women stop earning the same as men and the gender pay gap is increasing. The current UK calculation by Fawcett in November was a shocking 11.9%, an increase from 10.6% the previous year. An increase in the gender pay gap for women is evident in the Organisation for National Statistics Gender Pay Gap in the UK 2021. Fawcett added that the COVID pandemic has made collecting data on the gender pay gap more difficult and is likely to have an impact on inequality in the UK labour market itself. Conference, gender pay gap reporting has been effective in getting big companies to act, but it needs to go much further. What this motion asks for is for the UK government to make employers tackle their gender pay gap by putting in action plans that are mandatory and also sharing their data, as this is a proven way to expose these bogus inequalities in employment models in big companies today. So therefore, I move.
Right, I haven't opened the motion yet for debate, so can we all be a bit disciplined in terms of moving into seats and that? Right, okay, Alex?
Chair Conference, Alex Whitehouse, Newcastle and Mall, to second motion 37. Conference, the COVID pandemic has had a tough and disproportionate impact on women. Women on colour, disabled women and mothers and particularly on younger women, both on the sectors they work in and on their mental health. Felicia Willow, the interim CEO of Fawcett Society, said that the research has shown the severe impacts of the pandemic on younger women is rising, and that action is needed to stop this turning into a long-term increase in the gender pay gap. Conference, we are fortunate to have our own men and women paid the same for the jobs they both do. However, there are industries out there who continue to exploit women workers and think it is okay. We have to campaign with the TUC by using our new deal for Workers rally on the 18th of June to expose these inequalities in the UK labour market. Conference, please support this motion. I second. Thank you.
Thanks, Alex. Motion 37 is open to debate. Right, do you want to come down, please? Yeah, do you want to come up? Is there anyone else? Yeah. Obviously, remember the rules. Until I call you up onto the platform, you're not really up, but we've got time. Over to yourself.
President, Conference, good morning. I'm here to support this motion. Honestly speaking, for me, it is quite surprising that in the year 2022, we are still in conference discussing about women and men pay gap. Completely disgraceful, honestly. Well, I think I need to tell a bit of story here. I grew up in Africa. I'm from Nigeria. I knew who my father was and my mother, and I know what my mother used to be on a daily basis. May the Lord bless her soul. Every day, my father has got a job to do, just to go to farm, to come back, and that is it. My mother go to the same farm with my father, the same time. She comes back at the same time. She has to cook. She needs to provide the food for. She needs to clean my clothes. She needs to prepare for my siblings. She needs to do everything. Sometimes she goes to bed 2 a.m. in the morning. By 5 o'clock, she's awake again. And I grew up to have a wife. We live together in the United Kingdom. She's a full-time mother. But on a daily basis, sometimes I look at my wife. When I go out of myself and I'm able to save some money, I'll go to her and tell, can you have this money? She will ask me, what is it for? I said, I cannot pay you for what you do on a daily basis because I feel you should be paid 3 or 4 times every month than what I earn. Conference, it is a big disgrace to whoever, any company, any CEO, any organization that look at women's face and not thinking of how to pay women than what women will receive every month. And now we are debating they are receiving less than what we receive every month. It is a complete disgrace. Yesterday, our vice president said something when we were having one debate. She said, not one man, one vote, but one member, one vote. I heard the word and I kept it in my mind. We should be talking about how women should be receiving more money than men, because my wife is an accountant, she's a social worker, she's the political woman of the home, she's home cleaner, she's the cook, she's the chef, she's everything. So why are we here talking about this one? There is one word I want to say, and I want to repeat it once again, and I want to say it right now. In the House of Parliament today, we have 255 women in the House of Parliament. This is a simple task. If we can just embrace this motion, campaign for it, it's not about Labour Party alone. Every woman, both conservative, in a Green Party, wherever it is, they don't want to listen to this kind of debate anymore. And I think today should be the last day. We'll be talking about women and men a pay gap. It is disgraceful. I have a word from Bob Marley, but I've chosen the word a little bit. He said he should shake something out. But today I'm saying to the conference, please, it is time for us to chase this crazy pay gap out of our society. Conference, please support the motion, and thank you.
Chair, Conference, Louise Short, Tyne and Wear Clerical Branch, speaking to support the motion. Following the pandemic, the estimated time for the gender pay gap to close has increased to 135.6 years. Action is needed if we stand any chance of reducing this. Employers are quick to publicise their support on equal rights for women, especially on International Women's Day, when numerous companies post across social media. However, this year, for the first time, they were called out. A Twitter account was created calling out any such posts by publicising those companies' gender pay gaps. Very few of the companies responded. Those that did justified their efforts to close the gap. However, most didn't reply. Some even went as far as deleting their original posts. When women need to be heard, we can go back to the suffragettes' motto of deeds, not words. Over 100 years later, we're still fighting for equality rights for women. This motion is doing that, asking for action, asking to campaign to push employers to create and adhere to mandatory action plans, which will force them to take it seriously, and instead of virtual signalling on specific day of the year, they will have to actually bring change and work to close the gap. We thank the branch for submitting the motion, and I'm confident as the progressive equality champions we are, the CWU can help effect real change. The conference, please support.
Thanks, Louise.
Morning, Conference. Deji Olainka, United Tech and Allied Workers Branch. I'm speaking in support of this motion. The gender pay gap is disgraceful, and the resolutions in this motion are a clear step towards fighting against it. And we've got to recognise that while corporate PR departments, like was previously said, corporate PR departments like to talk about gender equality, they only go as far as they see profitable. Far too often, bosses hide behind obscure and subjective processes with standards that allow them to get away with pay discrimination. And so, as part of the action plans proposed in the resolution, we need to demand that all employers set out objective standards for pay bands and job positions. These objective standards need to be set for all hiring, firing, review, and promotional processes. This will give members and reps something to point to when bosses inevitably discriminate on pay. When we act on this motion, we must apply it in all of our negotiations with bosses so that in the future, when reps and members are talking to their managers, we can use these standards to fight against the pay discrimination that they're all facing, and we can use it to fight for pay equality. Thank you.
Thanks, DG. Going to call in Sarah Meir on behalf of the National Executive. Sarah.
President, Conference, Sarah Meir on behalf of the NEC, rising to ask you to support this motion. Thank you very much to the branch for submitting this and all of the contributions from the various speakers. Despite the gender pay gap regulations becoming law in April 2017, it's clear that there is still plenty of work to do to achieve pay parity in the UK. The regulations, which have been in place for 5 years now, mandate in-scope employers with more than 250 employees to annually report their gender pay gap data, with some employers now voluntarily choosing to also declare their data relating to ethnic minorities and those with disabilities too. The gender pay gap is measured as the difference between median hourly earnings, excluding overtime for both men and women, as a proportion of men's median hourly earnings, excluding overtime. In 2021, the Office for National Statistics reported that the annual survey of hours and earnings resulted in a gender pay gap of 15.4%, up from 14.9% in 2020, but down from 17.4% in 2019. The impact of the pandemic on the numbers of employees who were furloughed with reduced pay, together with a change in the way data was reported, will have had an impact on the results during this period. Whilst women were slightly more likely to have been furloughed with reduced pay in 2021, men were more likely to have been so in 2020, meaning we will have to look at the longer-term trends to see a truer picture. However, according to the TUC, the average woman still effectively works for free for 2 months of the year. There is no doubt that the gender pay gap regulations have assisted trade unions and many other organisations to scrutinise areas where employers have pay inequality in the workplace, leading to some good progress being made in some areas. But unfortunately, the current legislation does not go far enough, and the gender pay gap varies significantly from employer to employer. At the moment, there is no obligation for employers to produce an action plan to actually address and correct any disparities found, and employers with less than 250 employees are not required to report their data at all. It's true the information does enable some women to make choices in terms of which employer they would like to work for, but sadly many women will not have that luxury due to the need to work part-time or be located near to home due to childcare or caring responsibilities. So it's vital we continue to work with organisations like the TUC and other campaigning groups, as well as the Labour Party, to continue to highlight the need for further action required to eradicate the gender pay gap altogether, reducing inequality for all women in the UK labour market. So, Conference, please support this motion.
Going to put motion 37 to you. All those in favour, please show. Down. Those against. That's carried unanimously. Right, I'm going to ask Mark Anthony Bastiani to introduce the next speaker. Mark Anthony.
Conference Chair, Mark Anthony Bastiani, NEC, Disability Lead for the Postal side. I am delighted to welcome our next guest speaker, who is Kutya Patel. The CW have been working closely with Kutya to support various equality initiatives that the TUC are driving. Kutya is currently the head of equality and strategy at the TUC, and part of her remit includes the TUC Anti-Racism Task Force and wider TUC strategy. Kutya first became a union member when she qualified as a teacher at 21 and has been a union rep and active in the NUT, now the NEU, and the GMB, and is no stranger to the cut and thrust of being a trade union rep in the workplace. In 2016,
Kutcher was appointed as a National Negotiating Officer at the NASUWT, where she led bargaining and the negotiations on working conditions, health and safety and pay. More information around Kutcher's bio can be found in your equality book, which is on your seat. Conference, it is fitting that we're joined today by Kutcher as we dedicate the whole day of business as Equality Day in this new format. And I hope you will join me in giving Kutcher a warm welcome to our conference. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Mark Anthony.
Thank you, Mark. Conference, President, Dave, who's not here, comrades, and to my own postie, Adrian, thank you for inviting me to come and address conference today, the Equality Day, and as I said to Kate, obviously the most important day. I'm proud to bring solidarity and support from the TUC, from 6 million trade unionists, and I am incredibly humbled to be here. Speaking to CWU members in postal and in telecom and financial services for the brilliant work that you do. Because when this country came calling, you answered and helped to ride out a crisis unlike any we have ever faced before. Many of you and other CWU members worked non-stop through the pandemic with no furlough or time off arrangements. You and many of your members worked non-stop to keep the population in touch, and you provided lifelines to communities across the UK, especially at a time when families were at their most vulnerable. I don't think any of us are ever going to forget the unfortunate but vital roles that telecoms played in connecting people at the end of their lives, with families and friends they were isolating from. You delivered record numbers of mail, you delivered record numbers of parcels, record numbers of medicines, goods, Christmas and birthday cards and gifts. The country's reliance on e-commerce would have been impossible without your members. And the list is endless. Let's not forget the key role that Royal Mail workers played in providing the essential delivery and collection of COVID-19 testing kits and results. And I think it's really important to acknowledge that sadly and tragically many members died, and many more made ill, and we don't yet even know the impact of long COVID. But still, CWU members continue to carry this country through the next stage and out of the crisis. Thank you. Today is, of course, CWU Equalities Day. Something that has been unequal is the pandemic. The pandemic hasn't been indiscriminate, and it has affected communities differently. The pandemic shone a stark, shameful light on the inequality in our country and in our labour market. It affected unequally women, BME workers, disabled workers, and LGBT+ workers, and not to mention those in low-paid and insecure work, the intersection of all. During the pandemic, it was clear that ministers were unable to conceive of the different lives of much of modern, multiracial, multi-faith, working-class Britain. Their failure to consider the impact of their policies on the lives of black workers, on women, on disabled workers, on LGBT+ workers was clear and led to vastly unequal outcomes, which in many cases were tragic. Women bore the brunt of childcare. They bore the brunt of friend care and family care as social services, childcare services and support services were all closed down. And do you know what the very detailed expert-level government policy was? Well, it was an expectation that women would and should fill the gaps, with no consideration of the economic, social, and mental impact this would take. Government pandemic policies didn't take into account the structural barriers that already exist for BME workers and the economic impact this has on BME lives. Comrades, 6 in 10 deaths involving COVID-19 were disabled people. And during the pandemic, there has been a surge in violence and hate crime against LGBT+ people. I will never forget hearing endless testimony at our LGBT conference last year of lesbian, gay, bi, trans and non-binary workers discussing being forced to go back into the closet or place themselves in harmful situations because no consideration was given about how governmental decisions were going to have an impact on the lives of people. Comrades, equalities is a workplace issue. Building collectivism, fighting for equality is a union issue. And nowhere is this more evident than in the work that our anti-racism task force is doing, of which the CWU is a key member. It's an industrial issue, and it's only through collectivism that we're going to be able to tackle racism, discrimination, and prejudice that Black and BME workers are facing and experiencing day in and day out. The labour market was unequal long before COVID, but the pandemic has led to widening economic inequality. Securing the recovery from the pandemic means that we can't allow these inequalities to stand unchallenged. We must be determined to take the concerted action that is needed to eradicate the racism, discrimination, and disadvantage that continues to deny many Black workers the opportunity to secure and progress in decent jobs. What does it mean practically? Well, it means that we have to lead and win change, not only in our workplaces and across the wider economy, but also in our movement, through a renewed focus on trade union organising, stronger collective bargaining, and campaigning. Casualisation, privatisation, and the emergence of a multi-tier workforce has hit Black workers particularly hard. Insecure contracts, unsocial shift systems, outsourcing or subcontracting shows the discrimination that exists along race lines. It's all too evident if only we look to see it, something which the government has denied doing in a report that I'm not going to mention here. It's through union organising, through union collective bargaining and campaign strategies that we must put forward an agenda that will deliver protections and change, including calling for stronger regulations, strengthening protections under the Equalities Act of 2010, race pay gap reporting, action to stop fire and rehire, and legislation to ban the use of zero-hour contracts, and to assure that every single worker is treated with dignity and respect and gets the new deal that we all deserve. Women have borne the brunt of meeting rising care needs. They're at increased risk of domestic abuse. They face restrictions accessing sexual health and family planning services and are more likely to be affected by job losses at a time of economic instability. Now, I wrote that quote from a report we did in the pandemic, and when I went to check the information, nothing has changed. Particularly women that are Black women, disabled women, lesbian, bi, trans women, working class women. And at every stage, the needs of women have been overlooked by government. Their COVID responses have not only failed to adequately address the structural inequalities women face, in many cases it has made them worse. Losing women jobs, pay, and vital financial support, and negatively impacting their mental and physical health. I'll never forget, we did a quick survey last year on asking women about their experiences, and we used social media. We had 40,000 responses in, I think it was 48 hours, telling us that women were at their wits' end. They did not know how they were going to get through this. They did not know how they were going to manage the unmanageable expectations and pressure that was put on them. Violence against women and girls is a real problem, and it's a human rights violation. All types of violence against women and girls, especially domestic abuse, has intensified. Incidents of violence adversely affect women's ability to access, remain, and advance in the labour market. So violence against women and girls is an industrial issue. It's rooted in structural inequalities that result from unequal value afforded to men and women and an unequal distribution of power, resources, and opportunity. And as such, it's a core trade union issue and one that affects workers' health, safety, and dignity. The reports are that 51% of women experience sexual harassment at work. And while this number is high, the reality is we don't think it actually reflects the real number of women that experience sexual harassment at work. Ending sexual harassment requires us all to come together to challenge male-dominated structures, whether in the workplace, whether in education, in public, online, and within our own movement. And to end the everyday sexism and sexual harassment that women encounter. We need to tackle gender pay gaps, and we need to widen this to include reporting on pay gaps experienced by Black workers, disabled workers, and we need action to address the causes of the pay gaps. I'm not above people being named and shamed for having pay gaps, but refusing to take action, and then for them to be penalised and to hit them where it hurts, in their bank balance. Disabled workers' living standards have been hit hardest by COVID. 40% of disabled workers have faced financial difficulty during the pandemic. They've faced increasing debt and have been forced to cut back on spending, and really shamefully, working people being forced to access food banks just to get through a week is the reality that many disabled people were facing during the pandemic. They became first in line for redundancy, and where they remained in work, they were facing huge pay gaps. We need disability pay gap reporting. We need it to shine a light on poor workplace practices that fuel inequality at work, and we need to enforce reasonable adjustments for disabled workers so they get them quickly and effectively, and they can do their jobs. And we need to secure flexible working as a reasonable adjustment, as a day one right. And there are more than 1 million people working in this country who are LGBT+. Now, the government don't collect any more detailed data than that, because I don't think they would like the story it tells. But the government has not only stagnated in its commitment to address inequality for LGBT+ people, it has fueled dangerous, divisive rhetoric, as mentioned here today. The government's 2018 LGBT+ action plan has been jettisoned. It doesn't exist anymore. The LGBT+ advisory panel has been disbanded. Meanwhile, LGBT+ workers continue to be harassed and discriminated against. They continue to suffer from sexual harassment, and tragically and sadly and shamefully, 1 in 8 LBT women have reported to us that they have experienced sexual assault or rape at work. Workplaces must be made safe for LGBT+ people, and we look not to the government, but to you, to not only promote equality and eliminate discrimination against LGBT+ people, but also to take a principled stand in building an inclusive culture in words and deeds that supports LGBT+ people safely, with dignity and equality, so that they can thrive and live authentically. This government has failed to promote equality and too often has undermined it. But comrades, you know, and unions know, that a fairer economy is a stronger economy. The pandemic has set out the scale of the structural inequality that we face, and the case for change is stronger than ever. And in order to build back better, we have to build back fairer. Equality must be at the heart of our movement, of our unions and of our action. And before I finish, Chair, last night Kate asked me a question. She said, Kudzia, what's your quote? And I said, what do you mean? She said, what's the thing that you always say? And I had to rack my brain. I thought, well, what's the thing that I always say that I can say publicly and I'm not going to get told off for? And Kate, I'll let you have this one, right? And it's this: equality is not pie. And equality is not pie because equal rights for others don't mean fewer rights for you. Thank you.
Right, thanks, Kutcha, and the work that the TUC do. I sit on the General Council, and I must admit, sit on the Women's Committee, and that the actual equality strands of the TUC are excellent and have moved forward loads of agenda, and there's loads of research and policies we could use. So thanks, Kutcha. I'm going to ask now for the video clip that was due a bit earlier to be shown, and then after that we'll be taking motion 38, standing in the name of South Central Postal. So over to the video clip.
Good morning, conference. Welcome to the mainstream inequality section. Delighted to be joined by Kate Hudson, Carl Maiden and Dave Dukes. How are you all doing? You all right?
Good, thanks, Chris.
See, they're like you, conference. They're a bit quiet and a bit shy this morning. So what we want to do, we're going to talk about, obviously, mainstream inequality. Obviously, lots of these things in the union can be just words or taglines, and we need to dig a little bit more underneath it. So I'm going to come to Kate first, if I can, Kate, and just ask you, what does that mean? What's it all about? And, you know, why are we here together discussing it today?
Thanks, Chris. I mean, we first started talking about linking our equality work with our industrial work when we started looking at redesign. It was actually a key element of redesign. And it was part of a motion that we put to the redesign conference in 2018. And the whole essence of it was around building stronger links throughout the CWU that can be developed with our equality and industrial work, quite rightly. And in line with that policy, over the past year, I've had discussions with Andy Kerr, Terry Pullinger, and then I've been working with Carl Maiden and Dave Dukes now on how we can meet together throughout the year, how we can create stronger links, and how we can work together better and more effectively going forward. And that essentially is part, not fully, but in part, is about mainstream inequality and what we can do together moving forward.
Thanks, Kate. Carl, Dave, one of the things that you know, we sometimes struggle with, you know, and it's often for genuine reasons like workload or you know, doing different things at different times, is connecting our strategies and connecting our working together as departments at headquarters. What's different this time? I'll come to you, Carl, first.
Yeah, well, I think what redesign has done, Chris, is bringing the union together, really, rather than separate industrial executives and the central services. So, you know, hopefully by the three of us working together, it does allow us also to learn from experiences, but ensure that the best way that we can represent our members is making sure that everyone's involved. And, you know, then we can give the members the best representation that they deserve.
Thanks, Carl. Dave, I know you're already hit the ground running, so to speak. There's been some forums which Kate and the team have been actively involved in. Sort of, what's your take on that?
Yeah, there's been some really positive stuff, Chris, around what we were doing. One of the things that I sort of highlighted or felt that as an industrial officer, we weren't always aware, and indeed, for the other industrial officers within TNFS weren't always aware of the good work that Kate's department was doing. And at times, I felt that sometimes we were actually trying to duplicate what was happening. And so, in particular, the National Equality Group that we brought together has been a really positive step, to be honest with you. And we've done sort of one or two things, really positive stuff with Kate and her department around template policy, a template policy on for example, domestic violence, and that's worked quite well for us. We've actually presented it to different employers, and a number of those employers have picked that domestic violence policy up and the content of it. So we've got policies from ourselves that are with now different employers, which I think is something that I wanted to build on. And, you know, I think Kate's department wants to do that as well.
Thanks, Dave. That's fantastic. Kate, I mean, I suppose one of the questions that springs to mind is what's different about this approach compared to what we've done over a previous number of years?
Well, one thing we all agreed on, actually, before we went into the first initial meetings, was that there would be no set agenda. We would build the agenda together when we start looking at what we want to work on together and how we move forward. Also, part of the National Equality Group agreement that we've come to is TNFS and Postal will have a number of executive members that sit on the group, along with our NEC equality leads, along with a couple of my team. And what we've actually said moving forward after the first initial meeting was actually we need to prioritize these meetings. We can't simply have some people saying, I can't meet on this date, I can't make this date. And we're going to set proper time in the diary. So whether that's half a day or a full day, so we actually do start creating a difference and making change. So I think the fact that we've prioritized that, the fact that we've set out, we will have industrial executives, etc., members that will sit on it with our NEC equality leads that have been put there through redesign for a reason, with my team. I think that's different, that we've actually set out a course of action, how we want to move forward. And what we will do as well with our assistant regional secretaries, with our regional equality leads, we meet with them over the year as a team. And definitely what I want to do moving forward, and I know Carl and I know Dave are fully up for this, is when we come into forums with those regional equality leads, we actually want to bring Carl and Dave into some of those sessions. And it's about exactly what Redesign said it wants to do on the tin. It's about actually connecting with our reps who are out there, you know, at branch level, at regional level, and listening to what's going on in the workplace, and actually us talking about how together we can make a difference and make change and move it back up so they can then take it back to the employers or back to the executive.
Thanks, Kate. Carl, many of our branches now in the hall, as they're seeing this video, firstly probably be wondering, how's Carl made it back to General Conference? We thought we got rid of him. But after that, they're probably thinking, you know, how does this benefit us? So, I mean, Kate's then just gone through the full program, if you like. But as a branch in the hall, or as a local rep or as an equality rep, you know, how's this going to benefit those people?
Well, one of the things we've done, Chris, is we've been speaking with Royal Mail Group, and we've negotiated that each of the strands that they've got under diversity and inclusion, that the CWU will have a seat on each of them different strands and each of them boards. So predominantly they will be our equality leads, but there will also be the option for, you know, some of our executive members to sit on them boards as well. And we're not there as a token. We are there as a member of them groups. So the influence that I think that we now have the opportunity to have within Royal Mail will be stronger than what we've ever had. And also, I am the link from between the equality leads and the group that Kate was talking about earlier on, back into the whole of the postal executive. So I think equality and diversity and inclusion issues will probably be discussed now more than ever before on an industrial basis.
Thank you, Carl. Dave, how do you see the TNFS branches getting more and more involved in this work, those who want to, which I'm assuming is going to be everyone, particularly, you know, everyone in the hall watching this video?
What we've tried to do in the past is actually try to increase the profile of branch equality officers. We've had presentations from employers from their sort of equality leads, if you like, and the equality officers from the branches have the opportunity to question and discuss the issues that our members are affected by. And I think that's been positive because they know then where the company's coming from. They know the types of things that they're trying to implement, and there is an ability, I think, for us to influence what employers can do if we engage with the equality officers and the employer, and obviously with the executive members as well, that we can influence employers, and we've done that. We've proven that with the domestic violence policy. We've actually influenced employers to actually pick that template policy up.
Thanks, Dave. That's brilliant. I'm going to give you all, if I can now, just 30 seconds or so to get any final key points you want to get across to the conference, starting with yourself, Carl.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. No, one of the things that we're conscious of at the moment is, mental health, neurodiversity, and disability in the workplace, and we're going to look to improve where ROML are on their training. We want to get an agreement that covers mental health and neurodiversity that will be industry leading, that will obviously help our members in the long run.
Thank you, Carl. Dave?
Yeah, I mean, similar, Carl, really, just in a slightly different area. Our view is there's a lot of great work going on. We're trying to increase the profile of quality officers, but I think slightly we need to be a little bit better at communicating to the members what we're doing. There's a lot of good work being done, but I don't think we communicate as well as we could, and so we can learn from that. But I think there's certainly potential for increasing the membership's involvement in inequality and diversity.
Thank you, Dave. And Kate, the final word to you.
Just to say, I'm looking forward to what we achieve over the next year or so and how this progresses moving forward. Mainstream inequality is essentially about mainstreaming key issues that affect our members at work, key issues that affect, our representatives in the workplace, and actually how they represent. I think we will be stronger for this new way of working moving forward. There's masses of stuff that we could do. Again, Dave's highlighted on the point how we will benefit more if we start creating model policies and taking to the employer in what we want at the first stage, and for Carl and Dave to actually push that forward can only be a benefit of us. And again, another thing that we've got to start looking at is release for our reps. We're finding more and more employers are pulling release for our reps, our equality reps, more and more, because they don't see the worth in it. They don't see what's actually coming out of the work that they do. And again, we can't go in and actually talk to our employers around that, but Carl and Dave can. And that's why this is essential, that we actually do get in a room, we talk key issues and we move things forward. So I think overall, this will make us stronger. And that's essentially what we want out of our union.
Thank you, Kate. So thank you to all three of you. Thank you, conference, for bearing with one or two audio issues there. And back to you, Chair.
Thank you, and I hope you enjoyed that conference. I don't know about you, but there was a little bit of sound quality issue up here, but hopefully you were able to read the subtitles and recognise that that is a demonstration of where all of our equality work now is being embedded in our industrial representation as well, which is quite rightly where it should be. So, conference, we're going to move on to section 5B on the agenda, motion 38, which is standing in the name of South Central Postal. Can I ask you to come up and move the motion, please?
Chair, Conference, check room, rising to move motion 38 in the name of South Central Postal Branch. This is an issue that no doubt most, if not every branch in this hall, has had to deal with at some point. Being told that a member, perhaps somebody we work with, has been diagnosed with an illness that they will not recover from. This leaves them not only dealing with the illness itself, but what the family and loved ones will do once they're gone. And this motion has to be put to conference because it is clear we do not provide a vital service that some of our members may need, not in the way they need it. How to deal with finances when faced with this traumatic news could be enough to push some of them over the edge. Of course, not everyone will need this support, and some may already have support available to them. But for those who don't, and those that feel comfortable enough to speak to our reps about their future, shouldn't we be able to point them in the direction of our union? Members need to know what to do about their pensions. They need to know what, or even if medical retirement is suitable or relevant to them, or if it's a risk to what they leave behind, and many other financial decisions. Having some advice on what is best for you as an individual in this situation should be a small ask. how to deal with banks, utility companies, service that you are contracted to will all be a consideration. Having advice on how to cover household costs, such as rent or mortgages, and knowing what welfare benefits they could be entitled to claim. Do our members really need these added worries, or have to go to multiple sources on top of having treatment and all the other issues they will face because of their dependents' diagnosis? We know the debate that took place yesterday around legal services for members and their family, and this is also a key point of the motion, as we are not asking for a benefit for dependents of our members. The motion states financial advice for members who are diagnosed or have a dependent who is diagnosed with a terminal illness. And another key point is that we are asking for financial advice, but we're not asking the union to provide it directly. We're calling for the Legal Services Department to work with Union Line or other suitable providers, knowing many branches have issues with Union Line, who can legally advise our members. Already having advisory services and leaflets such as dealing with probate, conveyancing and inheritance tax indicates financial advice can be provided. So the branch doesn't feel other financial advice to be a reason not to carry this motion. Conference, we're not asking for representation, we're asking for advice. There are already clearly some services available, but we feel there could be more, and it should be bundled together as a specific package that is simple to obtain and use. Again, this is about our members not having to search for information they need, but having a one-stop shop that is there when they need it. Charities such as Macmillan do this, so why can't we? Not all terminal illnesses are cancer-related, so our members may not be looking in the right direction for advice. Giving our members a service they will be proud to use can only benefit our members, as well as being a benefit we can use to encourage more people to join a union, knowing how protected they are. And this motion is not simply an issue that the branch has put together. It has come as a result of members asking for our help and us not being able to offer it. We know and should be proud to know that when they are affected by these issues, it is the union the members turn to for help. Let's give them what they need. This motion is down to remit oppose, but conference, please make sure it's carried. Thank you.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Thank you. Motion's open for debate. Yeah. Any other speakers? No.
President Conference, Ben Watts, Branch Sec, Bristol and District, rising to support the motion. Again, as a new kid on the block, as a branch secretary, having to, unfortunately, one of the worst parts of the job is to deal with I think 7 people so far since September 2021 in our branch who have either passed away or are suffering terminal illness. And only 3 weeks ago, we've lost a member in Bristol, Paul Johnson, who has spent the last 3 or 4 weeks sorting out his finances. In the last, he's been given 3 to 6 months to live, and that ended way too short. Paul, like many of our members, as we're finding out now, hadn't sorted his finances out, didn't leave any nominees' addresses, etc., and was worried about what the future holds for his family. This motion absolutely needs to be carried because Paul, like all the rest of them, shouldn't be spending the last 3, 4, 5 weeks of their life worrying about what's going to be left behind. It should be a simple phone call for his family. His ex-partner's moved back in to deal with things and help him out. And I found that, like, you're right, they're turning to the branch, they're turning to the union for support because there's a lack of trust with the Royal Mail management in this case. And look, I'm not a financial advisor. We can advise people in the best way. We need the best advice for our members in that term and time of need. It's not a big ask, but it's a very important ask. I support the motion.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Right. Call Tony Kearns on behalf. Where? Oh, sorry. Yeah. The back. Damien, is it? Yeah. Sorry. Anyone else? Have I missed anybody? That's fine. Take your time. It's a lovely, quiet, calm moment.
Conference, Damien Ibison from South West Middlesex to support the motion. As opposed to the motion that we put in on day one, which is motion one, this isn't asking for representation, it's asking for advice. Many of our reps have performed duties and then talked to members and members' families when they've got this sort of news. And diagnosis of terminal illnesses. A lot of the time you're not sure what to say, what comfort you can give them. You give them the best advice that you can. DWP is a nightmare to negotiate through. So if you've got somebody within your branch that knows the ropes and the hoops you've got to jump through, if you give an example, if you're given a terminal illness with a 3 months diagnosis, you get immediate payment. You don't have to go through any assessments. You just have to prove that you got the treatment, the diagnosis. And that's a great weight off you. If you happen, and please God you do, you live longer than 3 months, that benefit still continues, right? But they pay it out straight away. Now, money is never going to be the be-all and end-all of anything. You do need that financial blanket to get you through the mundane stuff that you forget, that you miss, that builds up, the bills that come in, the rent that needs paying, the sky box that needs paying for, the contracts that you've got, and then it goes on and on and on, and they build up. And if you don't have that blanket, that'll become an even bigger problem, not just for the person that's got the terminal disease, but also for the rest of the family. So this motion needs to get through. We need to have that financial backing, and it has to come at no cost to the member, because they don't need another bill. They can go anywhere and have to pay for it. This union has always had a tradition of supporting its members and looking after them. Right? We didn't get through the bill that I wanted for representation, but we'll come back to that. We'll get that. Now, one thing I'm going to take license with, and I'm sorry about this, but there is a fringe meeting at 1 o'clock in Bayview, right, for the retired members. Now, one of the issues in there is about WASPy women. We're getting a speaker in to come about that. And some of you ladies that are of a certain age will know what I'm talking about, and you'll need to listen to that. So I would advise you to come and see it and get as much information as you can. Thank you. Support the motion.
Thank you, Damien. Judy?
Just a very, very quick point to make. I don't understand why the executive would be asking for remittance or oppose. And obviously I will listen to that. But what I have to say is this. I had cancer just over 2 years ago. And when they took me into hospital to have the operation on May the 1st, my daughter and husband were told, you do realise that she may not come out alive. That's what they were told. Now, I didn't realise, they didn't tell me that, because obviously they didn't want me to know. And I was very lucky because I did come out alive, and not only that, it hasn't, every time I've had the scan since then, it hasn't returned and it hasn't spread. However, when my husband and daughter told me what they'd said, and I realised how dangerous it was, it did occur to me about our financial situation and finances such as the pension and stuff like that, which isn't something you really think about, because you always think you're going to live forever. And it's like, I did start to think, if I went, how does my husband know and my daughter know how to deal with the financial aspects of it? And I just don't see any reason why you can't have an advice service that you could give to your partner, so that if you were to go, at least they've got somewhere they can contact to get some advice about certain things. Do you know what I mean? And I'd be interested to know why it's being asked for remittance or opposed, but I do think it's a very, very good idea under the circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. Now I'm going to call Tony Kearns, the Senior Deputy General Secretary, and he will explain why we're asking for remittance.
President, Conference, Tony Kearns, Senior Deputy General Secretary on behalf of the National Executive Council, genuinely to our chat for the branch to remit. Let me be clear, there's absolutely nothing between what the mover said, what any of the supporting speakers said, and this executive about the circumstances that we've outlined and about the need to assist our members in those circumstances. But the problem occurs when we talk about providing financial advice. The first thing we need to understand here is that when financial advice is the most heavily regulated market in the UK. It's regulated by the Financial Conduct Authority, whereas Union Line and legal services providers, which is what the motion states, are regulated by the Solicitors Regulatory Authority. Two different things. Legal companies are not registered to provide financial advice under the Financial Conduct Authority. So the words of the motion cannot be implemented as they're written. But the reason we're asking to remit, and it's an important point, because you see, under the Financial Conduct Authority, they distinguish clearly between the issue of guidance that you issue to people and advice. And guidance is like a signposting to people to say, you've got these options. Advice is a recommendation to somebody what to do. That's what the FCA says. Here's the problem, right? If you recommend somebody to go down a certain route and they do, and it also ties in with the word free in the motion, yeah, is that financial conduct advice is not free. It would have to be paid for. Now, the union would have to pay for it in order for it to be free to the member. But if the union pays for the financial advice that the member gets, and that advice isn't correct, it is the union that is liable for any ongoing charges for that incorrect advice. So it's a very heavily regulated market. And as I say, advice can only be offered by FCA-regulated firms, which Union Line and other legal service providers are not. And that's what the motion says. So the reason we're asking for remit is because Tony Ripper, as head of legal services, has already been talking to a FCA-regulated firm about our ability to work with them to provide this type of advice. We want to talk to, and we already know a couple of independent financial advisors who work in the trade union and the not-for-profit sector to source the type of advice we get. One of the things we can do, and we can do already, is sort of circumstances that Ben outlined, is if we have a member who's diagnosed with a terminal illness, we can immediately get through Union Line, because it's a legal service, free power of attorney, which you can transfer the powers to somebody else, next of kin or somebody else, to sort those issues out. But what we want to do is take this proposition away, because we believe there is a need to provide that. But it cannot be provided through legal services providers, and it cannot be provided through Union Line, because they're two separately regulated bodies. It cannot be provided by the Legal Services Department or the trade union, because we are separately regulated under the trade union legislation of 2016, and the extended powers of the CO, means we're not in a position either to be FCA regulated. And that's the important point, because if you want our members to get the correct advice, you have to go to someone who's FCA regulated and not legally regulated through the Solicitors Regulatory Authority. And that is a sort of bit of a minefield that we have to take steps, very important steps, to make sure that there's no liability on the union and that the members are getting the correct advice from the correctly qualified people. So what I'm saying is, there's nothing in principle about what, if you like, the emotion and the sentiment that is in the motion and that Chad moved and that the supporting speakers made. But it's in the way that the motion is written about who can and can provide this service. So genuinely, we want to move forward, talk to the branch, identify the size of the problem so we can identify what correct providers are out there, and provide this service for our members. But it cannot be done in the way the terms of the motion are laid out. And that's why we're genuinely asking the branch to remit so that we can take this forward and come back to you and provide this advice at some point. Thank you.
Is the branch willing to remit? Okay, in which case you have a right of reply.
Right. Thank you, Tony, for that. It's obviously clear that when it comes down to legal terminology and everything, I'm not an absolute expert in regards to that. But I do want to thank, obviously, the branches, Ben, Damien and Jude, for getting up and supporting. And when we're looking at the words of the motion, I think that we need to do exactly that. And it says, conference instructs the NEC to work with Union Line or any other relevant legal service provider and the Legal Services Department to introduce a financial advice service. It doesn't say that they have to be the ones providing it, but what they can do is obviously look at what legal regulations need to be observed to ensure that a financial service advisor can be put in place. It doesn't say it has to be provided by Union Line, it doesn't say it has to be provided by the CWU, and it doesn't say it has to be provided by a legal service. It says that they work together to see what's needed to introduce this service. So I think it's just the way you read the motion. And we need, well, I need branches to look at it and think about that specific point, because as you've said, you know, it's something that you are looking at. It's recognised that it's needed, and just read the motion in a different way. That's all we need to do, and then I believe it can be carried. So with that, I move. Thank you.
Thank you, Chad. Right, motion 38 is put to the vote. Can I see all those in favour, please? Down. Those against? That's not carried. Right, now conference, I'm going to ask Angela Witter from the NEC to introduce our next guest speaker. Angela?
Good morning, Chair, Conference. Angela Witter, NEC Women's Lead for the Postal Constituency. I am really pleased to introduce our next guest speaker, whose name is Jay. Jay is a British musician and songwriter who has been pivotal in... Sorry.
Right, where's my mic? Right. So, I appreciate the people take the opportunities when we have a gap between things to leave the hall. But if I could ask you to please not have conversations with the rest of your delegation as you're doing that and move very quietly out of the hall, because it's really disrespectful to the people who are then standing at the rostrum. So if I could ask you to please do it very quietly.
Thank you. I will start again. Right, Chair, Conference, Angela Witter, NEC Lead, Women's Lead for the Postal Constituency. I'm really pleased to introduce our next guest speaker, whose name is Jay. Jay is a British musician and songwriter who has been pivotal in highlighting awareness around neurodiversity. Got it the first time, yes. Jay is going to talk about a number of aspects around his own challenges and his journey. Many of you sitting in the hall today will feel a strong connection with Jay, as some of you will have direct experience in raising children who are now neurodiverse. More information regarding Jay's background is in the bio is provided in the booklet on your seats. The CWU recognises that this is a big issue in the workplace and wider society, and we are delighted that Jay can join us here today. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Jay. Thank you.
Hello everybody, I'm Jay Grange, musician and songwriter. I'm just waiting for the slides, if possible. Here we go. Yeah, so I'm Jay Grange, British musician and songwriter, and I've got a passion for neurodiversity. I'm a great advocate for it as well. So I'm just going to talk to you today about how I learned to manage and embrace my difference and how differences are good, and it's not something we should look at as a stigma or anything like that. So who am I? I'm Jay Grange, as I said, British musician, songwriter and neurodiversity advocate. I was diagnosed with ADHD during the later stages of my time in education after many years of feeling misunderstood and hopeless. And you know, I will get a bit deeper into this because I feel I want everybody to know the real me and actually how this did affect me when I was growing up. As well as my music, I now go into pupil referral units. I'm just going to ask people to raise their hand, please, if possible, if you've heard of a pupil referral unit at all. Okay, that's great. For those of you that haven't, it's where you go when you sort of struggle in mainstream education or it's just not for you. You go to a pupil referral unit. A lot of the time it's one-on-one teaching and stuff like that, and actually it was very beneficial to me, which I'll come on and speak about soon. I speak to, I deliver presentations in prisons, to schools as well, colleges, businesses as well. I was recently featured on Channel 5. I've appeared on the BBC 2, a number of radio stations, including Kiss FM. I've attended all-party parliamentary groups. So I've spoke to both, all different parties, Tory, Labour, Lib Dems, and trying to get that message across about neurodiversity. Also, I've spoke for the United Nations, which was great. I mean, the amount of people here was unbelievable, and it was from, people from all different, continents, all different countries. It was amazing, and it was powerful to me to know, every part of the world has heard about neurodiversity now and heard my voice. Also, I'm an ambassador for the Prince's Trust. I'm sure many of you have heard of them. Also, the ADHD Foundation, who are the leading neurodiversity charity, along with a lot of others, but they're great. I'm an ambassador for them, and I will be working on a National Neurodiversity Youth Council coming up later this year, which is hopefully going to get governments involved, NHS and people like that, to spread the message. Yeah, I was invited to the World Humanitarian Forum Summit as well in New York last year. So yeah, it's about spreading the message really for me. And I've recently, as I said, worked with a range of companies, JC Deco, News UK, Everton Football Club, Chelsea Football Club. So so the message is getting out there. It's the diversity that I think we need to talk a lot more about, and it is changing. So before I go on to this, I'd just like a bit of interaction here. Who has actually heard of the word neurodiversity? Can you please raise your hand? Now, so that's great, that's a lot of people, more than I expected actually, so that's great. But who actually knows the deeper meanings of neurodiversity as well, and knows stuff like that, all what it's about, etc. Please raise your hand as well. Okay, so not as many people, so people have heard of the word but don't know really much to what it means, so I'm going to speak to you a bit about that. But first, before I do, this is just a bit about my story, a bit deeper. I was excluded from school on a regular basis. By regular basis, I mean probably more than we have hot dinners. I mean, it was literally all the time, and it started to get quite draining and frustrating. My ADHD affected friendships. So, I saw my friends being a certain way, and I thought, why can't I be like them? Feeling different in a bad way here, actually. My family life as well, with my parents, cousins, nan, granddad, you name it. My education was the main one, as I said, kept getting kicked out. Just lost all my education, I was predicted A stars. Unfortunately, I never got them, partly because of the system, partly because, I could have focused more, but, there's a debate about that. And yeah, I lost faith for everybody, really, and respect for everybody, those in authority as well. I hated people in authority. I can admit that, it was challenging for me. There was periods I felt hopeless and couldn't cope with life. And also, you know, I went down the wrong path and stopped things that I'd normally do. So because of, you know, the lack of understanding, you know, I felt everyone had and feeling misunderstood, I used to do athletics. I was second best in Waltham Forest in East London at 800 metres in athletics. Unfortunately, because of all the struggles I was having, this unfortunately stopped, and, you know, all the great stuff I was doing in life just disappeared. I had encounters with the police and ended up in court. Nothing too serious, but it could have been serious. And I'm pretty sure my life would have gone down that route if I hadn't have, you know, do the stuff I'm doing now, which I'll speak more about. I suffer from anxiety and depression. And what I'll say here is, you know, we all have bad days. You know, some more than others, but we all have bad days. You know, there's not one person in this room that's never had a bad day before and never felt anxious and stuff like that. But all of you are strong for pulling through it, you know, so that's great. And also suicidal thoughts, you know, suicide, big topic, very, you know, it's an emotive topic, it's, you know, but again, I have to tell you about this because I want you to know the real me. I don't want you to just think, you know, who's this guy, you know, just standing up here, hasn't really had, you know, I want you to know the full me and actually how it did get to me. Luckily, I pulled through that, and I know not everyone's as fortunate. That's why, you know, we've all got to support each other in life. Is the thing I say here. We're all human, you know, we're all great people, we need to support each other. And I was worried about my future as well, as I didn't think employers would understand or give me a job. When you look at some statistics with autistic people, for example, neurodiverse people in workplaces, you know, there's not a lot, you know, there needs to be a lot more. And also, a lot of companies don't even have a policy in place yet for those that are neurodiverse. So yeah, I'm gonna talk a bit about neurodiversity now. But before I do that, I'd say how I learned to manage and embrace my difference. So I found a passion and a positive path in my life, which is obviously my music and my advocacy work and, you know, speaking to great people like yourselves, exercising and have a better diet. These are just, you know, things that I like to say, you know, when I go into school and stuff like that to young people especially, but everyone here too. We all know that having a great diet and exercising is great. And also, you know, sleep. Sleep's very important as well. Reducing time on my phone and being on social media. Now, I'm young, you know, I'm sure we all know about the social media, you know, phenomenon that is, you know, TikTok, Instagram, stuff like that. I've deactivated my Instagram regularly, not good for my health, and sometimes you have to take a break from social media. It does get overpowering and stuff like that. Accepting my ADHD, which is my personal difference, is part of who I am, and embracing the positives in being neurodiverse. And also taking my medication. Now, my medication has worked for me, but this isn't the same for everybody. So, you know, I'm not here to say everybody's got ADHD, you need medication, blah, blah, blah. I'm not trying to say that. What I'm trying to say is my medication helped me, personally, and yeah, has made me feel not how I was in the past, actually. So here we go. I've been talking about it a lot. You know, you've heard me say neurodiversity so many times now. So this is what it actually is. Now, neurodiversity describes the idea that people experience and interact with the world around them in many different ways. So there's no one right way of thinking, basically. You know, everybody thinks different, and we need to embrace that. You know, thinking, learning as well, and behaving. And, you know, these differences should not be viewed as deficits, which, you know, you think the name, you know, ADHD, you know, the D, one of the D's stands for deficit. You know, so it's almost a negative, being labeled already, there's a negative, you know, stigma to that by saying it's a deficit and a disorder as well. Neurodiversity is an essential form of human diversity. The idea that there's not one normal or healthy type of brain or mind or the right style of, you know, neurocognitive functioning is no more valid than saying there should only be one normal race or gender in the world, you know. You know, the brain, all it is a slight difference of the brain, and that's something that has to be embraced. Like there's not one right gender, you know. We embrace every gender and every race. Neurodiversity commonly includes people with ADHD, autism, dyslexia, dyspraxia, and Tourette's. Now, I'd like you to interact again here, please. Who has heard of them words before I just said that, you know, or who knows anybody with ADHD, dyslexia? I think that's pretty much everyone. I don't think I can see a hand not up. So, you know, so we know how prevalent this is. You know, we all know somebody or have it ourselves, a neurodiverse condition. You know, 1 in 7 people are thought to be neurodiverse. Now, that is now accordingly supposed to be 1 in 5. So that's 20% of the population. So there must be an evolutionary reason for this. You know, why are 20% of people neurodiverse on this planet? There's a reason for this, obviously. Neurodiverse people are extremely successful. So people such as Richard Branson, I'm sure most of you have probably heard of Richard Branson, if not all of you. Elon Musk, autism. Billie Eilish, big pop singer. Jim Carrey, and there's loads of others, you know, there's will.i.am, Simone Biles, you know, there's sportsmen, women, actors, you know, the list goes on of successful people that are neurodiverse. I wish I had knew this when I was in school, when the teachers were saying to me a certain percentage of people that end up in prison are neurodiverse. Instead of saying to me, look at some of these successful people that you can aspire to be like, because I think representation and people you can aspire to in life is very important. 33%, and it's over 33%, and these are only diagnosed people of business owners are neurodiverse and have ADHD or dyslexia. But also 33% of prisoners have ADHD and dyslexia, and they're the ones that haven't been diagnosed yet. So it's actually scary to think of the population if you actually took into account those that are not diagnosed as well, the undiagnosed people. So you see there, you've got 33% of, you know, business owners, but you've also got 33% of prisoners, you know? So it's all about actually, neurodiverse people, you know, it's all about that support. You can see the 33% of people that are business owners, they've had that support, or, you know, their creative mind, their creative thinking has got them into that position. So we need to change this as well, you know, systemically and stuff like that in regards to, you know, the prison population and people getting kicked out of school. 7 in 10 people that get kicked out of school are neurodiverse as well. So here is, you know, neurodivergent conditions and potential business benefits of having a neurodiverse workforce. So here, you know, I've got ADHD. You know, it can impact the individual by, you know, being hyperactive and impulsive. That describes me to a T, especially when I was in school. But if you look there, look at the amount of benefits of employing somebody with ADHD. For example, the intense energy and being able to complete urgent tasks, and also stuff like, you know, visible enthusiasm and creative problem solvers. For example, autism. You've got there, you know, autism, a condition that presents non-typical traits and behaviors that affect how individuals experience the world. But also you look there, intense hyper-focus, this is a positive. Observational skills, determination, you know, critical thinking, analytical thinking, visual skills. I mean, the list goes on, and they're just the ones that, you know, that I've put up there. You've got dyscalculia. Dyscalculia is a condition that affects the ability to acquire arithmetic skills. So people with dyscalculia may struggle arithmetically with maths and stuff like that. So sometimes you may see somebody in school who's very good at English and science, but not good at maths. This could be because they're, you know, dyscalculic. But potential benefits of employing people with a condition are the problem solving and the practical ability, and again, the creativity. I'm sure you're all getting a sense here of that creativity is coming up on all of these points. That is, you know, my personal greatest strength, the creativity I possess, and a lot of other neurodiverse people as well. Dyslexia is a condition that primarily affects the skills involved in accurate and fluent word reading and spelling, and a dyslexic person may experience challenges with tasks such as sequencing. However, creative thinking and problem solving, again, good at storytelling, ability to think in 3D, good at maths and mechanical thinking. So can you see there, you've got people that have got dyscalculia who are not so strong at maths, but then you've got dyslexic people who are very good at maths. So this is how confusing sometimes it can be in regards to neurodiverse conditions, and I do appreciate that. And finally, dyspraxia, which I have also got that I haven't mentioned. You know, it's a condition affecting physical coordination, which causes a person to perform less well than expected in daily activities for his or her age. So, for example, me, it took me so many more years than all my mates and stuff like that, and my family members, to do my laces, to tie knots, stuff like this. And I'd actually give you an example here. I got kicked out of my classroom once in a food lesson because I couldn't tie up the back of my apron. The teacher thought I was actually mucking around here. This is how, you know, technical it can get. And I was saying, no, I've got dyspraxia. So, you know, you see, that's why the understanding needs to be here, because there'll be kids in school today experiencing that same thing. There'll be somebody experiencing what I experienced right now, you know. It's not because I was mucking around, like the whole time at my school wasn't because I was mucking around. It's because maybe I just, you know, a one-size-fits-all isn't always the best way to be. Again, creative, often good at strategic thinking, holistic thinkers, and high level of literacy. So you can see the amount of positives here and potential benefits of employing people that are neurodivergent. So this is just, you know, my personal message to the CWU, and how, you know, people can help those that are neurodiverse. So I'd say, you know, have policies around the support of your members who are neurodiverse. Now, I'm sure there's loads of neurodiverse members sitting here right now, you know, and a lot of people who have experienced some of the challenges that I have. You know, challenging the businesses, Royal Mail, BT, Post Office, Limited, you know, my dad, I've actually got a little bit of a connection with the CWU because my dad worked for Royal Mail for 37 years. Yeah. So I do have a connection. He was head of community investment. He raised millions of pounds for many, you know, charities out there, including, you know, I found it powerful, you know, the prostate cancer talk earlier, you know, he helped raise millions and really spread the awareness. And he always wears his little badge with pride as well. So I love that talk, you know, and it's great, very powerful as well. So, you know, challenge, you know, to ensure they have HR employment policies to recruit and support those who are neurodiverse. For example, there's companies like Apple, Ernst Young, Deloitte, Google. They're actively recruiting over 20% neurodiverse people in their workforce because they see these potential benefits. They don't look at it as a disorder or a disadvantage. Challenge the business members work to ensure that they make reasonable work adjustments for those who are neurodiverse. So that's, for example, this isn't in the workplace, but I went to a school a few weeks ago and did a talk, and they actually let the students have a 5-minute break in every lesson to go outside, to kick a football around, to get something to eat, because actually then they come in after that 5 minutes and they excel just for that 5 minutes, you know. If that happens in, you know, like a mainstream school, a lot of the time, you know, it's then apparently disrupting the other 29 kids in the class. And I've always got a quote for this. I say this wherever I talk. And it's, if you've got a washing machine, right, with 30 parts, and 28 or 29 parts of that washing machine is working, what part of the washing machine do you fix to make the whole washing machine work? So if you've got 30 kids in a classroom and there's 28 kids who, you know, are really, you know, thriving, but there's 2 kids that aren't, who would you work on to make the whole collaborative thing work? So that's what I always like to say, you know, I always get, you know, quite good feedback about that comment, and I really think it's, you know, something that, you know, people should think about. Have a neurodiversity training and education plan for reps and members, because I'm sure a lot of you, you know, would love to learn more about neurodiversity, you know, a lot more scientifically and stuff like that, not just from the personal experience of myself. Celebrate members who are neurodiverse as well, like we should celebrate all our members, no matter who they are, you know, what race, religion, gender, you know, we should embrace everybody. We're all human. Use your communication channels and influence to start and continue the conversation as well. Now, I know the CWU are doing a great job on this already, as, you know, a lot of people here are already in contact with the ADHD Foundation and trying to do make some real difference. So my message to the members, this is just some personal things that I'd like you to take away. You know, we're all different in our own way. Everybody here is different. You know, there's not nobody here that's the same. You know, I always say we weren't born in the world to be average. We was born to be different. You know, why would we all want to be the same is what I say. What a boring world. Never feel you're alone. We all have worries, concerns, good and bad days. Never be afraid to speak up and speak out. You know, if you see something, you know, challenge it, you know. If you're not happy with something, always challenge it, you know. Say how you feel. I don't think we should ever be scared about how we feel in life. You know, obviously I'm sure we all know boundaries and stuff like that, but, you know, always speak out about things. Follow and find a passion in life. So a lot of you yourselves, you know, you might have passions. Go for that. A lot of you may have kids that, you know, want to aspire to be the next chef, next Gordon Ramsay or something. You know, make sure you tell them to find and follow that passion. Don't waste time and energy trying to be what others want you to be. Now, I did this in school a lot of time, you know, and I know it's it's how, you know, the rules are as such, but, you know, I didn't want to learn like everybody else. You know, I accepted that for years, and that's why my life was going downwards, because I accepted that. You know, don't try and be what other people want you to be. You're unique. You know, you yourself, you should do what you want to do. Always be yourself and embrace who you are. Again, it's all about, I hope you take away, you know, embrace yourself from this. There's a lot of people, you know, you may feel, you know, discriminated against, or even you just feel like, why am I like this? Don't. Embrace yourself, please. You know, and I know it's easy for me to say now because I'm in this position, but trust me, if this was 2-3 years ago, I wouldn't be here saying the same thing. Well, I wouldn't be here, actually. And also celebrate being who you are and tell your family members, your friends, your colleagues to do the same. You know, again, we're all different, and that's a good thing. And finally, I've got a little quote here. I think that strength lies in differences, not in similarities. So the strength of the world, I believe, lies in our differences, you know, how we're all different, not actually how, you know, we're all similar. What a boring world that would be. And I've also got a link here of a song that will be released in June and July. This isn't just to promote it till you see you download it, but please download it when it comes out. I'm not trying to plug myself like that, but maybe I'm a little bit. Featuring the London Community Gospel Choir, who's actually just featured on Britain's Got Talent at the weekend. I don't know if you watched Britain's Got Talent, anyone here, and saw that performance. So we're hoping as well that that will boost the song as well. You know, they're a great group. I'm not sure how I clicked the link. And this is the song.
Carry labels all my life, I learned to embrace it every day, sleepless nights, my mind's always racing. Born to be different cause the same's overrated. I can tell you how I'm feeling, it's just hard to explain it. Imagine how you feel when your head's full of doubt. Misunderstood but can never stand out. Courageous, you were strong and be proud. What's the point of fitting in? I was born to stand out. You know the cycle's so vicious. ADHD, creative, ambitious, clever, romantic, no superstitious. Embrace who you are, keep feeling prestigious. No purpose in my life, I'm just staring at a ceiling. Voices in my head on a daily, I'm breathing. Accepting yourself is the process of healing. Full of energy, I'm feeling so drained. Living lies every day, trying to keep a straight face. Try and bear love to the ones that are brave. We'll see better days.
Our voices will be heard, so hear the words we speak. Cause who are you to judge? Who are you to judge me? Talented and gifted, stronger than you think. We're special, we're so unique. We will rise up. We will rise up. Yeah, we will rise up. We will achieve.
Everybody speak up, let's break up the silence. Some turn to trust cause they ain't got no guidance. Overcame therapy, it's no longer vicious. ADHD enhances my vision. Creative, driven, massive ambition. Equality, let's end this division.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. I appreciate everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, so I hope you enjoyed that. Thank you for the round of applause. Really appreciated it. I'm glad you enjoyed it too.
Right, so I'm going to keep Jay here. And obviously, it's a big thank you in terms of what you personally are doing to raise the issues. And also, I mean, there's generational things. We know neurodiversity has been here forever. So there's whole generations of older people who have had difficulties, and now we can identify them, work with them.
Yeah.
But the idea of the creative side, especially under capitalism, is not valued at all.
Yeah, and can I just say something there? Sorry.
2 seconds.
Just because it's something I left out actually, and I really need to get it in as well.
I'm going to bring you in, but I'm going to take the opportunity to ask if there's any questions from the audience. Yeah. So you do your little bit, and then I'll ask if there's anyone who wants to come up and ask.
I was just going to say, literally, because you just reminded me about, saying about the, neurodiversity is the diversity that, you know, includes every other diversity as well. You know, for loads of time, you know, it's been a myth that, you know, it's just, you know, young white guys that are neurodiverse. It's not. You know, there's more women more than ever getting diagnosed. You know, there's people from all different religions, races who are neurodiverse. So I just wanted to put that out there because everyone is neurodiverse. It's not just a certain type of people or person that's neurodiverse. So yeah, you know, it's the form of diversity is essentially in every other diversity too. I just wanted to say that. Thank you. Cheers.
Cheers. Cheers, Jay. And I did notice you left-handed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right, is there anyone in the room who wants to ask any questions or say anything? And I can hear Mahmood behind me. I'll bring him in a minute. Right, Ben. And do you want to come up? Do you want to come up to the rostrum next to Jay? These are the only mics we've got. So if you just want to come up, and then if they ask you and you answer, and then we'll go from there.
Jay, just a quick question. As someone who was kicked out of school at 15, and you know, I was never sort of bright to say, and my mum and dad were really anxious for me to go into a pupil referral unit when I was younger. You've talked about pupil referral units, and I've now seen it, you know, locally how they've helped people. Could you just talk about that sort of? That, you know, I don't know if you've been to one yourself, or did you? You know, do you have an experience about how people who are suffering, and how that can help them?
Yeah. Thank you for that. I went to a pupil referral unit myself. Yes. Actually, the best thing that could have happened to me. And I actually think that, you know, pupil referral units are actually amazing because actually they do actually challenge the norm. They're, you know, they're used to the sort of type of person that goes to pupil referral units, you know, and stuff like that. And also they are very understanding and, you know, willing to help. But I can understand why, you know, they're scared because I got told by my secondary school, my parents got told, they said, you don't really want your son to go there. But actually, I'm glad I went there, and actually I wish I hadn't stayed at the mainstream school that was actually saying that for as long. So pupil referral units are great. It's, you know, and it's not like a lot of people think, you know, if for example, people used to look at me and say like the uniform will come out of there, and it used to feel like a bit of a stigma, like the general population were looking like, you know, look all these naughty kids that go to this place. So I think it's about challenging that too, but pupil referral units are great, and I can't actually say that enough because I think they've got more freedom to do what they sort of want to do and how they want kids to learn, you know, instead of actually, you know, you've got to be like this, 30 kids in the class and whatnot. So yeah, no, definitely.
Adam, and then I'll bring Mahmood in.
Thank you very much, Jay. Adam Al-Rakia from Leicestershire branch. The question for me is that, is there anything we can do in conjunction with yourself? The reason I ask that is there's so many people I work in Leicestershire where people, unfortunately, young kids who are in school age, college age and all that, they've been made to feel that they're not good enough at all, just like the way you explained in your speech. And unfortunately, these youngsters have ended up into all sorts of things and not actually done what you've done, you know, come out there and supported themselves and others. So if there's anything we can do, thanks.
Yeah, I think it's about the thing that people could do most is be willing to learn, understand more about neurodiversity and what it is, and actually, you know, putting that support in place and looking at it as a, you know, a positive, not in a deficit way, and something negative. Because a lot of the, you know, I remember when I used to come home from school and I used to feel like actually ashamed of myself when I shouldn't actually, you know, that was just who I was. And I feel like, you know, my parents used to be ashamed of me, everyone around me ashamed of me. So I think what you could do is, you know, just learn about the message more, you know, speak about it, you know, speak openly about it yourself. You know, there's a lot of neurodiverse people that don't actually want to come out and speak about it, and I appreciate that because I never wanted to either. But I think it's all about having that understanding and, yeah, just being willing to learn. I think that's all I'd ask. It's like if I could go back to all my teachers that kicked me out and the schools kicked me out, I'd just say, I just wish you had understood me, learned more about me, asked me more questions so I could thrive. And I think with understanding, neurodiverse people really can thrive, as we can see more and more.
Okay, Mahmood, and then I'll bring Kate in.
Yeah, thanks, Jan. When you put your slides up, I've got a daughter, she's 18, she's got developmental dyslexia, and also borderline Asperger's. And when I was reading that, I could see her, and both her strengths and how she creates her own world. The question for me is based on when you deal with these sort of people, there's a two set of groups. There are people who are receptive of their disabilities and they don't mind talking about it. And then you deal with my daughter. She doesn't want to talk about it. She has never ever accepted that she's got these underlying conditions. Hence, all interventions did not actually deliver the results that could have delivered.
Yeah.
So what do you say? I mean, the whole thing about neurodiversity is actually a channel for these people to lift them and bring the wider society, to lump them all together, that we're all equal and the same. But still, I'm sure there's other people in the same situation, whether children or elders or adults are not receptive or they're not, they don't want to discuss their disability. How do we channel them into the bigger arena of neurodiversity?
Yeah. So I think, again, it's what you were saying there about how there's, two types of people that really do not want to talk about it, and just, shut themselves off the world. I think it's because they've been fed so many, it's even like if you go onto, like websites online and type in ADHD, a lot of it's just negative stuff. You're typing and it's all negative. So, you imagine you don't really know what it is. You haven't really heard anybody speaking, actually that it's a positive and stuff like that. And you're just reading all this negative stuff all the time. You are going to think, you are just, you're stupid, you don't fit into the world, your thinking difference is actually a disability in that sense when it's not. So I think it's all about, again, it's about speaking about it and actually showing, people that are doing great stuff that aren't neurodiverse instead of, just saying all the negative stuff and, saying things like, 33% of prisoners, are neurodiverse to a kid in school, because they now think, well, if 33% are, that's just the way I'm going to go, if you know what I mean. But if you then turn around and say, look at, for example, say, Jim Carrey or Richard Branson, then people might think differently, think actually, these are successful people that are neurodiverse. So it's, I was exactly like your daughter. I never wanted to speak about it. And I was actually ashamed of myself and all the stuff I was doing, and ashamed of my ADHD. I was ashamed of it. And it's only actually that I started reading up about it more, learning about, and great people that was already speaking about it that I could relate to, that my view actually changed, and really started to embrace it. So what I'd say to everybody here is, if yourself or your son, your daughter, any family members are neurodiverse, just keep banging on about and realizing the positives of being neurodiverse instead of the negatives, because even in the name, like I said before, deficit's in the name. So you're automatically going to think, I've got a deficit, but in life it isn't a deficit if you channel it right and have got the right support around you.
Thanks, Jay. I'm going to ask Kate to come over. Kate?
So I just wanted to come in and say thank you to Jay for coming along today. It's been absolutely incredible, and it's always important to hear people's first-hand experiences. When we were in Liverpool a couple of weeks ago, myself and a couple of my team actually met with Dr. Tony Lloyd, who runs the National ADHD Foundation. Tony is almost a bit of a mentor to yourself, isn't he, Jay? And we're going to be doing some work and progressing this further, and also possibly working with Jay more to get the message out there and talk about, his experiences. Because when somebody's in a room talking about what they live with every day and past experiences, I guarantee you there's going to be some of you that walk out of here and massively relate to that, or go away and look into this further. And essentially that's what we do. That's what we do as a union. So I think Jay's been absolutely incredible. I love the fact that we've had Jay in the National London Gospel Choir playing music. Who would have thought we ever saw that at conference? But thank you very much. And just to say to conference, we are going to be progressing this work further to help you as representatives in the workplace, but also to help our members and their families if needed. Thank you, Jay.
Thank you. Cheers. Thank you.
Cheers, Jay. Excellent. And hopefully they will notify us when we can download his single. And let's get it up on the charts, because that was absolutely excellent. And it is, in terms of Jay, and all of it knows, the creative side of people is part of life, and you should embrace it. And it's the same in work. There is loads of creative people in work. Look round for those people and bring them in and get them active in the union, because they're the people that do the little things that some of us can't do, and they pull it all together, whether that's drawing, cartoons, engaging with people. So I think it's been brilliant that we've had Jay today, and as Kate said, we'll continue working with Jay and the ADHD. But if anyone needs, because of family members, yourselves or whatever, there's information and there's support there. And it is, and as Jay said, it is never a problem. It is always, you are who you are, and you are a benefit to everyone, and it isn't an issue, and that is absolutely so true. Right, seems a bit weird now. We're now going back to motions. Right, page 40. And it is right, we're doing the business, and I must admit the debates have been absolutely excellent. Right, I'll let people move around a bit. We're on motion 39. Bristol and District. Amal to move. Lee. If we can just wait a minute while everyone settles down. Over to you, Lee.
Ready? Chair, Conference, Liz Darrellia, Bristol and District Branch, move motion 39. At the start of the pandemic, deaf people were excluded from serious public information and law changes during the government public briefings due to no BSL interpreter being made available. It took a petition signed by 42,000 deaf people, along with a letter from a prominent disability rights lawyer, before the government and the BBC started using an in-screen interpreter, which could only be viewed on the BBC News channel website, not mainstream news. It then took another 4 to 5 weeks before the government put those briefings with British Sign Language interpreters on screen onto their social media platforms. Since then, deaf people have often found that the frequency of British Sign Language access hadn't been regular or kept to the main briefings. That included the Prime Minister. The deaf community rallied and a campaign group called Where Is the Interpreter was set up to start putting pressure on the government, as well as raise money and support many deaf people across the country to take legal action against the government. On the 16th of June 2021, one of the cases against the government was heard, with the government claiming the responsibility to provide BSL access laid with the broadcasters, not Downing Street. This argument was overruled by the judge, who determined that the government had breached equality law by failing to provide access to information by a sign language interpreter. Throughout this campaign, Bristol and District has supported the Where Is the Interpreter group, helping to fundraise and arrange for local Labour MP and Mayor in Bristol to meet and understand the issue in order to garner support politically. Since the judgment, we are awaiting further movement from the courts regarding the other 400 cases pending on this issue. However, we continue to collect data on breaches of every briefing that the government gives, COVID-related or not, such as COP26 event held in Scotland, where there wasn't a single interpreter made available for any of the briefings. I would also like to note that Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland put Boris and Downing Street to shame by having BSL interpreted on stage at every briefing. Conference, I ask that you vote yes to this motion and ask the NEC and CWU to publicly support this and any future campaign for all deaf people to have access to any public briefing or information that impact on their lives, regardless of political level or media platform. I move.
Seconder.
Chair Conference, Tony Windle, on behalf of East Lancswell, rising to second motion 39. The deaf community are a minority group of people living in a hearing world, missing out on vital information and often ending up being the last to know information which could be life-saving or life-changing. Just imagine you're a deaf person. The government holds a press conference to tell everyone to keep safe, how to keep safe, and why to keep safe. Warning of the serious consequences. But you don't understand what's being spoken. Would you not feel isolated? Would you not feel scared? Would you feel like you don't matter? I bet you would. Your mental well-being would likely be affected. We as hearing people wouldn't accept this situation, so why should the deaf community? The government's excuses, passing the responsibility to broadcasters or claiming subtitles were an adequate provision. This isn't good enough and shouldn't be accepted going forward, as not only is it discriminatory, it is disrespectful, especially when the services are readily available and smaller countries and states manage to be inclusive. But in society, we should expect our government to keep deaf people informed of important information. The information must be accessible at the same time, no matter the event or where it's presented. As a union, we are working together to mainstream equality. So if you believe equality should also be mainstreamed in society, then you must support this motion. Conference, please support.
Thanks, Tony. Motion 39 is open for debate. No debate. I'll bring Jonathan Belshaw in on behalf of the National Executive.
Chair Conference, Jonathan Belshaw on behalf of the National Executive, rising to wholeheartedly support this motion. Conference, if I take a few steps to my left and stood in front of the interpreter, you would rightly call me out because you wouldn't see the interpreter. They would be hidden. Conference, that's what we're doing with this motion. We're calling out Boris and his cronies. Conference, during COVID, it was apparent and the calls were loud that there needed to be an interpreter. Scotland could do it, Wales could do it, Northern Ireland could do it, but yet Boris couldn't. Conference, it was clear during COVID what the Tory strategy was. Let's have a cull. Let's get rid of people with disabilities. We saw that in the actions that they took throughout. Conference, it's not hard to arrange an interpreter. There's lots of them about, and they would do it. We saw that. So, Conference, what excuse is there from the Tory government for not doing it? There is no excuse. Or maybe Boris was too drunk from the parties. I'll let you decide that one. So, Conference, we are pleased to support this. I'm glad you're laughing, Lee. We are pleased to support this. We will be working with the campaign group to do it. We are looking at the whole issue and what we can do. Because, Conference, it's not right that we exclude people. Just imagine for a second that if I came around and stuck something in your ears and you couldn't hear what I'm saying, apart from some of you cheering, Conference, you wouldn't have a clue what was going on. I could be saying anything. And that's the reality that faces with deaf members when there's interpreters not available. So, Conference, I'm sure you will do, but please unanimously carry this motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Jonathan. Right, there's been no opposition, so I'm going to put motion 39 to you. All those in favour, please show. Down. Those against. That's carried unanimously. Well done. Right, we're on motion 40. Can I have the mover and the seconder? North West number 1 and Scotland number 1.
Chair, Conference, Sheila Biggins, North West Women's Lead and North West #1 Equality and Women's Officer. Equality officers are an important tool for the CWU to continue their role in promoting equality and diversity. Essentially, they need to develop the moral ground and the argument for creating a more inclusive and diverse workplace. The presence of an equality officer increases the likelihood of people speaking up about their inequalities, which then encourage employees to respond to these issues, improve inequality practices and prevent issues re-emerging. Redesign promised to put equality front and centre of everything we do. As a union, and release it as a necessary tool for all representatives of the CWU to carry out their work their roles require. Equality officers are faced with a number of challenges which can impact the effectiveness of their role. The main barrier is that they do not have the right to statutory release to fulfil their duties. For this reason, many employees do not take the equality officers seriously enough, and this is a significant barrier to the work of equality officers. And many feel as though there is a lack of support for their role. Conference recognises the difference is what is enshrined in law for the other elected positions, and such equality reps will never see full equality until their right to paid time off is also enshrined in law. Conference instructs the NEC to work with the Quality Education and Development Department, the TUC and any like-minded organisations to lobby the government and campaign to bring about the necessary changes to the legislation, making it law for equality representatives to be entitled to time off with pay during their normal working hours as necessary to carry out their functions. Conference, I move.
Thanks, Sheila. Seconder.
Chair, Conference. I'm Shannon Connor from Scotland #1 to second the motion 40. I'm a first-time speaker at Conference, so forgive my nerves. It is absolutely necessary to allow our equality reps and leads to have paid time off, as doing so we will really be putting our money where our mouths are. We're here today to forward equality within our own union. With this motion, it will allow us to be at the forefront of putting equality exactly where it needs to be within the movement. Other reps, such as our health and safety reps, are incredible and have in instances helped each of us without us even knowing it. All of this is made possible with the support of the law for fully paid days to carry out their roles. Our equality reps are just as incredible and should without a doubt be afforded the same time to fulfil their roles. This will allow us to all benefit from the invaluable skills and experience that they offer and will strengthen us totally as a union. Our members deserve this representation and our colleagues deserve our support. I second this motion and I please ask that you support this.
Thanks, Sharon. Motion 40 is open to debate. Yeah, Ros, do you want to come down? Yeah. Is there anyone else? Yep.
Good morning yet again. Ros White, Highland Amal, branch chair, branch LGBT rep and regional LGBT rep for Scotland. And we'll just wait while our friend here tools up. Yep, good, fine, cool. I'm going to tell you a wee story that shows how this impacts. I work as a maintenance engineer for properties and facilities. And when it was first agreed that I would be coming as a delegate to conference, the first thing my lovely branch secretary, Robbie, did was fill out the required release application form and send it to my Properties and Facilities Services Manager. This would be back in, what, January-ish, I think? Something like that. He sent it back saying he couldn't open it. We sent it in other formats. He sent it back saying, still can't open it. We sent him a hard physical copy through the post. We are, after all, the Communication Workers Union, and most of you are posties. And we heard nothing. Now, bearing in mind that I started travelling to be here at 4 a.m. on Saturday morning, on Thursday afternoon, I got an email saying, if you go into PSP and apply for unpaid special leave, I'll authorise it. Conference, this is disgusting. This is appalling. Whether it's because of what I am or what I represent, I don't know, but we need to get this sorted. We need proper, respectful, paid release for all our equality reps, because as Jay, our guest here, has recently said, the majority of us are special, are different. There will be people for whom one or other of the equality strands is especially relevant. And if you need that expert knowledge from your representative and you can't get it because they cannot afford to take the time off to be with you in your hour of need, then we as a union are failing those members. So I therefore ask you to support this wholeheartedly and put us on help get the government to put us on an equal footing with all our IR reps and give us the paid leave we need to actually do our job and represent our members properly. I'm waffling, I'll stop. Thank you.
Thanks, Ross.
Conference. Peter Pascal, I'm from Mersey Branch. I'm the Northwest Regional BAME Lead, and I'm also the Equality Officer of my branch, Mersey Branch. I work very closely with Sheila, who came up with the motion, in my region. I work 10 hours a night as a 999 operator, and we also do Relay UK to help deaf, speech impaired, and people who have problems with hearing with their phone calls as well. I work 10 hours a night. I start my shift, it's either 8 till 6, 8 o'clock in the evening till 6 a.m. in the morning, 8:30 till 6:30 a.m., or 9 till 7. I have to go to meetings. A lot of the time, I finish work and I will go straight to a meeting. As Sheila will attest, Tony Windle, who's the disability rep for my region, and Carl Webb, he's our regional secretary. And what you'll find is a lot of reps who have facility time will take up the other posts because other people don't want to do it because they don't want to give their time. People like me, people like Sheila, people like Tony, and other people in other regions, they do this because they want to help people. They're not doing it just to get time off for their own good. They want to help people. So I want everybody, please, to support this motion because it's very important. Equalities is at the centre of everything, of nearly every case an industrial rep does. And that's why we're having this Equality Day today. So I want everyone to support it because it is very important and people work hard for this. That's it.
Thanks, Peter. Is there anyone else? Okay.
Chair, Conference, Anne Nicholson, Meridian Branch, Equality Officer, still, rising to wholeheartedly support this motion. I'm glad to see that the NEC are supporting it as well. I stood up at 2018 Redesign Conference and told Dave Ward that if he didn't put equality at the centre of everything that we did, I'd be knocking on his door. This is me standing up here, knocking on the door. This is important. We do need our equality officers, our equality BAME, women's, everybody. We need everybody to have the opportunity to have the time off, to be able to help the members in our branches that need our help. There's no point in having equality officers of any shape or form if we don't give them the support and the help and the assistance that they need to do the job that they really want to do. Thank you.
Thanks, Anne. No further debate. Going to call in Kate Hudson on behalf of the National Executive.
Chair Conference, Kate Hudson, standing in the name of the NEC to support motion 40. Conference, we acknowledge that CWU equality reps have a significant impact in the promotion of equality issues and fair treatment at work. Studies have actually shown that equality practices are more likely to have been adopted in unionised than non-unionised workplaces, and outcomes such as good workplace policies and pay rates have been found to be more equitable in unionised workplaces than elsewhere. As a union, we do already have existing policy on this, and in light of our existing policies, we thank the North West No. 1 branch and Scotland No. 1 for highlighting this important issue and bringing it to conference today. And as a movement, we do recognise the important role equality officers do. Their role in ensuring that our employers comply and adhere to their duties under the Equality Act cannot be underestimated. They are out there in the field, working with our reps, with our industrial reps, working on the forefront of our workplaces and shop floors. Tackling discrimination, harassment and bullying in the workplace, campaigning for equality, fairness and justice. Often, they do have to use their own time. I've been an equality officer in the past, and they do have hostile employers who persistently try to pull release last minute, refuse release even when the union is paying for it. Just because our employers tick a box, we don't have to. Our equality officers are out there fighting day in and day out, and they are an important tool in our movement. They develop arguments for being more inclusive and diverse, and their presence, like Sheila pointed out, increases the likelihood of our members speaking up about their inequalities and injustice at work and coming forward and speaking to our union reps. They are faced with so many challenges, it does and can get exhausting. As this motion points out, the main barrier they do have is, unfortunately, they don't have statutory release to fulfil their duties. Since taking up my role, this is one of the biggest issues that comes to me when we meet with our regional equality leads and when I speak with equality branch officers. What we are trying to do now as a department, because we are live to this issue, is starting to collate further information when the employers are pulling release last minute and when they're not giving it, when they're refusing it and why. Because this gives us our arguments and this gives us strength to pick this issue up. Conference, let's work together. Let's develop a campaign to bring about change. Let's develop our arguments and let's get our equalities reps the facilities and time they need to do the job to the best of their abilities. I move support.
Thanks, Keith. There's been no opposition, so I'll put motion 40 to you. All those in favour, please show. Down. Those against. That's carried unanimously. Thanks, everyone. We move on to motion 41. Standing in the name of Northern Ireland Regional Committee. And have the mover and the seconder up. If there isn't a seconder, it will be formally.
Okay. President Conference, Erin Massey, Northern Ireland Regional Secretary, supporting this motion wholeheartedly from both my region and my own branch. I want to share the experience of a Northern Ireland Telecom branch member and his wife. The member is a retired CWU tutor called Andy Gibb. Andy was married to Maggie Gibb for 46 years. Maggie was born on the 1st of April 1954, which meant she was a classic example of a waspy woman. Maggie worked for most of her life with the expectation that she would qualify for her state pension on the 1st of April 2014. The levelling up of women's retirement age meant Maggie was deprived from not only 5 years of her pension entitlement. In March 2019, Maggie received a letter from the DWP advising her that she would receive her state pension on the 3rd of September 2019, 5 years and 5 months later than she should have. On Thursday, the 27th of June, while tutoring in Alvascott Lodge, Andy Gibb received a call from his daughter Helen with the devastating news that Helen had found their mum passed away at their home in Loughborough. A post-mortem determined that Maggie had succumbed to the silent killer that is myocardial ischemia, commonly known as heart failure. Maggie's funeral service was held in a packed hall at Loughborough Crematorium on Tuesday, the 16th of July 2019, 6 weeks before she would have received her state pension. If that was not enough to deal with the loss of Maggie, Andy contacted the DWP to inquire about any inheritance entitlement in relation to the national insurance contributions from Maggie for over 35 years of her working life, only to find that pension provisions relating to inheritance had also been changed. In effect, Maggie was robbed of her pension entitlement both in life and in death. It is a shame and a disgrace that hard-working women like Maggie have been treated in the way in which they have. Our movement should be at the forefront in supporting the women against state pension injustice. Those women, including individuals like Maggie, who are no longer with us, deserve to be compensated for the way they have been treated. I urge delegates to support this motion, if possibly unanimously. Thank you.
Thanks, Erin. Is there a seconder? Formally seconded. Motion 41 is open for debate. Yeah, do you want to come down yourself? Is there anyone else?
Chair Conference, Ken Ward, Plymouth and East Cornwall, to support motion 41. Conference, I wasn't aware of the problems these ladies had until we had a meeting with the retired members section many years ago. We invited one of these ladies and she explained the problems they had. Since then, with an excellent campaign, they've come a long way. Those born in the 1950s are still waiting for compensation. Some of them, unfortunately, have passed away since then. Conference, we must fully support their campaign to get a full conclusion to them. Thank you, Conference.
John?
Chair Conference, John Farnan, Retired Member Secretary, East Number 6, to support. And this has gone on long enough. Women deserve compensation as soon as possible. And I have to say, if there's maladministration, that should lead surely to compensation. This initially affected some 3.8 million women, many suffering genuine financial hardships as a result. And as the previous speaker said, some are dying and have died before ever seeing justice. Many have mental health issues and some are losing their financial independence, having to rely on their husbands, partners, family, charities and others. It was a lack of notice that affected detrimentally on their lives. Compensation should and must be paid. I can't do this as a retired man justice, but just reiterating what Damien said, anyone who really wants to hear what they say, we've got a guest WASPI speaker at the retired members fringe meeting directly after this. You know, please come and hear what they've got to say. And one WASPI woman wrote this: "This money was paid in by us women and our employers. It was never the government's to keep. This is the greatest theft since the Great Train Robbery. We want what we are owed." Thank you, conference. Please support.
Thanks, John. I'm going to bring in Kate Walsh on behalf of the National Executive.
President Conference, Kate Walsh on behalf of the NEC to support motion 41. This motion outlines another appalling injustice against women, a further example of gender discrimination that has still not resolved despite the findings of the Parliamentary and Health Service Ombudsman last year. The 1995 Conservative Government State Pension Act included plans to increase women's state pension age from 60 to 65 so that it was the same as men's. WASPI agreed that, Women Against State Pension Injustice, agreed with equalisation, but did not agree with the unfair way the changes were implemented, leaving no time for them to make any alternative plans. Women were not properly informed, and as a result, hundreds of thousands are suffering financial hardship, with retirement plans which have been shattered with devastating consequences. The campaign started with ordinary women who in 2015 got together via Facebook and decided to fight this injustice. The process has been long and protracted. However, the PHSO finally communicated their findings on the 20th of July 2021. The report found that from 2005, the Department for Work and Pensions knew that women were unaware of their revised state pension age, and they failed to communicate that their state pension age would be increasing to the 3.8 million 1950s-born women affected, and this was the maladministration. The findings vindicate the years of campaigning by the Women Against State Pension Inequality campaign and the commitments of women who had made individual complaints to the PHSO. Throughout the campaign, and despite support across Parliament, WASPI had been dismissed by successive governments, with ministers consistently refusing to meet with the women affected and insisting in Parliament that sufficient notice had been given, when even their department knew that this was not the case. The DWP's own research showed that women were not sufficiently aware of the changes, yet they still failed to act. This inaction had devastating and life-altering impacts on women across the country. The WASPI campaign expected there to have been a government response by now to the Parliamentary and Health Service Ombudsman's finding of maladministration. To date, none has been received. These women have been waiting for many, many years and cannot wait any longer. The government need to urgently agree fair and fast compensation for all women affected by this injustice, and it needs to reflect their financial losses, the sustained damage to their mental health and well-being, and all additional impacts that they have suffered, including the ones that Erin and the other speakers have mentioned about people, who have passed away before they had the chance to see this coming to fruition. The NEC are fully committed to work with the Retired Members Committee to support the WASPI women and campaign within the TUC and the Labour Party to bring this disgraceful injustice to an end and allow these women to enjoy their retirement with the financial security that they have earned and always deserved. I ask conference to support the motion.
I'm going to put there's been no opposition, so I'm going to put motion 41 to you. All those in favour, please show. Down. Those against. That's carried unanimously. Right, I want you to stay in your seats, but that will conclude today's business. Well, they're not today's business. I am so generous to you all. Right, I've got announcements and I will be calling SOC in, so if Joyce wants to start, get ready. Right, there is stalls outside, both downstairs and upstairs, so make sure you go, have a look what the campaigns are, and make sure if there's anything you need information from that you do use the stalls. I know everyone's packing up, but can we wait a little bit? Right, there is fringe meetings. The equality fringe meeting is the mental health fringe meeting, right, so that you know. And unfortunately, the leaflets haven't been advertised. Who have we got, Kate?
We've got Steve Jones chairing it, but some of the speakers are now doing a couple of fringes, but we've got Dr. Rosanna Allen Carr.
Dr. Rosanna Allen Carr is doing that. So that's one of the fringe meetings. We've got a class fringe meeting. The mental health equality one is at Cromwell Hall. The class fringe meeting is in the Branksome, and there's a retired members fringe meeting in the Bayview. That's that. In terms for the Postal Industrial Conference, after dinner, there will be the SOR4 will be available outside on reception. So there'll be stuff there, as well as any other documents you need for the Postal Industrial Conference. I'm going to ask Joyce to come in and do the standing orders with us. And then I've just got one more announcement, and then we'll wrap up the morning session.
Thank you, Jane. Joyce Stevenson, on behalf of the General Conference Standing Orders Committee, to move Standing Orders Supplementary Report number 4, which was contained in your seats this morning, and to draw your attention and to avoid confusion. The Standing Orders Committee decided, with the carriage of the appeal yesterday on Emergency Motion 6, the Standing Orders Committee have taken the view and have decided to compensate Emergency Motion 3 and Emergency Motion 6, and that is now compensate Emergency Motion 7. Can I also draw your attention to the information on Equality Day that was also on your seat, and in page 1 you'll see a QR code. The QR code is for delegates to fill in a survey, and I can't stress enough how important it will be for you to fill in the survey and to give the Equality, Education and Development Department and the Standing Orders the information that we're going to need to move Equality Day forward in 2 years' time. So on that basis, President, I move the Standing Orders Supplementary Report. Thank you.
Okay. Is Standing Orders Supplementary Report number 4 agreed? Right, thanks, Joyce. Right, just before we go for dinner or lunch, what I wanted to say is, as you know, and I said it and I'll say it every day, even though we're out of the pandemic and it's nice and you haven't got masks on, I ask people to be respectful around COVID. And if any people are testing positive, the same as what you would do in your workplace, I don't expect them to be in the building. I said that yesterday, I'll repeat it again today. Can we be respectful around people in terms of passing on COVID, but also respecting people's rights in terms of distances and masks and that? So just another reminder, if we can be mindful of that. And again, and I said it as bluntly as I could yesterday, if someone tests positive, I don't expect you to be in this hall. Okay? Sorry about that. I know people have got different views, but it's not fair on everyone who's come together here this week. So if you can be mindful of that, that will be great. Other than that, enjoy the fringe meetings, enjoy the stalls, enjoy your dinner. See you back here at 2 o'clock. We're adjourned till 2.
We don't have to worry about nothing. 'Cause we got the fire, and we burning one hell of a something. They're gonna see us from outer space, light it up. We're the stars of the human race, human race. When the lights turning down, they don't know what they heard. Strike the march, play it loud, giving love to the world. We'll be raising our hands, shining up to the sky. 'Cause we got the fire, fire, fire. Yeah, we got the fire, fire, fire. And we're gonna let it burn, 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 burn. We're gonna let it burn, 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 burn. Gonna let it burn, 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 burn. We're gonna let it burn, 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 burn. We don't wanna leave, no. We just wanna be right now, right now. And what we see is everybody's on the floor acting crazy, getting local till the lights out. Music's on, I'm waking up. We start the fire, and we start it up, and we're sober now. We got the love, there's no sleeping now, no sleeping now. When the lights turn down, they don't know what they heard. Strike the march, play it loud, giving love to the world. We'll be raising our hands, shining up to the sky. 'Cause we got the fire, fire, fire. Yeah, we got the fire, fire, fire. And we're gonna let it burn, 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 burn. We're gonna let it burn, 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 burn. Gonna let it burn, 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 burn. We're gonna let it burn, 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 burn. When the lights turn down, they don't know what they heard. Strike the march, play it loud, giving love to the world. We're gonna let it burn, 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 burn. We can light it up, 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 so they can't put it out, out, out. We can light it up, 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 so they can't put it out, out, out. We can light it up, 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 so they can't put it out, out, out. We can light it up, up, so they can't put it out, out, out. When the lights turn down, they don't know what they heard. Strike the march, play it loud, giving love to the world. We'll be raising our hands, shining up to the sky. 'Cause we got the fire, fire, fire. Yeah, we got the fire, fire, fire. And we're gonna let it burn, 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 burn. We're gonna let it burn, 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 burn. Gonna let it burn, 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 burn. We're gonna let it burn, 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 burn. When the lights turn down, they don't know what they heard. Strike the march, play it loud, giving love to the world. We'll be raising our hands, shining up to the sky. 'Cause we got the fire, fire, fire. Yeah, we got the
step one, you say we need to talk. He walks, you say sit down, it's just talk. He smiles politely back at you. You stare politely right on through some sort of window to your right. She goes left and you stay right between the lines. Fear and blame. You begin to wonder why you came. Where did I go wrong? I lost a friend. A star so bright, you blind me. Yeah. Don't close your eyes, don't fade away, don't fade away. Oh, yeah, you and me, we can ride on a star if you stay with
Let's go, girls. Come on. I'm going out tonight. I'm feeling alright. Gonna let it all hang out. Wanna make some noise, really raise my voice. Yeah, I wanna scream and shout. No inhibitions, make no conditions.
living in my own world. Didn't understand that anything can happen when you take a chance.
I never believed in what I couldn't see. I never opened my heart to all the possibilities. Ooh, I know that something has changed. Never felt this way. And right here tonight, this could be the start of something new. It feels so right to be here with you. Oh, and now I'm looking in your eyes. I feel in my heart the start of something new.
Oh, yeah. Now who'd have ever thought that we'd both be here tonight? Oh,
Yeah, and the world looks so much brighter.
right.
Oh, with you by my side. I know that something has changed. Never felt this way. I know it for real. This could be the start of something new. It feels so right to be here with you. Oh, and now looking in your eyes, I feel in my heart the start of something new.
I never knew that it could happen till it happened to me. Oh, yeah.
I didn't know it before, but now it's easy to see. Oh, it's the start of something new. It feels so right to be here with you. Oh, and now looking in your eyes, I feel in my heart that it's the start of something new. It feels so right to be here with you. And now looking in your eyes, I feel in my heart the start of something new. The
Start of something new.
start of something new.
When the night has come and the land is dark and the moon is the only light we'll see. No, I won't be afraid. Oh, I won't be afraid. Just as long as you stand by me. So darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Stand by me. If the sky that we look upon should tumble and fall, or the mountain should crumble to the sea, I won't cry, no, I won't shed a tear, just as long as you stand by me. And darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Oh, stand
chubby waist, thick legs in shape, rump shaking both ways, make you do a double take. Planet rocker, showstopper, flow popper, head knocker, beat scholar, tail dropper. Do my thing, mother. Like Rolls Royce, Lamborghini, Blue Medina, always beaming, rag top, chrome pipes, blue lights, out of sight. Long weed, sold in, say it again, sold in. Make that money, throw it in, booty bouncing, don't hit. Everybody here, get your backs off the wall, 'cause misdemeanor said so. Everybody, well, my name is Sierra for all you fly fellas. No one can do it better. She'll sing on acapella. Boy, the music makes me lose control. We're gonna make you lose control and let it go, for you know you're gonna hit the flow. I rock to the beat till I'm higher. The walk in the club is fire. Get it crunk and wired. Wave your hands, scream louder. If you smoke, then fired up. Bring the roof down and holler. If you tipsy, stand up. DJ, turn it louder. Take somebody by the waist and now throw it in their face like hypnotic, robotic. This here will rock your bodies. Take somebody by the waist and now throw it in their face like systematic, ecstatic. Give me your attention, baby. I gotta tell you a little something about yourself. You're one of our flawless, ooh, you a sexy lady. But you walk around here like you wanna be someone else. Ooh, whoa. I know that you don't know it, but you're fine, so fine. Fine, so fine. Ooh, whoa. Oh, girl, I'm gonna
I'm pacing the pews in a church corridor, and I can't help but to hear, no, I can't help but to hear an exchanging of words. What a beautiful wedding, what a beautiful wedding, says a bridesmaid to a waiter. Yes, but what a shame the poor groom's bride is a whore. I chime in with a haven't you people ever heard of closing a goddamn door? No, it's much better to face these kinds of things with a sense of voice and rationality. I chime in, haven't you people ever heard of closing a goddamn
It's time to begin, I'll count it in. 5, 6, 7, 8. My boots scooting baby is driving me crazy. My obsession from a western, my dance floor date, my rodeo Romeo, a cowboy got from head to toe. Wanna make you mine, better get in line. 5, 6, 7, 8.
Afternoon conference, can you all start taking your seats? It's 2 o'clock.
Good afternoon, President.
Oh, no, you again.
I've been trying to get Vince back to Kevin Beasley because he left him. Where is he?
Here, this row here.
Oh, I've just seen him.
Give him to him when you see
I've just seen him at the.
I texted him saying I've got your
He was right behind you. Right, if everyone can settle down and take your seats, please. We're on motion 42. Standing in the name of London Regional Committee, can you take your seats? London Regional Committee to move. Don't care. 2 o'clock and we went early. London Regional Committee to move. You've got 8 minutes, otherwise it'll fall. I'd love to be not like that, but it is 2 o'clock and gone 2. And if we don't do the motions and we have all the speakers, I'll get complained at that we haven't set policy. Right, can we have a bit of hush? Can you sit down just before I bring Ian in? People on that table, as I went out for lunch, there was complaints that people can hear noises coming off the tables who aren't on the floor in terms of the delegates. Can we make sure between the two tables that we can keep the level of noise down? Okay, I'm just saying someone asked and I've repeated what someone's asked. Right, we're on motion 42, London.
Removers turned up.
Right. Yeah. I feel like I'm a grumpy old woman, but at the end of the day, we're here to set policy so that we can move stuff on. Shh.
Right, good afternoon. The conference President Winston Richards, London Regional Assistant Secretary hat on today, to move motion 42. And it's to do with the situation, what we've all discussed today. It's been an excellent day's debate, and we've had some very interesting and very emotional topics. And the reason for that was obviously we had redesign, and the purpose of redesign was to bring equality to the mainstream. So we thank conference for doing that, but now we need to strengthen even more the equality structures that are in place. Now we have, you know, the NEC now, where we have people on the decision-making stage. We also have a new structure within the regions and a new structure within the branches. So these are all new roles. Some of the people that have taken on these roles are actually new to trade unionism. Some have been in it a few years. So what we're looking at is how can we make sure that when we have these debates and we have these meetings, that everyone is clear on what they need to do. We also have the Assistant Secretary role now, which is one of the leads for equality within the region. So there's a lot of new things coming. There's a lot of good debate that's gone on in these meetings. But what would help a little bit more is if people were coordinated and understood clearly what their roles were. Not just for the equality leads, not just for the equality reps, not just for the NEC, but for the branches as well. Because some of the feedback we've had is that branches are not quite clear. So this helps everybody in bringing forward a more robust and fit-for-purpose equality strand, equality movement. And I just want to pay thanks also to the Equality Education Department for what they have done in bringing all of this to us today. They've done an extremely good amount of work. So we just want to supplement it more and complement it more by putting forward this proposal. And we believe that if we could provide a report, and a report could be provided within the next 6 months that could detail exactly what people need to do, then we feel that will help in forwarding our equality agenda. If the report could be done within the next, say, 6 months or so, because most of the people have just started their 2-year tenures, and what it will do, it will help those people already in position, and it will also encourage new people coming along, and it will make them feel that the work that they're doing, I know it's already valued, but people need to feel that their work is being valued, and what their work is being, people need to know what they're expected to do. So our motion is pretty clear. It sets out everything what's done. I think bringing it to the mainstream was always going to be a new way forward. It was always going to have little hitch-ups along the way. We've managed to smooth out most of them. I think this motion will finalise everything so people are clear on where what they need to do, and everyone can work together to maintain and bring forward this excellent equality agenda that we have in place. So please support. Thank you.
Seconder. Formally seconded. Oh, sorry, Ian. I thought I heard a shout coming out from the other side.
Okay. Amber already, Jane. Cheers. President Conference, Ian Murphy, London Regional Secretary, to second motion 42. The CWU is a very proud trade union. It's always held democracy at its heart. And when we consider the issue of proportionality, we should also consider how an acceptable balance between remaining a strongly membership-led union and becoming more inclusive and accessible organisation is achieved. We need to do more to encourage and advance our equality officers, disability champions and equality leads, both in branches and regions. The CWU takes this seriously, and one of the measures of success for branches includes a section on proportionality. And the question it puts out there is, are branch women, BAME and equality reps utilised by the branch for casework? And this is the crux of this motion. Quite often holders of these roles have a limited idea of what their role is, and this is even more apparent for new equality reps. And what's worse, in some cases, some branches don't understand what the roles entail. And equality officers are not always trained in industrial relations agreements, processes or procedures, nor in conduct or grievances. And this can limit their utilisation of equality officers within and our core membership, but also with credentials. These reps would also be available for representation outside our core industries, a resource we could use as we expand our range. We need a better understanding of the roles, a better understanding for branches, and training and education necessary for these reps to fully reach their full potential. And it can be a continuing issue when it comes to release and engagement, particularly when this release is at a cost to the branch, although it should be remembered, of course, that branch rebates take this into account. And it can be frustrating for our equality officers in being unable to secure the financial resources to visit workplaces, start campaigns and provide representation. And finally, this motion seeks to give both the equality officers and branches the information and greater understanding of these roles and their importance. Please support.
Motion 42 is open for debate. No debate. I call Michelle Bailey on behalf of the NEC. Jean.
President Conference, Michelle Bailey speaking on behalf of the NEC in support of motion 42. Firstly, I would like to thank the London region for bringing this motion to conference. I think we can all agree that since the outbreak of COVID-19, much of our focus over the last few years, quite rightly, has been protecting our members, either through prompt responses to secure agreements with our employers on health and safety practices and new ways of working when dealing with members' individual grievances and concerns arising from impacts of the pandemic. As a union, we have consistently recognised the importance of all of our equality officers and the benefits and knowledge they bring to their roles. Throughout the pandemic, our equality leads and officers have played an active and valuable role in illustrating the disproportionate impact COVID-19 has had to marginalised groups such as women, BAME, LGBT+ members and members who consider themselves to have a disability. We also recognise the huge and difficult job Kate Hudson and her team have had picking up the structural policy changes during the challenging times. I personally am aware of the huge body of work our equality leads and the Equality Education and Development team have had done in the recent years, working collectively, establishing our equality priorities, and in doing so, reaffirming our new structures for equality that were brought in following the redesign conference in 2018. And conference, I welcome the good news that our NEC equality leads have already made progress on this motion by all 4 equality strand groups so they can reflect the changes that were brought in under redesign. Conference, many of us in this room, there's no confusion around the equality officer and the responsibilities that cover. It's not a phenomenon. We as a trade union movement must develop these roles, and whilst we as a union have made progress and are actively seeking to mainstream our equality work, we are very much alive in the fact that as our new equality lead roles have begun to develop, it has now become a timely and necessary to reaffirm these roles, and in order to become more timely, responsibilities of all our equality strand leads and officers, in order for us to deliver our objectives and make sure they have the support that they need. Conference, we welcome the instruction for the report to be made and conducted. We hope the report will provide further opportunities to strengthen and enhance the role of the equality leads so that they too are afforded the recognition and support that they need to do the role that they have been elected to do by the membership. Conference, I ask you to unanimously support this motion.
I'm going to put motion 42 to you. All those in favour, please show. Down. Those against? That's carried unanimously. We're now on motion 43. South East Wales and Mal to move. And if there's a seconder from North East, that's okay. Winston, if you just wait a minute and Winston, oh, don't cross over the stairs, it's unlucky.
Chair Conference, Jason Richards, Deputy Branch Secretary, moving motion 43 in the name of my branch, South East Wales and Mal. Conference, this motion builds on the excellent work the Union have embarked upon with achieving proportionality on the NEC and throughout the regional structures, and this motion builds on these achievements. I know that many CWU activists, a lot of you who are in this hall, are involved in the wider labour movement, such as in their trades councils, constituency labour parties and also other organisations. Also, the CWU nationally have representatives in the TUC and Labour equality strands. I think it's imperative as activists we do not just work in our internal CWU structures, but in order to make a positive change in society and in our communities, we need to take our activism and knowledge into other organisations. From my activism as a CWU rep, I have got involved with my local CLP, where I am now the Trade Union Liaison Officer for the Cynon Valley, and through working with my Labour MP, Beth Winter, who set up a forum for trade unions in the area, I have been involved with setting up a new trades council for the Rhondda Cynon Taff, which is growing from strength to strength, but we do currently need more equality strands from different trade unions to get involved. The importance of being active outside of our internal structures couldn't be highlighted better than within our equality strands. Our branch secretary, Amarjit Singh, now occupies one of the BAME seats on the NEC and also holds the BAME seat on the Welsh TUC General Council and has been active for many years supporting and developing BAME representatives. However, if he was not elected to the BAME seat on the Welsh TUC General Council, he would still have had an opportunity in the TUC Equality Forum and also through branches and the region to introduce campaigns. Conference, by passing this motion, we will have formulated a structure for regional equality leads to become active within the TUC and Labour Party, which will consequently develop the equality roles and result in the CWU being able to campaign even more effectively across the country on issues of equality, which, as we know, is the core principle of the CWU. Conference, I move.
Thanks, Jason. Seconder.
Chair, Conference, Peter Sharrocks. North East Branch, rising to second motion 43. We all know that the TUC support trade unions to help them grow, represent their members and keep up to date with the changes going on in the world of work, helping to shape policies and change laws for the better and promote equality for everyone. As a union, we gain strength by working together through the TUC. Therefore, it only seems sensible that as well as supporting the whole of the TUC in attending meetings, sitting on the equality committees and going to conferences, etc., we start to get involved at a regional level. Some regions are already doing this. Regional TUCs represent the TUC by supporting campaigns, objectives and seek the views of the TUC in that particular region. We need a voice on these regional platforms to help move our campaigns forward, give the views of our union and get support for them along with supporting and helping the wider union movement. The same goes for local Labour parties. For those reps in the Labour Party regionally, it also seems a good idea if we can also have a voice at their meetings and conferences. Similar to the region TUCs, they also have regional conferences, they organise training and have social events. It's an ideal way for us to build up the contacts with our local Labour MPs, and this has been a valuable tool for us in the campaigning and in EDM's, early day motions, to name a couple. Having a voice on both TUC and Labour can help us in our campaigns, strengthen his numbers. Please support, I second.
Thanks, Peter. Motion 43 is open to debate. Yeah, do you want to come down? Is there anyone else? Okay.
Chair, Conference, John Woodhouse, North East Regional Secretary, to support. And just to give Conference a bit of an understanding of the structures or the different structures within the TUC, we're a little bit unique as a CWU region because we cover two different TUC regions. So we've got the Northern TUC and we've got the Yorkshire and Humber TUC. Both of them, to hold any position on any committee, you have to be a delegate to the annual regional conference. On the executive at the Northern TUC, we have 2 seats which we fill. We've just gained a third one because we've grabbed the young workers reserved seat. Quincy is our regional lead, sits on that one. They have 4 subcommittees: public services, organising, equalities, education, learning and skills. And we have people on 3 of those committees out of 4. They then have self-organised groups: Health and Safety Forum, Women's Group, Pensions Advisory Group, LGBT Network, International Forum, Race Advisory Group, Young Members Network and the Disability Forum. The Northern TUC structure and the self-organised groups virtually mirrors our own structure. So not surprisingly, we've got the leads on all those different committees. We've got 1 or 2 to fill still. On top of that, we're due or allowed 8 delegates to the annual regional council. That's the Northern TUC. Yorkshire TUC, completely different. 16 seats at the annual conference, 2 seats on the executive, one's got to be a woman. They have 3 policy groups: equalities, youth and safety, and we've got people on them. Labour Party, 1 seat on each regional board, because again we cover 2 regions within our region, Labour North and Yorks and Humber. So there's plenty that's been done, plenty still to do, but I think most importantly, and it's the point of the motion, plenty of opportunity for development, involvement for us as a union within the external bodies. So it's on that basis, Conference, we support. Cheers.
Thanks, John. Right, there's no further speakers. Going to call Mark Anthony Bastiani in on behalf of the National Executive.
Chair, Conference, Mark Anthony Bastiani on behalf of the NEC to ask Conference to support motion 43. We thank Jason South East Wales Amal for putting this motion in front of conference, and for Peter and John for coming and speaking to you. After doing a little research, and thank you to AJ and the regions for their feedback on some of the questions that I had asked. As you heard, some of our regions cover 2 TUC regions and also countries as well. We have the Irish Congress of Trade Unions. Most have, and all have encouraged their leads to become more active. Unfortunately, in some of the TUC regions, some of the subcommittees are only now starting to start going back up due to COVID and following lockdown. We have a strong presence on the General Council, regional executives, and in Scotland, we have 4 on the Scottish TUC and 1 on the Scottish Labour Executive. In Wales, we have 1 seat on the Wales TUC General Council, which is reserved for us by our membership size in Wales. Wales Labour has its own constitution and rule book due to the valuation, and we sit on the Executive Committee of Wales Labour, but this is not an entitlement. These affiliated seats are allocated by the Trade Union Liaison Officer of Wales. Our Utah branch currently have no one sitting on the TUC, but they do have their members sitting on ACORN and other housing associations. This gives us an opportunity to get our message out there. As we know, there is the new deal for workers on the 18th of June. We can spread our word to all the charity organisations, the TUC, and all the organisations we sit on. We also have important elections taking place in the next few weeks with our members standing, and this is an opportunity for us to get the TUC, the subgroups, to get our message out that our members should be elected. Thank you, conference. I ask you to support.
Thanks, Mark Anthony. Right, there's been no opposition, so we're going to put motion 43 to you. All those in favour, please show. Down. Those against? That's carried unanimously. Right, I'm going to ask Jonathan Belshaw, on behalf of the NEC, to introduce the guest speaker.
Conference, you know who I am, Jonathan Belshaw, and our next guest speaker is Adam Pearson. Adam will require little introduction to many of you in the hall. Adam is an award-winning disability rights campaigner, actor, presenter and speaker. He was on the Beauty and the Beast programme, he's involved in the Undateables programme, and he's also presented the One Show. He's also been very vocal on issues relating to disability hate crime and featured in the BBC documentary that shone a light on how serious disability hate crime has become. Adam is also an ambassador for the charity Changing Faces. More information on Adam can be found in the bio printed on the booklet that was left on your seats this morning. So without further ado, Adam, we're absolutely delighted that you can join us today as our keynote speaker. Conference, please give Adam a warm welcome. Thank you.
Good afternoon, conference. Thank you very much for having me here. It's always a real honour and a pleasure to come and speak at events like this. And I always, in another weird way, find events like this quite weird, because you never know tonally where to hit it. And I'm sure we've all been to panels or other groups within our own fields of work, where someone's either stood up there and bombarded you with either statistics designed to spur you onto action, or allegory designed to guilt trip you.
The lectern adjusts, because obviously you're going to be here a while. So you tell me what size is best for you. I know it's new technology.
I want one of these
Yeah,
at my
I'm about
house.
the same size as you, so don't worry about it. So I don't know whether you want to start again, but is that
excellent.
better for you?
No, that's for me. Oh, I'm taking this home. So, as I was saying, you're never quite sure what tone to hit at events like this. I could stand up here and bombard you all with either statistics or allegory. But I'm almost certain we all know the statistics. So me standing here and saying 1 in 5 people in the UK has a disability, or that the disability employment gap is 28%, or disabled people on average get paid £3,500 less a year for the same job, would be a bit disingenuous and unhelpful. And what I thought would be a better use of time would be to look at the 3 areas that really matter when engaging with the disabled community in the employment sector, be it as prospective recruits or even as customers. And the talk I'm giving now is very different from the talk that I'd planned to give in 2020. A, because COVID has changed the disability employment landscape for the better and for the worse. It's exposed a lot of things. It's also exposed a lot of attitudes culturally, and I think it's important to discuss and address. And I'd also made a lot of Will Smith references that have not aged well in light of his actions at the Oscars. So all of those, you'll be pleased to know, have gone. I'll be taking his advice and keeping his wife's name, and I'm sure we all know the rest. So, when we're trying to get disabled people into work, and when I was younger, I was told that I could be anything I wanted. And to a certain degree, I believed it. Despite being born 10 years prior to having equal standing under the law, I was fortunate enough to be born into a very strong family, where neither of my parents would let me coast or feel sorry for myself. Which brings me on to my first point regarding disability. I think often culturally we can confuse disability with inability. And as a result, it's easy to expect less of disabled people. And I don't know where this comes from. Granted, there are some disabilities that affect people's motor skills or cognition. But often disabled people know that. They've grown up with it. They've known no different. Or if, like the 80% of disabled people have acquired it later in life, have adapted. And so either have coping mechanisms in place, or are using software such as Zoom Text, DragonSpeak, or the plethora of other resources available through things like Access to Work, in order to offset those. So my first point would be, when encountering disabled people in the workplace, hold them to the same standard that you would hold a non-disabled person. When dealing with disabled customers, interact with them the same way you would non-disabled customers. Now, I'm not ignorant or foolish enough to think there isn't some element of anxiety around disability. I often go into tech companies and do their disability and recruitment training. And one of the first things we have to do is get them acclimated to just saying the word disabled. And I'm sure we've all heard the ghastly HR buzzwords like differently abled. In America, I once got called handy capable. That was a conversation with the head of Dunkin' Donuts. I got free donuts. It was amazing. And so I think we need to acclimate people to the word disability, because if you can't say the word, how on earth are you going to treat the people? We also need to create a landscape and a culture where it's okay to talk about disability. Very often we lay down eggshells in a world of political correctness, whereby we want to, in a well-meaning way, ask prospective disabled employees, existing disabled employees, disabled customers, and the disabled community in general, how can I help you? But by the same token, we don't want to be accused of being patronising or of able-splaining. But very often, certainly when I'm asked if I have any extra needs, know that it's coming from a well-meaning place. And ultimately, I think common sense does indeed rule the game here. And we all know that there are certain things that we can and can't say. But I believe anything outside of that, and coming from a well-meaning place that involves the betterment of all parties, can only be a force for good. And again, like with anything, if offence is taken, you apologise, you ask for the correct vernacular, and then everyone moves on. And that ultimately is the first step to a successful engagement with disabled people in employment, no matter what sphere you're in. We also need to look at things like access. And there are two parts to access. I think very often when we discuss it, we inadvertently dumb it down to just putting in ramps, when it's so much more than that. Is there a kitchen in your workplace? How high are the countertops in your kitchen? How high are your desks? How wide are your corridors? Is your disabled lift always working? And if it isn't, is there always someone available, either on premises or at the end of the phone, who knows how to fix it? These are all things that very often get overlooked, not because we're all ableist or malice and don't want to put the work in. It's just conversations that are so very rarely had, which is why it's really important that we put them constantly on our radar. And here is a way, here's a challenge I'd like to lay out now. Because, again, disability is unique among the protected characteristic groups, in that it isn't mutually exclusive. And what I mean by that is I'm not going to go to bed this evening as a straight white C of E male and wake up tomorrow as a BAME lesbian dabbling in Scientology. However, disability can happen to anyone at any time. And if tonight, for example, God forbid, one of us was to either crash our car, fall over at home, and even temporarily just need to be on crutches or use a wheelchair, how does getting around your house look now? How does your journey to work look now? How does getting to your desk look now? How do your friends and colleagues treat you and interact with you now? And if the answer to that question is, I don't know, I think it's important that that's examined, that we look at it and we do know that if I find the best potential employee on the face of the earth tomorrow, but they're either blind, deaf, a wheelchair user, or on the autistic spectrum, or have some kind of additional need, how quickly can I facilitate that need? But furthermore, why wasn't it already facilitated? And again, one of the things I find with disability is that it's the only one where you've got to put your money where your mouth is. We can all do a send to all email and say we've got a new employee starting who's XYZ. So if we could all dial back on the isms, that'd be amazing. But you can't negotiate with your stairs to be a bit rampier in the morning. And the fact is that if you make the workplace accessible for disabled people, you make it accessible for everyone. If a person, a wheelchair user, gets to a flight of stairs, then they're screwed. But I've never seen someone walk up to a ramp and go, oh my word, what witchcraft is this? So again, by making your workplace accessible for disabled people, you make it accessible for everyone. I also believe it's important when we talk about equality to delineate between equality and equity. Just because you treat everyone equally, it doesn't mean you treated everyone fairly. For example, if someone donates tickets to myself and Michael Jordan to go and watch, I don't know, a concert, and we're standing right at the back, we've been treated equally. We've both got the tickets for free. I'm 5'6". Michael Jordan is 6'8". He is going to be able to see a lot more than me. Therefore, we haven't necessarily been treated fairly. Which is another misconception that so happens when you watch certain news broadcasters. I'm reticent to mention names. Here's Morgan. Sorry, where did that come from? Who often rant on about positive discrimination. And granted, it can be a problem. I don't think an individual should necessarily be put into a position they may not be qualified for just because they're disabled. However, by the same token, I think if you look at the metrics, certainly of places I work at, such as the BBC, Channel 4, etc., there is a real lack of representation, both internally and on screen. And the old adage goes, if you can't see it, you can't achieve it. When I was a child, I didn't think disabled people were allowed on TV because I so seldom saw them. And now, as a grown man, I often go to conferences for the film and TV industry and go to diversity panels where disability is very rarely mentioned. And when it is mentioned, it's mentioned by non-disabled people in a well-meaning way. But again, that doesn't really address the issues, which then takes us nicely onwards from access to attitude. When you hear the word disability, what do you think of? What thoughts run through your head when you hear that word? Or when you first meet a disabled person, what is your instinctive reaction? I'm going to dramatic pause and let's all think it through for a second. I'm sure we all thought many different things. Some of us may feel sympathy, some of us may feel curiosity, some of us may feel overwhelmingly awkward. And I think it's important you know that these are perfectly natural reactions. And it's the job of guys like me to come and quell those anxieties. It's okay to feel anxious. It's okay to feel awkward. It's even okay to feel scared. It's not okay to stay there. Ignorance is only an excuse the first time, which is why I alluded to it earlier. It's important that we have spaces where we can talk about this. We can ask the awkward questions that we always want to. I don't know how many of you watched The Last Leg. They have a wonderful segment called Is It Okay?, where people just go in and ask questions such as, is it okay to punch a disabled person if they're being a knob? Absolutely. Go for it. Is it okay to sit in a disabled person's wheelchair if they're feeling tired? No, don't do it. Absolutely no. Is it okay to swear at disabled people? Yeah, sometimes. And if you want to be really inclusive, you can learn the sign language. Or where, hey, I'm now terrified there's going to be loads of people out in the lobby after this, YouTubing, how do I say this in sign language? And so again, ultimately, disabled people are just people. But we also aren't monoliths. If you've met a disabled person, you've met a disabled person. Don't assume because you have one disabled friend who likes things done this way, or is okay with being called X, Y, Z. because I'm a bit of a scamp. I'm all about the banter. I openly refer to myself online as God's favourite disabled person. So just because I do that, and I'm very upfront with it, it doesn't mean that every other disabled person will be. And it's a case of treating each person as an individual, whether that's in work or out in public. So again, treat them like people. And then you might find yourself making an amazing, amazing new recruit, an amazing, amazing new colleague, and God forbid, they might even become your friend. Which leads us on to language. How do we discuss disability? I said earlier, things like person with disability and handicapable, for me, are no-nos. Because by putting the person first, it implies that their disability isn't important. And to me, my disability is a very important part of me. It's not the only part of me, granted, but it certainly shaped how I've grown up, how I see the world, how I treat my peers. And it's also enabled me to do the things that I do. Because for me, the thing is, without my disability, I would have had half the opportunities I've had. It's my disability that has given me the insight to go and present documentaries on hate crime. And it's my disability that's given me a curiosity that's enabled me to go and present documentaries on things like vaudeville and freak shows. It's my disability that got me cast in a film alongside Scarlett Johansson. And it's my disability that allows me to get away with absolute hell at home. Because I'm disabled. I don't know any better. Here's my excuse. So, we've looked at how do we treat disabled people, how do we talk about disabled people, and how do disabled people access work. For years, the disabled community were told remote working wasn't possible or wasn't feasible. And then on the 23rd of March, 2020, we were put into lockdown. We couldn't see each other, we couldn't talk to each other, we could only go for one government-regulated walk a day, and working from home became the new norm. And then once non-disabled people needed it, oh, how quickly it became possible. And now, as we're leaving lockdown, and it's been a long 2 years, particularly for the disabled community, many of us had to shield, and when you have to shield, it just doesn't affect you. It affects the people you live with. I myself live with two clinically vulnerable parents and my brother who works in NHS. So for us, we left the house once a day for 15 minutes for 426 days. I didn't get to see my girlfriend for 2 years. I didn't get to go to the pub for 2 years. I didn't get to go and play board games on Magic the Gathering with my friends for 2 years. Many people with learning disabilities had DNRs placed on their medical records, not only against their will, but without their knowledge, despite the fact that the then Health Secretary, Matt Hancock himself, has a learning disability. COVID has exposed loads of underlying ableist attitudes that existed, and many of which still do. Rhetoric such as it's only killing disabled people and herd immunity were rife within culture. Even now, the idea that it's no holds barred is completely inaccurate. I still have friends who are isolating. I still have friends who are scared to leave the house. I still have friends who, whilst working from home has become the new norm, are desperate to get back into the office. And should this working from home thing go too far, we could get to a point where whilst we are closing the disability employment gap and disabled people are being allowed to carry on gainful employment online from home using things like Zoom and Teams, we could end up cutting them out of the workplace in another way, in a very out of sight, out of mind kind of way. If we look at things like Maslow's hierarchy of needs, one of the big factors in gaining self-fulfillment at work is the social aspect. I'm sure we all missed talking by the water cooler. I don't know how many of you are big buffs when it comes to things like X Factor, Love Island, Britain's Got Talent, but in the TV world we love that crap. Like, we love coming in and standing by the water cooler and saying, oh, did you see what Tyrone did to Shanice? And that's a huge part of building camaraderie. That or going out for Friday night drinks, where my brother works. He's in the Day Runs Library at the Royal Marsden. Once a month, they'll have what they call Poets' Day, which stands for Piss Off Early, Tomorrow's Saturday. Where that all, it's great, isn't it? You can steal that. Where that all kind of, if things are quiet, they'll all clock off, go to the pub and catch up in a way that's very low pressure. And I don't want disabled people to miss that. Because disabled people, A, we're quite funny, B, we like to drink. I mean, we're already disabled, what's the worst that can happen? And it's, socialising is really important. And I have a great plethora of disabled colleagues who you meet doing the scene. I would say that the fact all disabled people know each other is a myth. But the longer I do this gig, the longer I realise that it's not really a myth. You see the same people at the same conferences time and time again. But yeah, a lot of them have been crippled by loneliness and anxiety as a result of all these things. Apologies. And so, remember, access, attitude, language. Much like all of you, disabled people are just people. We're more than our disabilities. We're also husbands. We're also boyfriends. We're also lovers. We're also sons, cousins, daughters. Some of us can be arseholes. It's a real, here you go, it's a real plethora of humanity. And it's also a beautiful, beautiful culture that all of you are more than welcome to explore. I spoke earlier about how I'm a big fan of creating safe spaces for people to ask questions about disability, have conversations about disability, and come and get really tactile and hands-on with the world of disability. Because if we create that landscape, no one loses. You all get to learn about the wonderful disability culture I just spoke of. Disabled people get to enter the workplace and excel at what they do. Companies that have a higher level of disabled recruitment, on average, make twice the amount of money companies that don't do. And ultimately, disabled people don't want a handout. We want a hand up. In a world that's full of schemes, panels and isms, that's very good at putting disabled people in jobs, I want us to evolve. I want us to stop putting disabled people in jobs. I want us to start putting disabled talent in careers. The higher up the corporate ladder disabled people can get, the more impactful cultural change can be. And that's the weird thing about the equality game. The better I get at my job, the less I need to do it. I'm slowly but surely talking my way out of a job. And it's weird. And I could only joke about kind of be nice to disabled people. Not too nice, still got to eat. So, again, that would be very unhelpful and hypocritical. So, therefore, in the spirit of offering a safe space to discuss disability in a way that's respectful, yet without fear and without restriction, I'm going to bring this talk into land and I'm going to open the floor to absolutely any question at all. So, thank you very much for having me. It's been an honour and a privilege.
Right, Adam. Right, we're going to have to use the same rostrum if that's okay.
And it's completely fine. I have no problem sharing the rostrum on this occasion.
Right, thanks. But what I wanted to make a comment before I asked, do anyone want to come up and ask any questions or share any comments? I thought your speech was absolutely spot on about the reality that most people live now within their own families and what COVID did to people. There sometimes is an attitude, especially within business and within the union, where somehow, whether you're born with a disability or through, just growing old, you end up with a disability or an accident, that it's seen as a weakness to be very upfront about what your disability is and what you need or how other people can assist you. And I found that within the union, that sometimes, especially when it's looking at, people are elected and that, you get told, don't show anyone you're limping. And I remember getting told that when I had to go in and get my knees replaced, as if I needed to pretend that I needed my knees replacing. And I'm like, no. You know what I mean? This is a fact of life. People born disabled, but most of us at some point in our lives will be disabled for some point or for points going forward. And I just wanted to then add, because it's been very emotional last 2 years, same as yourselves, extremely vulnerable people within the family, right? When they're getting sent texts from the government, getting told to pack their bags so they're ready to go into hospital, open a window, sit by a window, to the position we're in today, which is literally to the extremely vulnerable, don't go out, put your mask on, etc. And that is so wrong and so isolating for all of us. It impacts on every single person. No one in this hall can predict they will ever be in good health for the rest of their lives. So I thank you for your campaigning, for raising the issues, but also I think it's the right time that we do discuss disabilities and we do discuss how we can be open about them. So personally, I'd like to thank you for your contribution, and I have watched your films. I have watched The Last Leg. I loved it when it came in at the Paralympics. I thought it was revolutionary around disabilities. Continue to watch. And I always think it's best to ask rather than to not say anything. And to me, without the likes of you, other people campaigning, and other people like myself, as you get older, you will need additional things. There is nothing wrong in that. But we need to do the adjustments, we need to make things right. So I just thank you. And I'm sorry, conference, that's my angst, because I've had an absolutely shit 2 years. But I have learned more about anxiety. sort of the failure of the system for people who are on PIPs, the lack now more so than ever of access to things for people. It is so wrong, and just because we are so-called healthy, you can't leave people locked in their houses. It is absolutely an utter disgrace. And I tell you, Boris Johnson, when he got COVID and was like, look at me, I'm sorry, just a total wrong attitude when so many hundreds of thousands of people have passed away when they didn't need to. Absolute disgrace. So thank you on my behalf, and now I'm going to ask, does anyone else want to come in for any questions or any comments? Right, can I have an indication? Oh, look, you've all gone quiet now I've done that. Right, there must be questions or comments. No? Are we all okay? Yeah, come on, come down, please. Yeah.
Come on.
This is a great opportunity.
I don't bite unless that's what you're into.
Yeah, yeah. Well, Graham, Paul, I've got Amajis, and then if there's anyone else wants to, just come down. Yes, Mark Anthony.
Yeah, conference. Obviously, the President was talking about the pandemic, but I think one of the things that was said on a regular basis during the pandemic is that there will be a new beginning, right? And I guess in terms of disability, in terms of people who are isolated because of their disability, in some ways the pandemic has enabled it because people are at home. So I'm just wondering, my question is really, how do you think we can develop what we believed could happen after pandemic? I'm not saying it's finished, to be honest, but after the pandemic, there was supposed to be this Shangri-La that we were going to have. So how do you think, what do we need to do? What do trade unions need to do in order to create something from that tragedy that will ensure that everybody's engaged? Not, you know. So I'll leave that question here.
Yeah, no, thank you. I think engagement post-pandemic is going to be crucial. And as we heard, I don't think it's over. I think COVID's going to be around for a while. And I think there is going to be some kind of balance required in working from home and going into the office. And one of the really good things, if anything that's come out of COVID, is we now know it's possible. We now know that the technology's there and the infrastructure's there. And it's how we hit that balance. Because meetings on Zoom and meetings in person are really different. And I think there's just something really different about being in a room full of people and that physical human connection that really drives us all forward for change. I could have given this exact same talk with us all online, and I doubt it would have had the same resonance that it has with us all in the room. I've also also in the pandemic, I didn't wear trousers to a meeting for 2 years. So I had to put jeans on today, which is weird. But hey ho, but no, I think it's just we keep doing what we've been doing. We reach out, and I think the world was rather impersonal. And then when COVID happened and everything happened online, we realized how impersonal and cold it can be. I think it's really important that we don't forget that. And that we do the soft skills of the world and say, how are you, to people more? Or how can I help more? And when people answer, we listen. And we actually listen. Because there are two kinds of listening. There's listening to respond, and then there's listening to learn. And I think we're all very good at listening to respond. But I think we need to do a lot more listening to learn. So that's my answer. Just engage more, be kind to each other, and ask each other how we are more. And when people answer, just just listen and empathise, and I'm aware of all the work that all of you are doing. I did a lot of research and a lot of Googling, so I know that I'm very much preaching to the choir on this one. But just keep doing what you're doing, be the change you want to see, know what resources you have available, and particularly for disability, the most helpful thing you can do is learn how the access to work process works. Because that form is a pain in the arse, but it's 60 grand per employee. So master access to work, and that'll also serve you very, very well.
I've got quite a few people here. Paul, do you want to come up? So we've got 4 other people with questions and a couple of people off our executive as well.
Chair Conference, Paul Moffat, Eastern Region Section. Now, just before I open, Adam, such a powerful speech. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. I mean, what Adam's just said to us and you know, what we've listened to, with humour chucked in as well, that's what it's about, because you know, whether it's a physical disability or whether it's a mental disability, it's really hard to approach it, and it's really hard to speak to people about it. Now, whether that's because we've not overcome the nervousness about talking about it, especially on the mental health and the physical, or whether we're scared of offending people, I think they're the skills that we need to learn. They're the skills that we need to use rather than isolate people with disabilities. I mean, Jane talks about the pandemic. I think it was difficult for a lot of people with disabilities, you know, with mental health. I suffer from PTSD. I had a breakdown. I don't mind sharing it. People know about it. But the fact is, those 2 years, like you, Jane, were shit. And I hated every minute of it. You know, I was glad to get back to work, and I was so glad when Dave said we can actually come back into the world. It's like being released like a dove. But it's not going away. The pandemic's still there, but also we've got something else looming on the horizon, a financial crisis that's actually going to drive people further and further behind themselves. So we've come out of a pandemic. It's still going to be around, as you've quite rightly said, Adam, but we've now got a financial crisis. It's going to divide families, it's going to divide opinion, and it's going to divide how people view people, because they become very insular when it's like that. And I'm not immune to that. That's what you do as a human being. Soft skills, Adam, I'd love to know, you know, and I think maybe that's something that Kate, we need to have a chat about with the regional secretaries about how you learn those soft skills. And it doesn't mean that we're not empathetic and we don't care about people with disabilities. The fact is, it's not a thing we've ever dealt with, on learning those soft skills. And I'd love to learn them myself, and just so we don't have that embarrassment when we're talking to people, and we're not frightened of offending them, because as you've quite rightly proved, it can be delivered with humour. And it's not. And what we're saying is we don't want to be in that position where people think we offend them, and that's come from us, not from what you guys are thinking. So thank you very much, Adam. I really do appreciate your contribution. It's been brilliant. So.
I think any kind of programme that seeks to teach those soft skills, it's really important that it's disability-led. I have a very good friend called Tony Washington, who works in the finance sector and lost his sight 7 years ago. Had to take some time off work to adjust to his new lifestyle. And then when he came back to work, the first thing he did was set up little kind of lunch meetings with his former colleagues and his team, just to say, yeah, I've gone blind, let's talk about it. And I think things like that are really helpful, where you put on and it doesn't have to be like a big event, it doesn't have to be a big deal. You can just go out for coffee and be like, hey, I'm a new disabled guy, let's talk about that, and break down those walls. And again, it doesn't have to be droll. And I know that there is a lot of inclusion training out there that's quite dry, quite droll, and devoid of personality. And I apologise for that training, because it's equally unhelpful. But yeah, just let disabled people tell you their stories. Create a platform where they can, and learn from it. And we all make mistakes. We've all inadvertently offended someone. When I was at the BBC on my first job, I was on a training scheme, and at the end of the 6-month contract, they got everyone on the scheme together, and we did mock job interviews. And one of the guys, Ben, his name was, we're still really good friends. He was a below the elbow amputee. And he walked in as the interviewee, I was the interviewer, and I said, without thinking, nice to see you made it here in one piece. And I know, right? And the whole room, just like 12 anuses snapshot at once. But, you know, I apologised, we both laughed, and we moved on. And he only mentions it when he's drunk. So, yeah, talk to disabled people, let them tell their stories, and you won't go far wrong.
Next.
Hello, Adam. My question is a cheeky question. Have you got any more plans for any movies in the future? I was just whether you can tell us or not. So, that's my question.
No, thank you for it. Okay, I have to tread very carefully here legally. I'm currently applying for a US work visa. It is a pain in the ass. The form's nuts. Like, page 1 and 2 are how you think they're going to be. It's like name, address, passport number, all that McGubbins. You click next on the second page. Question 1 on page 3 is, are you in a cult or clan? Yes, no. So that was weird. But no, I have got a few things in the pipeline. Absolutely. I'm pitching a documentary for Channel 4 on ableism in Hollywood, something for the BBC on the science of addiction, and I'm hopefully doing a movie in New York in July. Don't clap yet, it might be shit.
Hey, take the claps when you can
Go
get
see it though. Definitely go see it.
Afternoon conference, afternoon Adam. I'm all right, love, you've made me very emotional this afternoon. No, but in a good way. In a good way. It's really inspiring. Do you know, my difficulties are, as a woman who doesn't look like she's disabled, apparently I'm not. And everybody can tell me, I had one of my bosses in work, I'm clinically depressed and suffer really bad with anxiety. Sent off an AXA referral, is she even really depressed? And then I had one of my managers tell me, I'm not positive enough. Well, I'm depressed, but it made me laugh, because I nearly fell off my chair, I'll be honest. I said, do you know what depression is? Do you know, they can't do reasonable adjustments. I've been begging for reasonable adjustments for 10 years, but if they give them to me, they'll have to give them to everybody else. But you don't. You know, that's the whole point of a reasonable adjustment. It's to make sure that it's an even playing field. I ask for no favours. Do you know, I ask for nothing for anybody other than to be allowed to do my job and do it properly and do it well. That's all anybody ever wants, do you know? I think it's really, really important that we love each other no matter, not one of us is perfect. Not one of us doesn't have faults, doesn't have issues, do you know, and doesn't have things they need to deal with. And we can all get along, and we can all do our best with support. That's all we need, empathy. That's the word, isn't it? Empathy and love shouldn't be too hard. Thank you.
I want to hone in for a second on that term, reasonable adjustments, and the idea that if you give it to one person, you have to give it to everyone. God forbid we should all have a work environment where we're allowed to do our jobs to our best ability and add the most to the bottom line as we possibly can. And I think mental health is very much misunderstood and maligned, not just within the disability conversation, but in general. And I've also had friends with anxiety, bipolar, clinical depression who get told they're not positive enough. And what does that mean? Do you want me to walk around like a CBeebies presenter all day, every day, singing nursery rhymes? But also, some days we just wake up and we don't feel it, right? We all have bad days where we're either not in the mood or stuff's going on. And when you say to someone something like, oh, you're not positive enough, you don't know how their day's been. You don't know what news they got that morning. You don't know how that week's been. So it is all down to empathy and love. And you can make similar points with much better wording. But instead of saying something like, oh, you're not positive enough, you can just say, is everything okay? You seem a bit flat this morning. Is there anything I can do to help? Like, exact same point made, just much more compassionate wording. So, completely, I think the mental health conversation is one that needs to happen, and it needs to happen really quickly, because the previous gentleman spoke of the financial crisis that's going to happen, which is going to push more people towards depression and anxiety. So the quicker we can equip ourselves to have these conversations and facilitate the additional needs those people are going to have, the better world we're going to make for all of us.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Adam. I think one of the things from what you talked about that really resonated with me was how disabilities can come out of nowhere. Someone who's struggled with my mental health, with depression, anxiety and PTSD, but the reason why I'm on the crutch is because I suffered a rugby injury 3 years ago and still waiting to have an operation. So these things can sort of come out of nowhere, and that really resonated with me. But one of the questions that I wanted to put to you, because it's an experience that I've had, but also with people that I represent, is that quite often when you eventually have the confidence to be able to speak to your employer to get some reasonable adjustment in place, you initially have that conversation and you'll get some adjustments in place, but different things can impact after you've had that assessment. So for me, for example, I suffer with dyslexia in particular. Now, sometimes that, using a blue film and using voice-to-text software can help, but when my mental health deteriorates, that also impacts my other disabilities, like my dyslexia and dyspraxia, and it suddenly means that some of the support I originally had put in place isn't adequate for where I am now. And sometimes what you have written on a form in that initial document isn't reflective of where you are now. So what advice would you have in terms of people who have disabilities to continue to have that conversation? Because sometimes things might change in a day, it might change in a month, or it might change in a year. But, what sort of advice would you give, and from your experience, that you can share with us here today? Thank you.
No problem, thank you. So, point one, as we just heard, disability is not a constant. There isn't one way of being disabled, and it doesn't stay the same all the time. For me, with my sight, it's very up and down. My brother, who's epileptic, it can be exacerbated by stress and controlled by diet. I recently told him that there's research that shows having a vegan diet can improve epilepsy, and his exact words were, "F that, I'll take my chances." So that's that idea out the window, but hey-ho. And the key to, and this is going to sound really rudimentary, but the key to having the conversation is having the conversation. And realising that the access to work document, the reasonable adjustments, is malleable, and it's a document. It isn't a cast iron cast iron contract. And it can be kind of adapted or changed at any time. And also, some of the changes that people need aren't really that expensive to put in place. It could just be moving them to a different desk, or if you're in a workplace, the workplace such as Google have always got like banging music going on. It could be a case of just turning that one down, or maybe splitting the work from home, work in the office balance. And it's a case of making sure that your employers, you know who's your point of contact, know who the point of contact to go to is first. What is the pathway to start having that conversation? Because the worst thing we can do when we have an employee who needs an adjustment made is bounce them around different people within an HR department. Have one point of contact that everyone can be sent to get the ball rolling, who's prepared to listen and act. And do it, and also don't just do it verbally, also send emails. Make sure there's a paper trail, because that way you can make things actionable. I'm a big fan of SMART goals. So what do you want done? Make it specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and time specific. And once you've made that plan, put it in writing. And I'm also a huge fan of accountability, where if someone asks for a reasonable adjustment and they've been told that, yeah, we can do that, do it. So that's my answer there.
And I've got Amajit. Is there anyone else who wants to ask a question? Okay, I'll take after Mark Anthony, Amajit, and then we'll wind up. Okay.
Thanks, Chair. Again, my name is Mark Anthony Betsby Army, and I'd like to thank you, Adam, for coming here today. My questions is we always use the word disabled. For me, I find it offensive because I have a disability, and we can still do work, we can still do anything else. We just need maybe a little reasonable adjustment. You can work in films, you work on TV. We should be looking at what our ability is and taking the dis out of this disability. We've had speakers today, Jay, who came in as well and can show that he can sing, go onto TV shows. We can do so much. Question is, how do we get people to feel comfortable enough to actually disclose in the first place? A lot of times it's people are concerned by saying, look, I stammer, if I don't talk when I was at school, or when my careers teacher came up to me, well, if I work in a place where I don't talk, I'll be fine. Good luck with that. From day one, I just was myself. I went to speech therapy classes. I didn't really care. So my speech therapist says, but you don't, if I talk really slow like this, I do not stammer, but it doesn't work for me. I will talk the same way. It's so key for us, especially as reps and as national officers, to help our members before it gets to the end stage. We want to start at the start and not wait until the end. So any help or advice or support that you could give us today would be most appreciated. Thank you.
Adam, Amajit's question apparently flows on from that. And, you know...
Yeah, Amajit Singh, NEC member, and my question just goes on from Mark. You know, this conference is about equality and everybody being treated equal. And how do we actually get society to respect anybody with a disability as an equal partner in society? Because employers especially, and government as well, they seem to put barriers up because you've got a disability rather than say, look, it's part of society. I know we've changed and we've come a long way in some of the stuff that we've put into place, but there's still a long way to go. And I think it's important, you know, is how we change society. As a black person, you know, I want to be just as normal as anybody. I just want to be accepted as normal as anybody. And that should go for if you've got a disability as well.
I believe that this is a cultural problem that is perpetuated by the media. I think media portrayals of disability both in the press and in films aren't good. I think often it's used as a shorthand for either victimhood or villainy. Many years ago, there was a real scrounger culture associated with disability that I think has left a nasty taste and a nasty legacy in the mouths of many. But I also think, as I said in my talk, that people get disability and inability confused and misconstrue the two. And so I think it's really important, because the word disability legally is really important, because it's the protected characteristic that gives us legal standing equally. And also words like differently abled, to me, don't really mean anything, because we're all differently abled. So it says everything and nothing all at once. So how do we keep the word disability, yet separate it from the notion of inability? I think is the question and the thing that very much needs to be achieved. And I think we do that by putting disabled people in positions of power. As I said earlier, we get disabled talent in careers, and then give them the authority to tell their own stories. And I also, whilst I don't think it's the responsibility of the disabled community to fix a problem they didn't create, I also think that it's people like me, people like you, and people like us who go out there and prove them wrong. The three greatest words, is it three or is it four? The four greatest words in Find the Flag for Disability here, Jesus. The four greatest words in the English language are I told you so. And so let's give disabled people the platform and the voice to say, I told you so.
Case. Stay with Case up on the rostrum. Sorry, we're actually monopolising you now.
Oh, it's like I'm at home with Mum. It's amazing.
Conference, when we were first due to hold Equality Day, Adam was due to be on our agenda on that day, and when we knew we were coming back to Bournemouth, Adam was the first person that we got in touch with to get him back on our agenda for Equality Day. I think you've just seen why. Sometimes you go into a room, you'll listen to a speaker, and you know you've listened to some things that you will never forget. And I think Adam's just done that for us this afternoon, and I thank you, truly.
Thanks, Adam. And while you're all still here, what I wanted to say is also that we've got members of our National Young Workers Committee. Can they stand up so they can be identified? I've been asked. Don't tell me there's only one of you in here. Becca, give a wave, because what they've said, if anyone needs to ask anyone for any help, any of the young workers, come over, see people and have a chat. Thanks, everyone. And by the way, at some point you do become old. But anyway, I was young when I first come to my conference at 19. Yeah, no, you were a bit older than me, Tony, but anyway. And I've embraced me grey hair since COVID. Anyway, right. In terms of on the agenda, everyone must think where is the agenda. There was a change on the SOR, if people haven't noted. We're now going to go on to section 4C. Right, which is on page 43. No, I've got that wrong. Have I got? Sorry, 2B on page 43, motion 44. I have the right page open. Right. And the first motion stands in the name of Scotland Regional Committee. Right, if we just hang on a minute, Scott, in case anyone's just leaving, because that was absolutely excellent. Right, over to you, Scott.
Don't think I'll follow that very well. President Conference, Scott Hartles, Acting Regional Secretary for Scotland, to move motion 44. In moving the motion, I want to break down mainly the first two bullet points. But first, before that, I want to pick up on the point that's been made about it's not all men. One man is too many. The region believe that the circumstances in society are so dire, it is not women that need to change their behaviours, it's men. Anyway, on to the bullet points. The first point was considering a quiet bus, a quiet train, a quiet taxi, or a woman walking home late at night, and a man is harassing a woman, and they are the only people on the bus, on the train, etc., which I know has happened to my much more intelligent better half, and she has had to run away. Not everyone is able to run away. As I said, the reason we have brought this motion to conference is because of the dire situation at the moment. We need to change things now. Point two, I firstly want to clarify something. Good behaviours, positive actions, as quoted in the motion, is not aimed at women. I don't even know what good behaviours and positive actions of women would be in this scenario. It's aimed at men. It's aimed at the person diffusing the situation, not trying to diffuse a dangerous situation when there is someone else on the bus, the train, the trams, when they're finished in Edinburgh anyway. I've had conversations with my partner about her being harassed, how she would prefer someone to diffuse that situation. I spoke to my sister-in-law, and they both gave different answers. The idea around this training and resources is to help and equip the person diffusing the situation. What has become clear to me is, as a man, we really don't know the best way to how to diffuse a situation when a woman is being harassed. Let us learn. I move.
Seconder, formally. Yeah, 44's formally seconded. Motion 44, open to debate. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, and I will come back. Woman at the front, do you want to go first because you're the nearest and you'll save us a second? Right. And it's my intention, the other people who have their hands up, no. Right, if you come down as other people move, or sit on the side or whatever, try and come down and I'll bring you all in.
Sound. President Conference, good afternoon. My name is Lily Savage. Just waiting for at least one of you to laugh at that. That's okay. That's okay. Yeah, exactly. So yes, I'm not Paul O'Grady, obviously. Well, obvious to some. I'm the Regional Youth Officer from Northern Ireland, and this is my first time speaking at a conference. Thank you. Myself and my branch support this motion wholeheartedly. We agree with the sentiment behind the motion entirely. However, we do believe that it can go so much further than what has been detailed. It is not the responsibility of women to not get raped, but for men to not be rapists. I feel that's simple enough. Rather than encourage women to go through more physical and emotional labour, doing various courses, self-defence classes, I believe the responsibility needs to go back to educating and holding men accountable for their actions, their words, and in most cases their complete indifference, as all are acts of violence. Men, call out your friends, hold your mates accountable, call out sexual harassment amongst your peers, from your group chats, your conversations at the bar, in the workplace. Sexual violence is an insidious beast that grows with apathy, with indifference. It is born out of misogyny, and it should never be tolerated. or excused. I won't go over the statistics because nearly, if not every single woman in here and our members, inclusive of our trans sisters and brothers, have experienced sexual violence and harassment in some form or another. This union, of which I am so incredibly proud to be a part of, has already made significant efforts to protect our members from sexual violence, domestic violence and gendered violence as well, but we do need to do so much more. These difficult conversations are absolutely vital. They are unfortunate and a horrible necessity, but they are needed. Men, I urge you to sit in that discomfort and take it in, because whilst it's not all of you, and I get that, it's enough of you that we have to have this conversation today. I am almost disappointed that employee relations are not here, almost. Because businesses, including the one that I work for, spend thousands, if not millions, advertising campaigns to recruit women, yet don't give mandatory sexual harassment training for their managers. Therefore, we as a union need to take the lead to safeguard our women. We need to educate men and expose it when it happens, show absolutely no mercy to those who commit it and perpetrate it. More than ever, our members need to be protected from sexual violence. I encourage you to pass this motion, as I have every faith that the NEC can radicalise this motion and ultimately improve upon it. Thank you, and look after yourselves.
Conference Chair, good afternoon. Jane Ewing, I'm the Women's Officer for the South West Wales Amal, and I'm also the Regional Women's Lead for Wales and the Marshes. And I'm wholeheartedly supporting this motion as well. As my learned friend Lily said, why are we still talking about this? I've put a claim forward to the Wolf Fund, Welsh Union Learning Fund, sorry, to set up some self-defense classes for the women in my area. And depending on how much I get back, depends on how many lessons we do. Why? Why do I have to do this? But it is what it is, as they say. So yes, I wholeheartedly support this motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Jane. If there's any of the other people who are indicated, there is seats now down here, and then we'll go along the line and then back to the front.
President Conference, Danielle Culshaw from Mersey Branch stands to wholeheartedly support this motion. In 2021, the Domestic Abuse Act was brought in to help people against domestic violence, but this doesn't stop it happening. A report from March 2020 during the global pandemic shows that 618,000 women were sexually assaulted, 1 in 5. 892,000 women were victims of stalking, and only 5 in 100 adults report domestic violence. Abuse can take many forms: sexual harassment, stalking, cyber flashing, revenge porn, honour abuse such as genital mutilation and forced marriage. Domestic violence including controlling and coercive behaviour, rape and murder. Violence can happen at any time and place, in schools, the workplace, on public transport and on the street, but also at home. In order to help stop this from happening, there are 9 points that we all need to raise awareness of. Harmful traditions, speak out about violence at home, tackle violence against girls in schools, listen to experiences and solutions, connect with specialists, engage communities and share information, engage boys and men to be agents of change, embolden girls to speak out and challenge the rape culture. Women and girls can help protect themselves by learning self-defense techniques and being aware of their surroundings, but why should it be up to women to protect themselves and be on heightened alert at all times? At some point in our lives, we may be witness to a form of abuse. I know I have. I watched a close friend struggle for years in a coercive and controlling relationship. Her partner would isolate her from friends and family, say he'd watch the children while she worked and then not turn up, putting her job at risk. Take their child out and not return her when agreed. As they had joint custody, the police would not help. It finally ended up in him threatening to throw acid in her face and threaten the life of their child. At this point, my friend decided to take matters into her own hands, left her life and moved her and her children to a refuge 100 miles away from her friends and family. Thankfully, I can say she was one of the lucky ones and she got out safe. Although her ex-partner is in prison at the moment, he won't be forever, and he has promised to find her, even though it has been 5 years since she left. She still lives in fear of his return. I want to acknowledge the few people who have made it in the media headlines in the past couple of years to really bring this home how often and easily violence against women happens. I do apologise, it is quite an extensive list. Libby Squire, 2019, from Yorkshire, raped and murdered on her way home on a night out. Balvinda Kahir, 2020, from Leamington Spa, murdered in her home by her ex-husband. Chloe Mayloy, 2020, from London, stabbed to death in a hotel room by her boyfriend. Sarah Everard, 2021, from London, kidnapped, raped and murdered while walking home by a serving police officer. Julia James, 2021, from Kent, murdered while walking her dog. Bibia Henry and Nicole Smallman, 2021, sisters from London, stabbed to death in a park while celebrating a birthday during lockdown. Ava White, 2021, from Liverpool, fatally stabbed in the city centre by a 14-year-old boy. The government are planning to make relationship education compulsory in all schools. Until this becomes a reality, we need to be doing everything we can to raise awareness and help stop this from happening. Together, we know we can make change happen. Please support. Thank you.
Thanks, Daniela. Julie.
Good afternoon, Conference. Julie Gibson, Greater Merseyrail Branch. And Conference, I rise to support the motion on behalf of the branch and to remember Sarah Everard, who's referenced in it, and the many other women who were referenced this morning, who were just going about their everyday business of having a nice house or going for a run or walking home. And the fact that in Sarah's case it was a serving police officer who was responsible should in no way detract from the absolute horror of being targeted because she was a woman. Conference, like many women here, I'm often a lone worker. I work from a shared van, but I deliver the mail, the post as a solo worker. And I'm fortunate that there are safeguards in place for my union that protect me. But nothing can prepare me for the fact that I and many other women out there, we're on our own when it comes to our work. I'm also a local councillor and I'm very wary when I go out campaigning. I'm leafleting, I'm door knocking, I'm meeting people. But I make sure I go as part of a team or that someone knows where I am, just in case. Now, I shouldn't have to do that, but I do, just in case. Conference, this motion calls for greater awareness and training, and I wholeheartedly support it. But I'd also ask that we look at the wider issue of misogyny and recognise and appreciate the work that's going on around this to have it recognised and defined as a hate crime. And I think if we look at what Angela Rayner has experienced over this weekend, that's just the tip of the iceberg. Absolutely horrible, pernicious. Conference, in my job, I've had incidents where I've been chased by a few dogs, where I've been hit by a car. Thankfully, they were accidents, and I'm here today to show that I'm okay. But it worries me that if that was someone who was deliberately driving that car or deliberately letting their dog off the lead to come and deliberately harm me because I'm a woman, that really does frighten me, and I sincerely hope I never have to experience it. Conference, I always say this, and I know I don't have to, but it is not all men. And I have been joined by many of my male comrades in my union branch and those in the North West, Carl Webb and the team, and I thank them for that. Please support the motion. Please look at exploring backing misogyny as a hate crime, but above all, support this motion here today, and thank you.
Thanks, Julie. David?
President, Conference, David Banbury on behalf of the Kent Invicta branch. Shamefully, to be up here to support a motion that shouldn't even be on this pad. We shouldn't have to be discussing this in 2022, that women still can't safely go out, walk the streets, go to visit people, go to nightclubs without worrying about their drinks being spiked by men. And this isn't a woman's debate, this is a man's debate. And Lily was right. It is men that are the problem, not the women that are the problem. And I did have a problem with the motion, really, because it was focusing on what women do. We have a responsibility here today, right? We need to go back to our workplaces. We need to go back to our families. As men, we need to start talking to our kids. We need to start saying to, if we've got young boys, that you have got to start respecting women. It's not right in the year 2022 that women are afraid to go out, to go into a cab on their own, to go anywhere. It's not all men. And Lily was right, it's not all men. And the other speakers, it isn't all men. But for God's sake, there's enough predatory men out there that are actually going out and targeting women. And we have got to change that. Society's got to change. And we should be the first people to do that. So if you've got young sons, then start to talk to them about it. Start to get those young people on board with about the way they treat women. With social media the way it is now, pornographic stuff that young men can go and see, that they see women differently, and it isn't right. It isn't right. I've got two young daughters. One's just gone 22 and one's just coming up to 21. I shouldn't be worried that every time they go out, and nor should they be worried that every time they go out, something could happen to them. And to be honest with you, this conference has a right and a responsibility to start to actually address those issues in our workplace, in our families and in our homes. And to be honest with you, I'm proud to see that the CW are against racism. But where's the scarves that the CW are for women? Because that's where we should be. You've got to support this motion. It's not the greatest motion on the pad, but I'm telling you now, the wording ain't great, but you need to support it.
Is there any more indications? Do you want to come down? And at the back as well.
Beverley Kenyon, Bootle Financial Services and the Women's Officer. Sexual harassment is an increase in the workplace and in everyday life. Every woman at some point will suffer sexual harassment, whether it's words, touch, or social media. And the perpetrator in the workplace is moved. That is not the solution, because that person will do it again in a different workplace. I was in shock many years ago when it happened to me in the workplace. I did not know who to turn to. Was it my fault? Was it because I smiled at the person, I said the wrong thing, or was I just in the wrong place? So I think this motion is very good because it covers education and behaviour of all members, so please support.
I'll only do it when he says it.
Hi, Rowan Con, South Yorkshire District Amal. This is my first conference, first time speaking. As working class people and union members, we know that we constantly have to fight for our safety, to protect each other, sometimes fight for our lives because we're always on the front line, and it's no different for working class women. Starting out as a postie, I've been absolutely astounded at the level of sexual harassment and the lack of provision for safety for women. I'm not exaggerating when I say that as a postie, I experience sexual harassment every single day. Whether it's people shouting derogatory sexual comments at me, men following me down Jennels to stand over me while I put mail through the letterbox, and every single postwoman that I speak to has a story about being made to feel unsafe at work, being hounded for our phone numbers or our home address, having men repeatedly answering the door and exposing themselves to us to intimidate us. And we've got to be honest, it happens in our offices as well. We hear about unacceptable behaviour from managers, but more heartbreakingly, from our co-workers, from fellow CWU members that we want to be standing with shoulder to shoulder to fight together to protect each other, making us feel unsafe. I do agree the motion doesn't go far enough because we need to be taking this fight to the bosses. We need to be putting the responsibility on the bosses to keep us safe. And on your first day as a postie, you get your full training on how to deal with dangerous dogs. There's not a single mention about harassment, and that's for all posties. If we accept harassment as normal, we're sending a message that we're going to stand by. And for some people who start with comments and flashing and touching, they're going to see that not being challenged means that they can then take that further. 6 years ago, I had my drink spiked, I was drugged, I was violently raped by a stranger, and the police found me in the street without my clothes. Some of us survive, and we have to live with that, carry that with us for the rest of our lives, and we have to keep on fighting. A lot of us, as we've just heard a list of names, obviously don't survive. They're murdered. So I know the CWU won't stand by. We have the right, every single one of us, to be safe at work, at home, and on the streets. And as women, we belong in these workplaces, and we belong in our union, and there is power in our union. The CWU won't stand by. And that's why together we need to take the fight to the bosses to keep us all safe and win everything that we deserve. Thank you.
Right, can we just wait a minute? Everyone seems to be on their own tandem of all flowing over and we're all up here. I'll just a reminder, we're debating a motion, and if there's already been a speaker from your branch, you can't have two speakers, and it was the same as I said yesterday. So just be mindful of the people who have indicated to come up, that if they are from the same branch as previous speakers, that they can't speak. Over to you.
Chair, Conference, Hugo Thomas, South and East Thames and Mal. David Banbury's right, it is appalling. Women belong in the workplace. They should be able to go out in the evenings on their own. They shouldn't have any fear. It's not their problem, it's our problem, and it needs to be resolved. One of the problems is the crimes, the penalty doesn't fit the crime. These people who perform these violent acts need to be brought to task, and they need to suffer, and that's not happening. We mentioned Sarah Everard in my own area. Alice Gross, a young schoolgirl, raped and buried in a river just down the road from me. It's heartbreaking, it really is. And eventually they find the man who did it hanging from a tree. But we can all help this by starting in our own workplaces with things like WhatsApp groups with sexual material on them. Stop it. We need to curb that, because that makes it all okay, and it really, really isn't okay. But it's not just women. Gay men, trans people, they're all targeted, especially late night on buses and on trains. I've got two gay friends, and they will either get an Uber or drive. They will never use public transport because they're frightened, and that's not right in 2022. It really isn't. So it's up to us. We need to make the start in our own workplaces by curbing jokes, WhatsApp groups, taking pornography out of our workplaces. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? I've got one more speaker after this speaker, and then I'll bring the NEC in.
Chair, Conference, Louise Short, Tyne Weir Clerical Branch, speaking to support the motion. This motion is about what's right and what's wrong in the world. What's wrong is, unfortunately, even in this day and age, women are vulnerable. What's right is there's already a lot out there, but we do completely agree with the instructions of the motion in developing a fresh approach to improve the situation. Already out there are things like the Walk Safe app, which automatically alerts the user when they walk close to areas known for muggings, knifings and sexual assault. A lot of the most helpful initiatives are localised, such as the Safer Transport Northumbria for transport users across Northumberland and Tyne and Wear. This app is one of the many ideas launched by Kim McGuinness, the Northumbria Police and Crime Commissioner, as part of an ongoing Safer Streets commitment to tackle violence against women and girls and improve safety on public transport. We should and could investigate what is out there and deliver the information through training and resources. The more we talk about this, the more we educate, the more the safe practices will provide women with confidence and reassurance, can then in turn help others when they share their knowledge with their friends, family, colleagues. I would like a safer world for my 13-year-old daughter to grow up in, and for her not to have to think about the dangers each and every time she goes anywhere. What's right is what this motion is calling for. What's wrong is that we have to take the actions in the first place. But if we do nothing, nothing will change. Conference supports.
Chair, Conference, Master Ewing, representing Capital Branch. I stand here to endorse, support this motion dearly. It's close to my heart because we need to protect every woman and young girls, not only those who are in the workplace or on the street, but also in the school environment. Whereas, you know, we've seen recently about what happened to this young girl, child cure they call it, and call her. And we need to work with the schools, work with the police forces, all those, and train them up how to treat and to be respectful to all that they come in contact with. So therefore, I do support this wholeheartedly. Okay, thank you.
Right, call Kate Hudson in on behalf of the Who's doing it? Is it Angela? Sorry. Okay. Sorry, Angela. I've got about 3 pads marked up, and the one in front of me didn't have you down. Sorry, Angela.
Right, before I start, is everyone comfortable? Right, Chair, Conference, Angela Witter, stand in the name of the NEC to support motion 44. Conference, the 29th of June 2022, will mark the 3rd year anniversary of the tragic and terrible murder of Kelly Feverell. Kelly was a postman and CWU member in my office in Croydon. She was a friendly and popular member of her workplace, liked by so many of her colleagues and customers. For years, Kelly had struggled to conceive a child, and in 2018, she fell pregnant. She was ecstatic and excited to finally be given a chance to welcome her baby into the world and into her heart. However, when she ended her toxic relationship with her abusive partner in 2019, her ex became jealous, accusing her of moving on into her home, moving on and being with another man. On the 29th of June 2019, at about 3:15 in the morning, Kelly's ex broke into her home, stabbing her 21 times. Emergency services were called, but despite best efforts, Kelly died at the scene. Kelly was 8 months pregnant. Her baby boy, who her family later named Riley, was delivered by paramedics in Kelly's home before being taken to hospital. Baby Riley died a few days later. Conference, this terrible story is unfortunately just one of many tragic crimes of gender-based violence and harassment we hear about. My cousin was taken by her partner to a hotel thinking she was going to have a nice time away from work. She never came back. Too often, these terrible crimes happen, everyone sighs in sadness. Everyone wishes they could have done something, picked up the signs earlier, joined up the dots. We all say lessons should be learnt, but in the end, they never are, and not enough change is ever made. Conference, we cannot carry on like this. In the UK, 2 women a week are killed by an abusive partner. 2 million people, mostly women, are subject to some form of gender-based violence. And in our workplaces, 1 in 2 women have experienced some form of sexual harassment. Throughout the COVID-19 crisis, we have seen gender-based violence and harassment figures increase exceptionally. Lockdown and social distances measures have meant that technology has been increasingly relied on, and as a result, online sexual harassment and tech abuse has become increasingly common. According to a survey conducted by the Fawcett Society, 45% of women surveyed reported having experienced harassment online through sexual messages, cyber harassment and sexual calls. These experiences escalated while working from home during the pandemic, which is consistent with the increase on reports of domestic violence during the lockdown. The report also found 68% of disabled women reported being sexually harassed at work, compared to 52% of women in general. Workers from ethnic minority backgrounds, women and men, reported higher rates of sexual harassment than white workers, 38% compared to 28%. 68% of LGBT workers had experienced some form of harassment in the workplace. Given that hybrid working continues to be the norm for many, the finding that harassment increased then working from home is a massive concern. Broadly, the report found that the women often felt that they could not report harassment in the workplace due to fears that complaints would not be treated seriously and that investigations would not be conducted confidentiality. Conference, while the government continues to drag its feet in implementing Convention 190 recommendations 260 in our statute books, we as a movement need to drive a fresh approach to address sexual harassment in our workplaces and in wider society, one that takes into account the use of new technologies and the changing world of work we live in. As an NEC, we welcome this motion and have already begun work in this area by recently conducting an in-depth review on sexual harassment training provisions, reporting processes, our rulebook, as well as other initiatives that we have conducted over the years in the issue of workplace sexual harassment. Our findings reveal that we do not need a new educational package, one that draws on the demands of this motion, and as an NEC, we have already made commitments to carry out this important body of work. With this in mind, I also ask Conference to unanimously support this motion and reaffirm our NEC commitments by making it policy in this union. I also want to say that Sharon Byam from the National Centre of Domestic Violence, she's here today and she'll be speaking tomorrow about domestic violence. So I support. Thank you.
Thanks, Angela. I'll put motion 44 to you. All those in favour, please show. Down. All those against. That's carried unanimously. Excellent debate, and I'm sure the message about any of the males in here that they'll take back and be, with the young people and all the rest, make sure everyone is educated. It's male behaviour. Motion 45, South West Regional Committee to move. Just hang on. Go on, carry on. Wait. Shh. Your mic's not on.
That's good. That's good.
It's not good not having your mic. Right.
Don't sound lucky.
Yeah.
Chair, Conference, Rachel Daly, South West Regional Women's Lead, standing to move motion 45 in the name of South West Regional Committee. Conference agrees that members should have the right to be represented by an equality strand representative if requested. Some issues are sensitive and the member may want to have their case handled by a rep more sympathetic to their equality needs and may, on occasions, specifically request that equality-specific representatives represent them. I'll leave it there because I'm wasting my breath. Conference. I'm not angry, I'm disappointed. Year upon year upon year, I seem to be up here asking for the same thing. It's been granted. We're not asking for much, but all we're asking is for the equality officers to be IR trained to help our members. So our members have got what they want. They've got the choice of who represents them, who may be more sympathetic to them. So please, Conference, I'm asking you to support this motion. In fact, we're not asking to be IR trained. What we're asking for is for the NEC to produce by, let's say, October 22, a report in obtaining the appropriate, a report in saying why the barriers are up against us being trained in the IR. Thank you. Thank you, Conference. Please support.
Thanks, Rachel. Seconder, Lee. Oh, you know, lift, it's there, Keith, got it. Do you want me to do it, or are you doing it? There are you. You go higher if you want.
How short are some of you?
Go higher, lift it higher.
That's fine.
No.
Chair, Conference, Lisa Aurelia, South West Disability Lead, seconding this motion. During Project Redesign, it was often stated that...
There's a point of order. Right, okay, Edie. Do you want to move to the side for us, Lee? And Edie will have to come up to the mic. What's the matter, Edie?
Didn't you just say, President, that it can't be two speakers from the same branch?
He's moving a motion.
Sorry.
Well, seconded it. Right, just wait. Look, do you know what? I am not an expert of what every person and what branches they are. Some other people know and they tell me, do you know what I mean? And that's why I try and be gentle. Right. Lee, are you speaking from Bristol? Right. Rachel, were you moving it on behalf of the region? Thank you. You're okay, Lee. That's all I need to know. I'm not getting that finicky, but if we can be a bit more disciplined. Is that okay, Edie? It wasn't a point of order, but thank you. No, it's all right. It's one of those. I think, as we keep saying, we're not quite match fit, and I think lots of people have forgotten how we do things. But it's worked out really well at the end of the day. Right, Lee, you can start again now.
Thank you. Chair, Conference, Lisa Aurelia, South West Disability Lead, moving us on behalf of Bristol and District. During Project Redesign, it was often stated that we are one union, therefore we should all be acting as one union. This included bringing the equality to the mainstream in order to be more effective for our members. However, many of those equality strand reps are still unable to access IR training. This means many of the issues related to equality have to be dealt with IR reps, many who are not trained or experienced in equality issues. If we are truly to be one union, then we should be training the equality strand reps to maximise the skill sets of our reps for the benefit of our members. Remember, Nelson Mandela stated, education is the most powerful tool which can be used to change the world. With that in mind,
The more people we have trained in IR procedures, the bigger the advantages we have against employers. Conference, I urge you to support this motion.
Right. Motion 45 is open for debate for one person from every branch of the country, okay? Right, can I have an indication? Can you come down? Sorry. Is there anyone else who wants to come into the debate? Yep.
President, conference, good afternoon. I'm Michael Fumagena from Plymouth and East Cornwall. Fumagena is African for Smith. It's my first conference and first time coming up to speak in front of you. So, feeling a little bit nervous. I'm standing here to support the motion because not only will it give equality officers the opportunity to support our local reps in the various workplaces, this will also help alleviate some of the pressure, the workload on IR reps if we were to get the IR training as well. And then we can obviously share the workload. Since I've become equality officer, on a couple of occasions I've had to stand in for a regular rep while he's been on holiday or annual leave. Whenever problems arise, I'm communicating with him via messages while he's on holiday, but with adequate training, I think we can actually let him go off on holiday and really enjoy his time off. So I support this motion. Thank you.
President, conference, good afternoon. I'm here to support motion 45. It is good to see this motion once again. I could reckon in 2015 or 2016, there was a motion number 15, postal consistency, that we debated about this motion in this very hall, and it was carried that every equality rep, equality strand officer should be allowed to be trained for us to get the job done when it is needed or when it is necessary. If we look at our policy book, I believe strongly I am a BIM officer, at the same time I'm an IR rep. I do tell my members that you have a free choice to who represents you. Imposing someone on every member, which is totally against the agreement we have with the business, is totally wrong. Every member has a choice, either a representative or a work colleague or whoever he wants to go with. So I strongly believe that the more knowledge we imparted in our people, the stronger we become. Recently, something happened in my own very site or unit while I was working. We, industrial relation rep, we need to have a meeting. And unfortunately, on that very day, we have our youth officer on the floor, which is the only person. And I was thinking on my own that if he has been given the opportunity to have every necessary training needed, there shouldn't be worry that if anything happened on the floor. So for me, I believe that we are one union, which is not two unions. Having knowledge is good. You want to advise your colleague, you know what to advise on. So everyone should be given opportunity. And this motion should not come back to this very conference once again, because 2015, 2016, we had the same motion. We debated on it. It got carried. Why is some of the branches putting barriers on equality officers? It is disgraceful. It shouldn't happen. Today should be the last day we should debate about this thing. And I believe that the NEC has a job to do as well, to put responsibility, to put a report back. If there is any equality officer, strand that want to go for any training, that has to help them on their duties, without a reasonable reason, if they've been denied, then there should be a way for them to report to the region, or to the branch secretary, or to the branch. So I urge everyone, please support this motion. Let's get the job done. Let's give confidence to our people, and for CWU to become the better one. Thank you.
Right, I think that was the last speaker. Can I just check there's no one else? No, right. So call Sarah Pitt on behalf of the NEC, please.
Conference Chair, Sarah Pitt, speaking on behalf of the National Executive, support this motion. And I'd like to thank first Rachel and Lee for proposing and seconding it on behalf of the South West Regional Committee. I think both sides of this union will be brought together, because I think we're all brilliant. I know brilliant reps, I know brilliant equality officers. There's no reason why this should not happen. I'll just quickly tell you my experience when I needed the help of a rep over a equality matter. 5 years ago, maybe 5.5 years ago, I came to my rep and I said to her, Jackie, I said, I'm transgender. Can you help? And she said, Sarah, I'm leaving. You're now the rep. So I had to talk to myself. Things like that don't happen, because my rep's here today and he's brilliant. Right, Gary? Anyway, yes, so what I'm saying is we have existing policy for this, and it keeps, and motions keep coming year after year. That's enough. We don't need it anymore. We will sort it out, because we know that there are barriers that are still here. We will look into it, and it is in the rule book. The rule book calls for the union to identify and remove barriers where they exist for BAME women and disabled people, and we'll get this sorted. Reps are brilliant, quality officers are brilliant, and quality officers will be more brilliant with training. So support this motion. Thank you very much.
Sarah. Right, motion 45 conference. I'm putting it to the vote. Can I see all those in favour? Thank you. And down. Any against? Thank you, conference. That's carried unanimously. Calling motion 46 now, standing in the name of South East Regional Committee.
Chair Conference, Ruth Harris, South East Regional Secretary, moving motion 46 on behalf of my region. Conference, in moving this motion, I'm seeking to ensure that a learning structure is maintained within CWU, which continues to improve the values and the objectives of our union. I believe the majority of CWU reps and officials agree that there is the need to attend the current mandatory fair and equal course in a structured learning environment. This should never be seen as a tick-box exercise. The mandatory element is crucial, and I know this could be controversial, but I would question if a rep of this union has an issue in attending fair and equal course, then there needs to be a serious discussion with that person if they're going to remain active within this union. During my time as branch secretary, I'm pleased to say I had never any objections from any reps attending it, but I don't believe that's necessarily the case nationally. I would refer to our national rule book, Rule 2, the objectives of the union, and in particular, to promote and encourage proportionality and a fair representation of all members in industry and the union and society in general, and to actively oppose all forms of discrimination based on race, creed, religion, age, political affiliation, disability, marital status, sex or sexual or gender orientation in the industry and in the union and society in general. To this end, the CWU shall actively oppose any organisation, political or otherwise, whose aims are racist or fascist. I think during lockdown, I had some time to reflect, like many of us did, and I think we need to evaluate some lessons learned. Now more than ever, there's a need to be kind. We have no idea what's going on in people's lives. Our workplaces can be difficult with all sorts of pressure and what is received as office banter, much of which I think has detrimentally increased. I reflect on the changing times during my 40 years in CWU. We can only hope future generations of CWU continue to break down barriers. Sadly, we are still dealing with COVID and the impact to our mental health, in addition to the effects of Brexit, the cost of living crisis, a stretched NHS and this inept government. This in turn is causing, both in our workplaces and wider society, more now than ever, anger, stress and at times unacceptable behaviours and treatment. I think we are also aware that our members can also turn on reps and each other in difficult times, and we need to educate and give confidence to deal with extremely challenging situations. More now than ever, there is a need for a mandatory, fair and equal course to be reviewed and refreshed and as appropriate, which will in turn reaffirm a fairer, more inclusive working environment while promoting the CWU objectives. By attending, I believe everyone has something to learn, and in turn we can open debate, we can support others who may be suffering in silence, in a learning environment away from the workplace, with time to think and reflect on diversity. I move.
Thank you, Ruth. Seconder?
Chair Conference, Becca Houghton, rising to second motion 46 on behalf of the Kent Invicta branch. So Ruth has covered the vital point of this motion. It starts with a conversation, and sometimes being the voice of reason amongst the anger is a necessity for our members. We believe that staying fair, relevant and visible in our workplaces is imperative in our strive for equality. Perhaps even in future, it can go further and be open to our members to allow for more progressive and positive change. Conference, we ask you to support the review, support the course and carry the motion. I second.
So motion 46 is open for debate. Can I have an indication of speakers? Yes. Anyone else?
Chair Conference, Hughlin Thomas, South East Thames and Mall, rising to support this motion. Diversity is all of our responsibilities. We've just heard about the way men treat women, and this goes a long way in that sort of training. Diversity is changing all the time. We have different genders throughout our business, and our reps need to be trained, and the training we get needs to change in a line with the trends at the time. So please support this motion.
Amajit Singh on behalf of the NEC.
Prindal Da Conference, and that's Welsh. Good afternoon. President Conference, Amajit Singh, responding to motion 46 on behalf of the NEC. The NEC are happy to support this motion from South East Regional Committee. As some of you will remember, in 2003, the CW reached an agreement with the Equality and Human Rights Commission that we would provide mandatory equality and diversity training for our representatives and officers. Conference, legislation changes, social culture changes, and terminology changes. And that's why the department needs to keep looking at the contents of the courses and the workshops. As we have agreed on motion 44, the reason why we need equality and diversity and the fair and equal courses to be rolled out. It's to make sure that our representatives are equipped to signpost our members to the right places for support and help. Since the department have started to look at the information, we have found that the CW reps will need refreshers every 3 years, and we are committed to carrying out this work. Myself, I think it's been many a year since I actually had the equality and diversity training. I think it was first when it was rolled out, and I actually was one of the people that actually went out to the branches and regions to actually do the training. The fair and equal course will remain mandatory. The word mandatory is there to stay. However, we must make sure we bring branches and reps and officers to buy in, which will make sure that our reps are equipped. Conference, remember, we might have difficult debates in this room, and we might disagree. But remember this, we are a family, and we have more that unites us that divides us. When we walk away from this conference, keep that in mind. Conference, the NEC recommendation is to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Amajit. So motion 46 is put to the vote. Can I see all those in favour, please? Thank you, and down. And any against? Thank you, Conference. That's carried unanimously. So that brings us to the end of section 2B. And now, just as Amajit has got sat back down in his seat, I'm going to ask him to get up again to introduce our next guest speaker.
I'm up here like a bus, aren't I? President Conference, Amajit Singh, NEC Bayne Lead for the Postal Section, and I have the pleasure to introduce Nina Turner, who has sent a video link. Conference. Nina Turner's role in helping to ensure that the success of Joe Biden over Donald Trump cannot be understated. Working with fellow Democrats and specifically black women, she oversaw the engagement of huge swathes of electorates who previously not voted. Nina joined the CW delegation during the recent Labour Party conference in Brighton and also attended our political event that evening. The attendees were left inspired by Nina's contribution on why more black women are engaging in American public life. We are honoured that Nina has taken time out to send this recording.
Hello, CWA. It is such a pleasure to come to you via video. I wish I could be with you in person. I was certainly pleased to be able to join you a few months ago in Brighton, and it is such a pleasure to join you right now. A shout out to your president, Mr. David Ward, and all the other officers of the CWA, to all of the members, each and every one of you who make it happen every single day. I think it was Jeremy Corbyn who said that trade unions make the world go round. It was something like that. I'm paraphrasing him, but I totally agree with him in that. Trade unions themselves are such a force for good. And as such, we must make sure that labor unions are preserved and strengthened across the world. The same fights and plights that you are enduring in Great Britain are the same plights and fights that we endure in the United States of America. The same plights and fights that our sisters and brothers and family and friends, no matter where they live, no matter what continent, be it Europe or North America or South America or Asia or Africa. It doesn't matter. If you are part of the working class, baby, you are catching hell. And so we must make sure, we must push for, we must be allies and co-conspirators with one another all over the world. And what the oligarchs and the status quo keepers fear, they truly fear a working class coalition that spans the globe. So let's give them what they fear the most. Let's come together and unite based on what we have in common, and that is a human rights struggle, that we are struggling and fighting for what is just, what is right, and what is good. And you know what is just, what is right, and what is good? Clean air, clean food, clean water, a living wage, the ability overall to live a good life. And so let nobody, and I mean nobody, make you feel as though the fight and the plight of working class people is somehow irrelevant. It is not irrelevant. It matters a great deal because of workers across the globe. Things get done because of you, communication workers. Things get done. They couldn't function without you. Speaking of which, nationalize the post office over there. Hello? Somebody. All right, so I know that the theme for today, and I want to share some things with you that are happening over here in the United States of America, and I want you to take heart because, again, this struggle is global. We do indeed need a new deal for working people. And when I saw the theme, it made me think about the new deal that President FDR was working towards. We know that after the Great Depression in the United States of America, President Franklin D. Roosevelt pushed this New Deal. And beyond the New Deal, before he died, he was promoting an economic Bill of Rights in the United States of America. And I want you to think about what that means for you, an economic Bill of Rights. The president at that time understood that after World War II, people needed something that they can feel. There's a singing group in America, and the name of the group is In Vogue, and I love them so much. And it is a singing group of all ladies, and they had a famous hit. And the title of it was Giving Him Something He Can Feel. Giving him something he can feel. I will not attempt to sing that song because singing is not my gift. But I'm substituting giving him something he can feel to giving us something we can feel. In other words, we, the workaday people of the world, deserve to have policies that we can feel, policies that change material conditions. And if you have elected officials, no matter where they are, okay, no matter where they are, whether they're in Britain, doesn't matter where they are, in the UK, doesn't matter what continent that they are on. If they are elected, their job is to give the people something they can feel policy-wise to change material conditions. That is what this is all about. Because guess what, sisters and brothers and family and friends? Government was designed for us to do collectively what we cannot do as individuals. Government is supposed to call the files and not allow the oligarchs, the ultra wealthy in this world to control every resource to manipulate and malign the workers of this world in the way that they do. And so we need folks to step up. And in order to have them step up, then we, the workers, have to make a demand. And that's what I love about CWA. That's what I love about your president, Mr. David Ward. You all fight, baby. And that's what it's going to take. One of the greatest abolitionists in the United States of America, his name was Frederick Douglass. He once said that power concedes nothing without a demand. Going on to talk about how it never did, it never will, it never has, and it never will. And so that was just as true as when he said it. It is true, it was true then in the 19th century, and it's true now. That power concedes nothing without a demand. So guess what? We must make some demands. We must see a world starting with our individual communities, see a world, starting with our individual nations, see a world collectively that provides for the people, the overwhelming majority of the people who are poor, who are among the working poor and the barely middle class. And guess what? If you want to know what category you fall into, let's figure that out. If you don't have a sugar daddy or sugar mama or sugar somebody, if you ain't got no trust fund waiting for you, and no hate on the trust fund, folks, but if you don't have any of that, baby, you in the same boat. We are all in the working class. Now, some of us might be making a little more money within the working class. Some of us might be solidly in the middle of that working class. Some of us might be teetering at the bottom of the middle of that working class. And some of us are all the way at the bottom. But baby, if you have to work for a living, you are among the working class. And the last time I checked, that is the majority of us. So we must come together, realizing that what happens over there happens over here. That in the immortal words of the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., what affects one directly affects us all indirectly. Baby, that is a truism right there. It is. So we must demand something we can feel with a sense of urgency. You know, I had a boss when I worked for the city of Cleveland. I worked for a mayor before I became a Cleveland City Councilwoman. And when things were tough, when we were in the thick of the fight, he would tell his cabinet all the time, if your hair is on fire, baby, you ought to act like your hair is on fire. Our hair is on fire right now. You know why our hair is on fire? Because we have powers in this world who really don't give a damn about the earth. They don't care about us as individuals. They don't care about the class structure because they're doing okay. They're doing more than okay. And you know what? They are exploiting those folks, whether it's big oil or big pharma or the healthcare industry, especially over here in the United States of America. We got to catch up with y'all. Now, y'all need to nationalize your post office, and we need to nationalize healthcare. Hello? But those same forces are manipulative and they're greedy because there is a difference between wealth and greed. I want everybody to be wealthy. We all should want to be wealthy. Look, I was born poor. I'm not trying to die poor. I want to live a good life before I leave this earth. And I want to leave something for my son and for my grandchildren. And many of you I know feel the same way. There is nothing wrong with wanting wealth. But what we are fighting against, what we are uniting against is excessive greed that kills and destroys and maligns. That's what we fighting against, sisters and brothers, and fight we must. Yes, the working class people of this world deserve a new deal. So speaking of a new deal, I want to go back to FDR. So FDR was the New Deal. And then after World War II, FDR understood that we needed an economic bill of rights in the United States of America. And imagine had the United States of America actually adopted that economic bill of rights if FDR did not die and was able to put forth his agenda in that way. Imagine what the ripple effect that would have had all over the world. And within that economic bill of rights, FDR laid out a plan about making sure that people had decent housing, making sure people had education, making sure we could provide for people who could not work. Hello, somebody? Healthcare. That was in the 40s. And the White House commissioned a survey. And in that survey, they discovered that the overwhelming majority of the American people wanted just that. It was over 80%. Hello? So when we talk about these things right now through a 21st century lens, we are not reaching too high. We are not dreaming too big. That everybody in this world should be entitled to some fundamental things. So right now, the progressive movement in the United States of America, and this that I want to talk to you about, is being led and pushed by Progressive Democrats of America, PDA, and also a part of that push is a professor. His name is Dr. Harvey Kaye, and the executive director of PDA, Progressive Democrats of America. And they wrote an op-ed about a progressive economic bill of rights. And I want to call and a call for progressive candidates to adopt this. That in other words, you can't be progressive if you don't adopt this. And this is really built on what FDR was fighting for before he died. It's built on what the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was fighting for before he was assassinated. Remember the poor people's movement, a movement of poor people all over this country, all over this globe, coming together, uniting based on what we have in common. And it's the hell that we're catching from the oligarchs. Hello? Oligarchs by any other name. That's it. And then Asa Philip Randolph, one of the greatest unionists of the 20th century. Building on that synergy. People like Frances Perkins, who was the labor secretary under FDR. People like Congresswoman Barbara Jordan. One of my favorite quotes, what the people want is simple. They want an America as good as its promise. Whether those people are in the United States or the United Kingdom, baby, or whether they are on the continent of Africa, it doesn't matter where they are. What the people want is simple. She said they want an America as good as its promise. What the people want is simple. We can sub in all other areas around this world. What they want, what they need, what they're yearning for, what they deserve is a system that works for them and does not answer exclusively to the big bosses, to the people with all the money, with the people going to outer space. They're going to monk it up there too, sisters and brothers, family and friends, just like they messing it up here on earth. But let me go back. So this is a beautiful thing. And I want to make sure that President Ward and others get you the link to this. But this is it. A new deal for working people. This is it. I want to read some of this to you. So the increasing concentration of wealth, the widening inequities or inequalities, and the intensifying crisis of American democratic life demands that we advance this call right now. And what is that call? A call for all progressive candidates and office holders to push for, embrace the 21st century economic bill of rights. Now let's sub in. We can sub in. This ain't just about America. This ain't just about North America. This is about wherever working people are. But I'm going to lay this out for you. You tell me if you agree with this. The right to a useful job that pays a living wage. Hello, CWA. And to a voice in the workplace through a union and collective bargaining. Unions matter. Unions strengthen the workplace. It gives workers the ability to sit across the table from management, to negotiate for better wages, better work conditions. Hello? Better wages, better work conditions, and better benefits. That's it. Number 2, the right to comprehensive quality health care. Now, I know you guys have universal health care. I know some folks messing with it over there. So we can always be positioned to strengthen it. The right to a complete cost-free public education and access to broadband internet. Number 4, that was number 3. Number 4, the right to decent, safe, affordable housing. Everybody, the unhoused, should be housed. That's it. And that's all. That is a human right. Number 5, the right to a clean environment and a secure planet. That is a role that all of us must play to deal with climate chaos. This is not something that one country, one nation can go alone. This is a call to the world that we must do this. The right to a meaningful endowment of resources at birth and secure retirement. Why do we have working people retiring poor? Doesn't make sense. Number 7, the right to sound banking and financial services. And number 8, the right to recreation and participation in public life. Now, CWA, those things are universal. Yeah, a new deal for working people, no matter where they are on this planet. That is what we must be about. This is about class, and it is also about caste. So we must stand up for racial justice wherever we are. Hello? Hello, somebody. And in closing, let me say this to you. Everything that I needed to know about politics and life, I am learning from a toddler. So I am a G-Ma. That's what they call us in the 21st century. I know there probably are some G-Mas and some G-Paws in the audience today. Hello, CWA. Shout out to the G-Mas and the G-Paws. That's what they call grandparents in the 21st century. And I have 2 grandbabies, a 2-year-old and a 9-month-old. And the 2-year-old, he loves to put together puzzles. He likes to put together puzzles. He loves to put together puzzles. I do not like puzzles. He loves puzzles. So now I must love puzzles. Hello? Because 2-year-olds, they relentless. Everything that I need to know about life and politics, I am learning from a toddler. And what have I learned from my 2-year-old and this puzzle? That if ever there is a piece missing, my grandson cannot rest until we find the piece. So he has me on the floor. I'm looking under couches. I'm looking under pillows. I'm looking under tables and chairs. I'm rolling on the floor trying to find this piece so I can get some peace. Are you with me? Everything that I need to know about politics and life, I'm learning from a toddler. And what does my grandson know? He knows this, that every piece is different, every piece is unique, every piece is distinct, but every piece is necessary, and that the full picture can never come together and be realized until every piece is in place. Everything that I need to know about politics and life, I'm learning from a toddler. I wish more adults understood that every piece, you are the pieces, you are unique, you are distinct, you are different, but you are necessary. That's it. And no one of note, no one that has power should be able to get peace until all of the pieces to the puzzle are put together so that the beautiful picture can come together and ring true. Can't get no peace until we find the missing pieces. So whether those missing pieces are human beings suffering or an ecosystem suffering or needing policies that lift and change material conditions, baby, we can't get no peace until all the pieces are on the puzzle together, unique, distinct, different, but necessary so that the beautiful picture can come together. You are a part of that beautiful picture. So let's reconcile ourselves today. Let's unite today and say that there will be no peace until there's a new deal for working people in this world. Hello? There will be no peace until we save Mother Earth. There will be no peace. None. Until, baby, the overwhelming majority of us are living a good life. You and your families deserve to live a good life. We can't get no peace until all of the pieces of the puzzle come together so that that beautiful picture can be formed. Everything that I need to know about life and politics, I am learning from a toddler. So you keep fighting. You keep being beautiful. You keep seeing the fierce urgency of now. You keep sounding the alarm. You keep being disturbed about inequity and injustice. Oh no, we're not going to let anybody get any peace until all of the pieces to the puzzle are together. Everything that I need to know about politics and life, I am learning from a toddler. So CWA, baby, I am sending you so much love. What's love got to do with it? Everything. Every single thing. One of my mentors used to say, you cannot serve that which you do not love. And one of the reasons why we're catching the kind of hell that we catching right now is because many of these elected leaders, many of these corporate leaders, they don't love folks. They greedy. That's what they are. So we ain't gonna get no peace. We're not gonna let them have any peace either until we get a new deal for working people. CWA, I love you, baby, and I cannot wait to see you again in person. I want you to keep the faith and show enough, keep the fight. Nothing but love.
Right. Absolutely fantastic, inspirational. Can we have a speaker in person at a future conference, please? Right, just a couple of things before I go on to the motion. And I know you were really quiet watching the video, but when I went out just to have a break, people are complaining about in the galleries, people chatting during stuff, at the sides, people chatting. I can't hear it, but I can see people standing around and whatever. So can you be mindful? People in the gallery are listening to the debates as well. They're not just sitting up there for a chat. If you want to chat, outside the hall, and the same from the sides or on any of the tables in the hall. So if you could please, you know, I just feel like I'm a broken record that I keep having to say it, but can you make sure that if you do want those chats outside and let the people who want to listen to the debates listen to them without them being distracted? Right. The intentions now for myself is that we will go on to the motion. We'll finish today after Dave Ward addresses you. But I've got announcements and then remind you that it is the GS reception at 6 o'clock upstairs in the Tregonwell Hall. So we're on section 6 on page 45. We're on motion 47. And I'm going to ask North West Regional Committee to move. If there's a seconder, come on down as well.
Chair, Conference, Sheila Biggins, North West Regional Women's Lead, on behalf of the North West Region, moving motion 47. The North West Region has for many years been forward-thinking in promoting equality and looking at ways to encourage members of all the protective characteristics to get more involved with the CWU. Having the right resources is extremely important to ensure equality goes forward rather than falling behind. Digital libraries give access to multiple contents with a potentially infinite number to resources at hand. We desperately need a new digital library of information, including up-to-date articles and template posters, accessible to all that matches the commitment to education and equality that many work so hard towards. This motion is designed to put a date to introduce the new Equality Library and includes all regional equality leads and strand leads before it is launched. Please support this motion so that we can all continue to expand our knowledge and help those members with protective characteristics. Thank you. I move.
Thanks, Sheila. Seconder? Formally seconded. Motion 47 is open to debate. No debate. I'll call in Ali Musa on behalf of the National Executive.
Thank you, President.